Chapter 1: The Early Birth of Mark III. New York. Located in a bustling street in the city center, on the top floor of a skyscraper, a sky garden-type villa is built. In the villa, in front of the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, a strong black-haired man slowly lowered his dumbbells, as if he had just finished a round of exercise. The black-haired man is about 20 years old, very young, with short black hair, and a touch of gold in his black pupils. He has a special charm. The face is carved with distinct features, sword eyebrows and star eyes, which belong to the standard Oriental face. The muscle lines on the body are obvious and not exaggerated. At first glance, it is known that after a long period of exercise, it is full of explosive power, and the height of more than 1.9 meters is a figure with a golden ratio. The black-haired man's name is Li Wei, his full name is Li Wei Stark, and he belongs to the famous Tony Stark. To be precise, Li Wei is Tony Stark's cousin. At that time, Tony's father, Howard Stark, had a biological sister, who was Li Wei's mother. Later, Li Wei's mother married a Huxia, that is, Li Wei's father, and gave birth to Li Wei. Due to an accident, the two died unexpectedly, leaving the young Li Wei alone. Later, after Tony's father Howard learned of this, he took Li Wei to his home and changed his name to Li Wei Stark. More than 10 years later, the Howards also passed away, so there are only Li Wei and Tony Stark left in the Stark family. More than 10 years have passed since I came to the Marvel world. Haven't my cheats been awakening yet? Li Wei muttered in his heart, closed his eyes slightly, and visualized a special object deep in his mind. This is a quaint anchor, similar in shape to a ship anchor, with a broken chain attached to the tail of the anchor, and the anchor body is engraved with intricate patterns on it, which looks very mysterious. Li Wei has a secret. He is not from this world. He came from the earth in his previous life and accidentally crossed into this world. At first, he thought it was an ordinary crossing, but he didn't expect to come to the Marvel world. For this reason, he actively exercised himself. Even if the environment is very favorable, Li Wei has never slackened. Because he knows how dangerous the Marvel world is. After more than 10 years of training, Li Wei is proficient in various fighting techniques, swordsmanship and archery, etc. As long as it is related to combat, there are all kinds of martial arts. However, Li Wei also knew in his heart that if he wanted to survive in the dangerous Marvel, only relying on self-exercise would not be very effective. All he could rely on was the mysterious anchor that brought him through. However, to this day, no matter what method Li Wei uses, the mysterious anchor in his mind has not responded. "Master, Mr. Tony is here." Suddenly, a clear female voice came from the empty hall. This is the smart butler Friday, researched by Tony Stark, just like the smart butler J.A.R.V.I.S in Stark's residence. Although the age difference between Tony Stark and Li Wei is not small, the relationship between the two is not unfamiliar, or even harmonious. On the one hand, there are only two people left in the Stark family. They are connected by blood and have no other support. On the other hand, Li Wei never competed with Tony Stark for the property of the Stark family. After all, as a traverser, Li Wei knows what the future Marvel world will be like. This is a world where the strong are respected. The so-called wealth is enough, but more is useless, so Li Wei would rather spend more time on cultivation. In addition, Li Wei's thoughts are relatively mature, and sometimes he would say some ideas for making money in his previous life, which shocked Tony Stark. Because of various reasons, the relationship between the two can be regarded as harmonious. However, Tony Stark treats Li Wei not badly. Not only did he develop a smart butler, but also prepared a copy for Li Wei, which is Friday. Even the villa that Li Wei currently lives in is a gift from Tony Stark to Li Wei on his 10th birthday. "Let him in." Li Wei picked up the towel and wiped his sweat, and said to Friday. Soon, a man with sunglasses and a mustache, who looked very coquettish, walked in. "Hey, my dear cousin, it's been a long time." As soon as Tony Stark walked in, he wanted to give Li Wei a hug, but was avoided by Li Wei. "Men and men can't be kissed. Why do you have time to come over to me today and didn't go on a date with your little girlfriend?" "Oh, yes, forgot to ask, who is your current girlfriend?" "Don't slander me, I am an innocent man. I take every relationship very seriously, although every time it lasts less than 3 days." Li Wei's words made Tony Stark a little embarrassed, but Tony Stark was so thick-skinned, it was as if nothing had happened in an instant. "I came here this time to bring you a good thing. Do you want to know what it is?" There is a hint of joy on Tony Stark's face, holding a huge suitcase 2 meters high in his hand. "Could it be that thing you have developed?" Li Wei looked at the huge suitcase next to Tony Stark, and a glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had guessed what the good thing Tony Stark was talking about. "Yes, please enjoy my latest masterpiece, the Steel Battle Suit Mark III. Tony Stark said excitedly, pressing the button on the suitcase. Click. The suitcase is opened from the middle and spread out to both sides. A red and gold humanoid metal battle suit lying quietly in the box. This is Stark's steel battle suit, and it is also the third-generation battle suit that has been officially put into use, that is, Iron Man's most famous Mark III. The Mark III was born ahead of schedule. Yes, it was born early, at the moment Stark has not been kidnapped yet. Really speaking, the early birth of Mark III is related to Li Wei. In the original book, Stark needs to be kidnapped and suffered a lot of hardships, so that metamorphosis becomes Iron Man. But a long time ago, Li Wei reminded Stark to start developing a steel battle suit. After all, he has been taken care of by Stark since he was a child, so he naturally hopes to give back to Stark. For this reason, the early birth of the Mark III was born. At the same time, after Stark revealed the Mark III, the mysterious anchor deep in Li Wei's mind showed a faint light. A faint fluorescent light radiated from the mysterious anchor, turning into an attraction, instantly pulling Li Wei's mental power into the space of his mind. For an instant, Li Wei stayed in place for an instant. It took a while before Li Wei came back to his senses, and a touch of joy appeared in his eyes. Because his golden finger is finally here. Chapter 2 First Invasion, Pirate World. Previous chapter list next chapter. The Anchor of the World. This is the name of the mysterious anchor in his mind, and its function is very simple. As long as there is enough world origin, the anchor of the world can lock the nodes of other worlds and break the boundaries of other worlds. In other words, Li Wei can use the anchor of the world to locate other worlds and plunder the resources of other worlds to enhance his strength. It can be said that this is a supreme magic weapon to plunder the heavens. In this way, he can become stronger. For this reason, Li Wei is so happy. As for the way to obtain the origin of the world, as long as Li Wei changes the original plot, he can obtain a certain origin of the world. The reason why the anchor of the world is inspired is precisely because Li Wei changed the story of Iron Man. Originally, Stark had to go through the disaster of being kidnapped before metamorphosis became Iron Man. But the plot hasn't started yet, the Mark III has been born. The story of Iron Man has a deviation, and Li Wei has gained a certain world origin, which inspires the anchor of the world. Speaking of this, he kindly reminded Stark to develop a steel battle suit, which was a blessing in disguise, and in turn helped himself. Li Wei is a bit grateful for what he did before. Li Wei, what are you thinking? Seeing Li Wei lost, Stark waved his hand and pulled Li Wei's thoughts back. It's nothing, think of some happy things, so this set of steel battle suit is for me. Li Wei chuckled lightly, did not linger on this topic, but talked about the steel battle suit. Stark brought Mark III over. Is it because he wanted to give it to him? You guessed it, I made 2 sets of Mark III. This set is made according to your physical data. I call it Mark III Li. Surprised. Stark said, as if offering a treasure. There was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. His cousin has been good at everything since he was a child, but he was a little too mature. Like a facial paralysis, he wanted to see other expressions on Li Wei's face. For example, I was so moved to cry. After all, Stark officials gave such a big gift, you must be very touched. It's okay, even if you are moved to cry, it is normal. The official Stark understands that he is such a great person after all. I know, then leave it. Li Wei smiled lightly, his expression was as usual, very calm, which made Stark a little disappointed. But Stark didn't notice, there was a hint of warmth under Li Wei's eyes. He remembered some things, but there was no need to say them. Well, I should go too. I still need to take a trip to a ford and drought tomorrow. It's really troublesome. Wouldn't the people in the military check and accept the results of the experiment by themselves? I have to take a trip. Without seeing Li Wei's move, Stark was a little bored, muttered, ready to leave here. But his muttering before leaving made Li Wei a little concerned. Are you going to a Fuhan? It's not a good place. Take your steel battle suit with you. Li Wei seriously told Stark. It seems that the plot is about to begin, so it's better for Stark to pay more attention. It's not necessary. It's a military base. It's very safe, and I don't want to expose the Mark III yet. Listen to me, take the Mark III, and be prepared. At first, Stark didn't think it was necessary, because he just walked on a regular trip, and he had done this kind of trip before, and he didn't want to expose the steel battle suit to the world for the time being. But after Li Wei repeatedly told, Stark still agreed. After a while, Stark left. Li Wei brought the Mark III Li to his training room. Wearing Mark III Li Wei is familiar with the function of the steel battle suit. After a while, a red and gold steel figure rose directly into the sky, flew out of the villa, and practiced flight around the building. I have to say that Stark is a very smart person, he is simply a genius among geniuses. The design of the steel battle suit is really awesome. Li Wei felt the feeling of flying away for the first time. During this period, Li Wei also tried to use a hand percussion gun, the effect was very impressive. After a short period of time, Li Wei did not return to the villa until night fell. Friday, the highest level of defense is activated, and no one is allowed in without my order. Li Wei ordered the smart butler on Friday. His golden finger has been activated, then he should also try to invade other worlds. Observe the master, activate the highest level defense state. After the order was issued, the villa's defensive net immediately opened, enclosing the villa into a copper wall and iron wall. Li Wei just started. Visualizing the anchor of the world in his mind, Li Wei straightened his right hand, a little light appeared in his palm, condensed into a simple illusory anchor. The chain at the end of the unreal anchor is connected to Li Wei's palm. Tick. Like a drop of water, it drops on the calm water. There was a ripple in the space in front of Li Wei. The illusory anchor is like entering the surface of the water, into the rippling void, looking for the unknown world. In the boundless void, the illusory anchor keeps moving forward, and the chain behind it seems to be invisible, extending endlessly. At a certain moment, the unreal anchor seemed to have discovered something and rushed directly to one direction. Breaking through the limits of layers, the phantom anchor appears near a plane. This is a blue ball of light, exuding a faint light, and it is also a real plane. The next moment, Li Wei opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Found a new world, whether to invade this world. The spirit of the anchor sends a message back to Li Wei. Invasion. Without any hesitation, Li Wei nodded directly. The unreal anchor received Li Wei's order and directly nailed it to the light film of the blue sphere. The light film of the light ball was broken, and the anchor hooked it, fixed the position, and connected the two worlds together. Host, Li Wei Stark. Invasion of the world, Pirate world. World class, extraordinary. Time point, top war. Time left. At the time of the invasion, a message appeared in Li Wei's mind. Chapter 3 Plunder Shock Fruit. Previous chapter list next chapter. Pirate world. Marine headquarters. Father, open your eyes. Titch, UBD, you killed Daddy. Whitebeard is finally dead. After a difficult fight, the result of this battle has appeared. The Blackbeard gang that suddenly appeared, joined forces to kill Whitebeard. Whitebeard straightened his bones. Even if he died in battle, he did not bow his knees and stood proudly on the battlefield. Thief, ha 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 ha, I have been preparing for so long, now it's time for me to perform. I can see clearly with my eyes wide open, stupid people. Blackbeard Titch had greed in his eyes. Finally killed Whitebeard, now it's time for him to harvest, shock fruit is his. Blackbeard couldn't help but walk towards Whitebeard's body. Boom! There was a thunder. At the same time, a dazzling light appeared above Malin van der, attracting everyone's attention. What is this? What happened? There was doubt in everyone's eyes, and they didn't know what happened. At this moment, whether it is the Navy, Kaiwohe, the Whitebeard pirate remnant party, and the Blackbeard gang, they stopped their movements and stared at the sudden light group. The light slowly disappeared, revealing an illusory anchor. The end of the anchor is connected with a long chain, spreading directly into the void. It looks very strange. This is the anchor of the invading world. This is the pirate world. Is it on top of the war? Li Wei's consciousness emerged on the anchor. At this stage, the level of the anchor of the world is too low to open a space channel for Li Wei, so Li Wei's body cannot follow the anchor to invade the world of pirates. However, Li Wei's consciousness can be attached to the anchor and feel the surrounding situation. With the spread of consciousness, Li Wei can see the destroyed execution platform not far away, the Navy in the robe of justice. Such scenes, as well as these distinctive characters, are familiar to Li Wei. If he guessed correctly, this should be the world of the anime One Piece he had seen before, and the current time should be the time when Whitebeard died. Back to countdown, 4. The spirit of the anchor sends a message back to Li Wei. The world will of pirate world, although not mature thinking, will instinctively repel intruders. What's more, this is Li Wei's first invasion. His world has few origins and cannot provide a long stay. It used to be a minute, but more than 10 seconds have passed since entering this world, and now there are only 4 seconds left. After the countdown is over, the anchor of the world will be forcibly teleported back to the original world. No time for hesitation. Li Wei's face changed slightly, and his consciousness quickly swept the surrounding environment. The anchor of the world is running out of time in this world, so he can only search nearby to see what he can bring back. That is. Li Wei's gaze fell on Whitebeard's corpse in the middle of the battlefield. Perhaps this is the only thing he can plunder. It's you, come here. The illusory anchor moved instantly and flew away at Whitebeard's corpse. The illusory anchor is looming, it does not look real, it is very illusory, exudes a faint fluorescence, and the end of the chain is connected to an invisible void. When the anchor of the world moved, the people on the battlefield finally reacted. Stop, don't hurt the old man's body. Weird things, dare to snatch food. The previous voice came from Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group. The next voice came from Blackbeard Titch. Although they don't know what the anchor of the world is, they don't know what effect the anchor of the world has. But they know that this is definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Marco turned into a phoenix, and called in an instant. As for Blackbeard Titch, he picked up a long knife and slashed directly at the chain that connects the anchor of the world, as if he wanted to cut the chain. However, these are all useless. The illusory anchor is as if it doesn't exist, directly piercing the long knife in Blackbeard's hand, and instantly sinking into Whitebeard's body. Huh. From Whitebeard's body, the illusory anchor drew out a light white circle of light. When the pale white round light group was hooked out, it instantly turned into a strange fruit with a spiral pattern. This is devil fruit. No, this is from Whitebeard, this should be shock fruit. The anchor of the world looted shock fruit from Whitebeard. No, damn it, that's my thing. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard Titch's face changed drastically, and he roared angrily, rushing to the anchor of the world madly. However, Blackbeard Titch has no chance. Back to countdown : start and return. The time that the anchor of the world stayed in the world of pirates has ended. With the end of the countdown, the anchor of the world instantly disappeared into the void, leaving only the people of the world of pirates who were stunned. Marvel World, New York. Sky Garden Villa. Li Wei opened his eyes, with some smiles in his eyes. This is an invasion, it's really interesting. Li Wei still has some ideas. The time of this invasion is too short. He still has a lot to do. The first invasion is successful. Do you remember the coordinates of the pirate world? Record? Li Wei nodded slightly. The time of this invasion is too short. First note down the coordinates of pirate world, and if there is a chance to continue the invasion in the future, maybe you can get something good. But he remembered that at the last moment, the Phantom of the World anchor pulled out a white light ball out of Whitebeard's body. It should be a good thing. Thinking of this, Li Wei quickly summoned the anchor of the world. An illusory anchor appeared in Li Wei's palm, and a strange fruit with a spiral pattern was hooked on the tip of the anchor. This is the shock fruit captured from Whitebeard. Chapter 4: The Terrifying Power of Shock Fruit. Previous chapter list next chapter. Is this devil fruit, and it's still shock fruit, it's a big profit. Looking at the shock fruit in his hand, Li Wei was very excited. Needless to say how powerful shock fruit is. Just look at the strength of Whitebeard, you can get a glimpse. With a punch, it directly shattered the atmosphere and even caused an earthquake and tsunami. This is the power of shock fruit. The Naval Marshal Sengoku of Pirate World once commented that this is a force that can destroy the world. Although there are also reasons for the strength of Whitebeard himself, the preciousness of shock fruit can also be seen. So when he invaded for the first time, he got such precious things. How could Li Wei not be excited? Wait, if I eat shock fruit, will I be restrained by the sea like other devil fruit ability? Li Wei suddenly thought of devil fruit's shortcomings, and suddenly hesitation. Even though shock fruit is very powerful, if there are such obvious negative effects, then it is a bit bad. If it was because of shock fruit, it would leave an obvious shortcoming for himself, which is not allowed by Li Wei. Because he has the anchor of the world, he can plunder other worlds, and there are many opportunities to become stronger in the future. It can be said that shock fruit is not the only opportunity for him to become stronger, he has other options, so Li Wei is a little hesitation. Master, don't worry, this shock fruit is a manifestation of the law and does not have the original shortcomings. The voice of the anchor spirit appeared in Li Wei's mind and explained to Li Wei. This shock fruit does not have the disadvantage of being restrained by sea water. To be precise, what the anchor of the world looted was not the real shock fruit, but a shocking law, that is, the original white light group. It can be said that this is part of the law of pirate world, and it is also the purest origin of devil fruit, not the real devil fruit. So if Li Wei eats shock fruit, he will only get shock fruit's ability, without the negative effects of being restrained. That's it, that's great. Li Wei said with joy, there was no doubt, and he ate shock fruit directly. Shock fruit melts in the mouth and turns into a warm current directly into Li Wei's body. Lips and teeth leave fragrance, and there is no so-called odor, perhaps because this is the incarnation of rule, not the real devil fruit. But this is a good thing for Li Wei, after all, he has no idea of eating indescribable things. Soon, the entire shock fruit was eaten by Li Wei. Close his eyes slightly, Li Wei silently felt the ability of shock fruit. At this moment, Li Wei seemed to understand a lot of things. When Li Wei opened his eyes again, he raised his right hand and made a fist. A translucent round ball of light gathered on Li Wei's fist. Boom! One punch. The fist blasted to the atmosphere with a cracking sound. The atmosphere is like a broken mirror. Several tangible cracks erupted from the position where Li Wei fist struck, spreading to the surroundings. The rumbling sound appeared. The surrounding walls seemed to have been hit by a huge force and were instantly shattered. In an instant, Li Wei's residence became torn apart in an instant. What's more, this terrifying impact burst out instantly, rushing directly to the floor below. The building is like a crisp biscuit, easily shattered. The horrible shock spread directly to the 10 floors below, and this kind of shock slowly disappeared. But at this time, the top 10-story building in the building where Li Wei was located was completely broken. Cracks spread one after another, and the whole building looks more ugly scars. The building is crumbling, it seems that there is a possibility of falling down at any time. Is this the power of shock fruit? The broken building did not make Li Wei panic, but rather excited. You know, he just got shock fruit, and it is estimated that even 1% of shock fruit's power can't be used. But even so, Li Wei blasted out with a punch, directly shattering 10 floors. 10 floors, about 3 meters on the first floor. In other words, the destructive power of Li Wei's punch directly affects the range of 30 meters. This is a little scary. You know, at the moments Li Wei just ate shock fruit, only a small part of his power can be used, and the true power of shock fruit has not been shown at all. If Li Wei is in full control of shock fruit's ability, wouldn't the destructive power be able to cover the entire city? But think about it carefully, this is also inevitable. Whitebeard uses shock fruit to destroy an island, which is very easy, and it can even subvert the sea. That kind of power is truly terrifying. Compared with Whitebeard, the power used by Li Wei is insignificant. But even so, Li Wei is still very happy. Because he just got shock fruit now, he has not fully developed the ability of shock fruit yet. When he develops shock fruit's ability, he can also become such a top powerhouse. The first time he invaded other worlds, he gained such precious ability. Li Wei is even more looking forward to the future harvest of the anchor of the world. Chapter 5 Meet the Vibe Female Sky for the first time. Previous chapter list next chapter. Under the building, Li Wei is wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses. He is leaning against a handsome red sports car. He closes his eyes and glances slightly, as if waiting for someone. Master Li Wei, your new residence is ready for you, right on Hatton Blick Street. A blonde woman with freckles on her face, holding a bunch of keys, came to Li Wei. This is Tony Stark's assistant and life secretary, Pepper Peepapaws. Because Li Wei tried shock fruit's ability and destroyed the villa, a situation now arises. Li Wei has no place to live now. In desperation, Li Wei asked the smart butler to contact Xiao Jiao on Friday and ask her to prepare a new residence. After all, Xiao Jiao is not only in charge of the company's affairs, but also part of the work of the Stark family. It's best to leave this to her. Thanks, little Pepper. By the way, how is your relationship with that fellow Tony? After receiving the key, Li Wei asked casually. It's definitely, Li Wei didn't have the idea of destroying the relationship between the two. Let's not talk about other things. Little Chili is not the type that Li Wei likes. It is too thin and has too many freckles on his face. And Xiao Jiao's age is much older than Li Wei. Female junior holds gold bricks. Li Wei doesn't have the idea of 4 or 5 gold bricks. Stark is more suitable for her. Li Wei is just a little curious about how the relationship between Xiao Jiao and Stark is progressing. After all, the two have been a little ambiguous since before, but they have never been clear. Master Li Wei joked. Mr. Stark and I are only subordinates. Little Chili blushed once, but there was a hint of helplessness between the words. Stark, the prodigal son, didn't know when she knew what she wanted. Trust me, you will soon become more than just subordinates. Li Wei said with a chuckle, and didn't say anything more, holding the key prepared by Little Pepper, drove his red supercar and left the building directly. Li Wei's salute was very simple. It was the car he was driving, and the suitcase on the back seat, which contained the steel battle suit Mark III Li. Li Wei didn't carry any other things, because he had everything in his new residence. As for the hanging garden villa destroyed by him, Li Wei did not ask, because Xiao Jiao will handle the subsequent matters. The red sports car was speeding by on the avenue. Feeling the blowing wind, Li Wei was in a good mood. After all, on this day, he not only opened the golden finger, but also obtained the ability of shock fruit, with strong capital. Definitely, the steel battle suit developed by Stark is also a good harvest, but compared with the previous two, it is slightly inferior. Brake. The red sports car stopped suddenly. This is not a red light, but a pickup truck in front of Li Wei has a puncture, and it just stopped at the intersection, blocking Li Wei's way. Sorry, please give me some time. A young woman with an oriental face walked out of the car and apologized to Li Wei, then quickly took out a new tire, seemingly ready to replace it on the spot. It doesn't matter, please. Li Wei waved his hand slightly and said calmly. Having been with Stark for a long time, Li Wei also has some demeanor towards women. What's more, because of today's harvest, Li Wei at the moment is still in a good mood and doesn't care about these little things. In a moment, the young woman skillfully replaced the tires. After packing, the young woman came to Li Wei's car window. I'm sorry, it has caused you trouble. The young woman bowed slightly and apologized to Li Wei. Slightly bowed to the extreme, revealing a touch of beautiful scenery, which made Li Wei stunned, but he recovered in an instant. Well, the capital is not small. It's nothing, it's a trivial matter. Are you of Yuxia descent? Li Wei raised his head slightly and glanced at the young woman. It was not until this time that he could see the woman's appearance clearly. A typical Oriental face, long wavy hair, slender figure, crest brows, bright eyes, and white teeth, and a touch of heroism between the eyebrows. Although they are all Oriental faces, compared with people from other countries, there are still some differences in temperament and eyebrows. So Li Wei could tell at a glance that this woman seemed to be of Yuxia descent. How did you know that you are also Yuxia? The young woman was slightly surprised, with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. After seeing Li Wei nodding and confessing, the young woman was even more delighted. Unexpectedly, I would meet fellow villagers here again. This is not a small fate. Get to know, my name is Sky. Sky reached out and shook Li Wei. Li Wei was a little dazed. Because of this name, he is somewhat familiar. After learning that he had traveled to the Marvel world, Li Wei devoted a period of time to reminisce about the memories of Marvel in his previous life, and noted some famous characters. One of the heroines is called Sky. Or it's the Vibe female Sky. Vibe female, formerly known as Daisy John, will be one of the pillars of SHIELD. She has S.H.I.E.L.D 10 security permissions. Apart from Fury and Black Widow, she is the only agent with this permission. Her father is the villain Mr. Hyde, and her mother is the alien Jia Ying. But this piece of information is not important. The most important thing is that Vibe's super ability is shock. Vibe female can create shock waves, similar to the Vibe effect. She can accurately aim with her Vibe, then vibrate the target, and explode from the inside out. This is the source of Vibe's name. This kind of ability is very similar to Shock Fruit's ability. Li Wei murmured in his heart, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, on the road, I could meet the Vibe girl in the future. Such an opportunity is really rare. It seems that he can't easily let go of this little sheep. The new book needs support. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. These are all free. Just one click is enough. Please support me greatly. As for the reward, don't force it, you don't have to, it would be better if you have it, thank you. Chapter 6 The Idea of Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Previous chapter list next chapter. The super ability Sasser after Sky has some similarities with Li Wei's shock fruit. If you can study Sky's super ability, it might be helpful for Li Wei to develop shock fruit. If the Vibe Girl can be taken under his command, this will be of great benefit to Li Wei. On the other hand, after stimulating Sasser ability, the Vibe Woman's strength will become very powerful, and Sky is originally a hacker master, which can bring great convenience to Li Wei. The most important point is that the collection of the origin of the world needs to change the original plot. In the original book, Sky will join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, and then unlock her identity step by step, understand her origins, and inspire her super ability Sasser. If Li Wei can cut Who in advance and change the story of the Vibe Girl, maybe he can get some world origins. It can be said that this is the idea of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Gentlemen. Sky's voice called Li Wei's thinking back. Get to know, my name is Li Wei, have you been living in Niuyu since childhood? Li Wei smiled, shook hands with Sky, and chatted casually with Sky. If you want to subdue the Vibe Woman, you can't worry. If he saw Sky and said he wanted to subdue her, the fool would agree, maybe Sky would turn around and leave in the next second. This kind of thing can only be done step by step. Li Wei said he is not in a hurry, he is very patient. Yes, I grew up in Mary's orphanage, and I grew up in Niuyu. The two of them were talking about some things. Because of Li Wei's kindness, Sky's wariness gradually decreased, talking and laughing with Li Wei. Then, Li Wei asked about where Sky was going. I'm going to Manhattan to see if there is a job that suits me. Coincidentally, let's drop in. My residence is in Manhattan. Let's go together. While talking, the two found that their destinations were the same, which made Sky another surprise. In fact, this road is the road to Manhattan. If you don't go to Manhattan, where can you go? After thinking about it, Sky generously agreed. The two cars started together, one left and the other moved towards Manhattan. On the road, a red sports car and an old pickup truck were walking side by side. They were not fast and drove the car leisurely. Li Wei also said a word or two to Sky from time to time. This picture looks a little abrupt, but it is very harmonious. Bang bang. While Li Wei and Sky were chatting, there was a gunshot from behind. What followed was a whistle sound. Looking in the rearview mirror, Li Wei suddenly noticed that there are a number of cars behind you chasing me. The leader was a taxi, followed by 4 police cars. There were several figures wearing black hoods on the taxi, holding weapons in their hands, and shooting at the police car behind them from time to time, and the police car was also in hot pursuit. Niuyu is really not peaceful, you can encounter robbery even when you go out. Li Wei murmured and shook his head slightly. Needless to say, this must be something like a bank robbery. This can be regarded as a very common thing in Niuyu. It has to be said that although this prosperous metropolis is glamorous on the surface, there are also many decayed existences in the dark. It can only be said that in such a place, only if you have enough capital can you live well. Fortunately, he doesn't need to face these things, because the Stark family belongs to the top family, so Li Wei lives in the best environment and doesn't need to struggle to survive. What's more, this was the first time he really saw such a scene after he came into this world. Therefore, it is rare for Li Wei to have some interest, watching the chase at the rear with great interest. After all, he now has a certain amount of strength, and ordinary robberies pose no threat to Li Wei. Sky, come over here a little bit. It's definitely, Li Wei didn't forget to remind Sky, let her drive the pickup truck to Li Wei's side. A gun battle is taking place in the rear, so it is better to avoid some. After all, the current Sky is just an ordinary person, not the vibe woman in the future. It is always right to avoid some. When Sky heard the words, he nodded repeatedly, accelerated slightly, and drove to the front of Li Wei to make a way to avoid being injured by the gangsters and the innocent. Fuck, those damn white guys, bite so tightly, there is no way to get rid of them. Don't you just grab a box of money, do you have to work so hard? Head, the gasoline in the car is almost running out. Damn it, it's just this time. On the taxi, the robbers scolded a few times. They have robbed several times before, so why haven't they seen this group of guys work so hard? The robber leader was very puzzled, and it seemed that he glanced at a black box next to him. They just robbed a box today. Compared with the previous robberies, the amount was much less. But the group of white guys, who are usually very lazy and sloppy, are all paddling, but today they are chasing them. Is there anything special about this box of money? The robber leader thinks it is wrong, but now is not the time to think about it. Because they have a big problem now. The taxi they grabbed is almost out of gas. If they wait until the gasoline runs out, they really can't escape at that time. This is not the result they want to see. The robber leader looked gloomy and scanned the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he saw a red supercar not far ahead, and there seemed to be a black-haired Oriental sitting on it. Hurry up, rush up, we grabbed that red sports car. In the eyes of the robber leader, there was a touch of cruelty. The quality of taxis and sports cars is simply incomparable. If they could grab the red sports car in front, they would be able to get rid of the police cars behind them at the speed of a sports car. Thinking of this, the robber's taxi rushed towards Li Wei's sports car. Court death. Looking at the taxi that was rapidly zooming in the rearview mirror, Li Wei naturally knew that the group of robbers were approaching him, most likely they were coming towards him. Originally, Li Wei didn't have the idea to shoot, but now he can't help it anymore. And many more. It seems that we can use this to do a little bit of things, such as conquering Sky. Li Wei's eyes turned slightly and thought of a plan. Chapter 7 Kill the robbers and save the vibe girl. Previous chapter list next chapter. Li Wei is thinking about how to recruit Sky. According to Li Wei's previous thoughts, he was going to have a good relationship with Sky first, and then slowly figure it out to see if there were any opportunities to recruit Sky. But now it seems that there is a better idea. This idea fell on the robbers behind. Thinking of this, Li Wei deliberately accelerates to make the sports car drive faster. In this way, it seems to be afraid of the robbers approaching and wanting to stay away from the robbers. Hurry up! That sports car is going to run, let me catch up. Seeing this scene, the leader of the robber was anxious, worried that the sports car would leave, and quickly let his men accelerate wildly, regardless of whether the taxi could withstand such a speed. Fighting against the danger of scrapping the taxi, the speed of the taxi has increased a lot, and it gradually approached the red sports car. It's near. The robbers came behind Li Wei. The taxi is only 3 meters away from the red sports car. The robbers are very happy, as long as a few seconds later, they can jump directly to the red sports car, snatch the red sports car, and then escape. Just need to get closer. Brake. Suddenly, Li Wei braked. The red sports car is of extremely high quality. When Li Wei braked, the red sports car stopped on the road instantly. This is like a flying bullet, suddenly stagnating in the air. The red sports car stopped, but the taxi behind did not stop. In order to catch up with Li Wei, the speed of the taxi is extremely fast, and the quality of the taxi is far inferior to that of a sports car. In such a short distance, it is impossible to brake in time. Fuck. The robbers in the rear changed their faces and wanted to hold the handbrake, but it was too late. The head of the taxi directly hit the rear of the red sports car. Under the impact of huge amounts of force, the two taxis were directly knocked into flight. The two taxis turned over at 100 degrees, directly over Li Wei's head, and hit the pickup truck ahead. When the taxi turned over, a black box on the taxi fell directly onto Li Wei's back seat, lying with the suitcase containing the steel battle suit Mark III Li. However, Li Wei didn't notice this trivial matter, but stared at the taxi that was hit and flew intently. The taxi passed Li Wei and directly rammed into the pickup truck in front of him, directly knocking the tail of Sky's pickup truck into a hole. Sky screamed, stopped quickly, and ran out of the car. For a time, the pickup truck, taxi, and red supercar stopped all three cars. "Sky, you are not injured, right?" Li Wei opened the car door and walked quickly to Sky to watch Sky's situation. After all, he just wanted to damage Sky's pickup truck, and didn't want Sky to be injured. Yes, this is Li Wei's plan. In the previous conversation with Sky, Li Wei already knew that this pickup truck was transformed into a motorhome by Sky. It was both Sky's car and Sky's home. She lived in the car. If the car is damaged, she will have no place to live, and Li Wei can invite Sky. For this reason, Li Wei pushed the boat along the way and took advantage of the robbers, so this situation emerged. I'm fine. Sky's face was pale and frightened, but fortunately he was not injured, just a little scared. Li Wei comforted Sky a few times and calmed down Sky a little bit. "Damn yellow-skinned guy, you dare to stop." The robber leader climbed out of the taxi with difficulty, holding a pistol, and walking towards Li Wei and Sky angrily. These two damn yellow-skinned guys actually made them overturned. He couldn't wait to shoot these two damn yellow-skinned guys. However, reason told him that it was an unwise decision to kill the opponent now. The whistle is approaching, and the police car is approaching here. If he continues to delay, he will definitely be surrounded by the police car. At that time, he was really finished. For the present plan, only by holding these two Orientals hostage can he have a chance to leave here. However, the robber leader is still very angry and wants to kill someone to vent his anger. "Damn yellow-skinned woman, if it weren't for you, our car wouldn't be ruined. Damn, I'm going to kill you." The robber leader picked up the pistol and aimed directly at Sky, preparing to kill Sky. On the one hand, the inconvenience of the two hostages will slow him down. On the other hand, he can see that Li Wei's identity is not simple. Just that sports car is not something ordinary people can own. If Li Wei can be held hostage, the police will be more cautious, and he will have a better chance of escape. But that Eastern woman is different. Driving an ordinary pickup truck, she must be an ordinary person. If she dies, she will die. No one will pay attention. Just killed, to vent the anger in my heart. No, don't kill me. Sky was panicked, his face turned pale, and his heart was a little desperate. Because in this situation, she has no chance to survive at all. A scumbag, living in this world is a waste of food. At this time, Li Wei spoke. Li Wei snorted coldly, clenched his palms into fists, and a round light group enveloped his fists. The next moment, Li Wei slammed his fist and smashed it out at the robber leader. Boom! Li Wei's fist hit the atmosphere. Cracks appeared in the atmosphere, cracking like a mirror. Boom! The shattered atmosphere instantly turned into a terrifying shock and swept away towards the robber leader. The robber leader hadn't reacted yet, and was directly hit by this terrifying force. The whole person was directly knocked into the air and smashed into the taxi. The taxi directly smashed a huge amounts of hole. What's more, the leader of the robber directly smashed through the taxi and landed on the ground, leaving a deep hole. The aftermath of the impact spread, tearing the ground, leaving cracks in the ground. The mountain shook for a while. With a single blow, the robber leader had no life at all, and even the bones were completely shattered, becoming a pool of rotten meat. Is Li Wei really a good-tempered person? dare to yell like this in front of him, and call him a yellow-skinned guy, looking for his own death. Chapter 8 Successfully Abducted the Vibe Girl. Previous chapter list next chapter. What kind of power is this, so powerful? Li Wei, are you mutant? Just like X-Men. Seeing Li Wei hit the robber leader with a punch, Sky was shocked, his eyes widened, and he couldn't speak. This kind of power is not something ordinary people can have. With a punch, the atmosphere in front of him shattered like a mirror, and even several cracks appeared on the ground. Compared with these exaggerated situations, the leader of the robber was a little inconspicuous when he was hammered. That's why Sky was so shocked. As for the mutant in Sky's mouth, yes, this world is not a pure movie universe, it has the existence of mutant, and it is widely known. At the end of the last century, mutant, led by Professor X, gained a lot of fame. Even ordinary people have heard of the name of the hero team, X-Men. Li Wei naturally knew it, so he unscrupulously used Shockfruit's ability. Not really, but it's almost the same. Li Wei nodded slightly, without any excuses, as a confession of his ability. It's definitely, even if there is no mutant, Li Wei will not hide his strength, because there is no need for it. In a few years, people will understand how happy it is to have strong power in this crisis-ridden world, and weak people can only struggle. Weakness is the original sin. In some respects, this is the most fundamental rule. By the way, thank you Li Wei, you saved my life. After a while, Sky calmed down and looked at Li Wei gratefully. If at the beginning, she was shocked by the power of Li Wei, but after calming down, Sky remembered that Li Wei was trying to save her, so he took action against the robber leader. This moved Sky very much. That kind of powerlessness on the verge of despair, she will never forget. Because of this, Sky is so grateful to Li Wei. How desperate I was just now, how grateful at the moment. At the moment, Sky felt that Li Wei was full of fascinating charm, which made Sky a little lost. Woo! A whistle approached, and a number of police cars hurriedly came and quickly surrounded the two Li Wei. There was no misunderstanding that Li Wei and Sky were robbers, because Li Wei and Sky were dressed and they knew they were not robbers. However, the situation in front of them makes the police officers unpredictable. The two people who should be held hostage, at the moment stand right here. On the contrary, they were extremely vicious criminals. At the moment, they fell to the ground, and the robber leader died out. And looking at the cracked ground, it seems that there have been terrible battles, which is a bit shocking. What the hell is going on, Mr. Li Wei, can you tell us about the situation at that time? There are cracks on the ground. Is this a grenade? The leading police officer asked Li Wei. Although he had recorded it just now, he still didn't understand how the crack on the ground came from. This kind of destruction is really terrifying and can be caused by non-human resources. They want to kill us, I take action in self-defense, it's that simple. Li Wei said simply. It's definitely, Shockfruit's attack, Li Wei naturally didn't say it. Although Li Wei did not intend to hide his strength, but slowly explaining to them, it was too much trouble, Li Wei was too lazy to explain, after all, the levels are different. If S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury comes, Li Wei is in a good mood, maybe he would not mind talking to Nick Fury. Is there anything else? If not, we will leave. Li Wei looked at the leading police officer, not wanting to continue wasting time. The stay here is too long, and Li Wei is a little impatient. Honestly, if you don't cooperate, I can suspect that you are related to the robbers. A black police officer next to him was very dissatisfied with Li Wei's attitude because Li Wei was too perfunctory. But before he could finish his words, he was blocked by the leading police officer. Mr. Li Wei, you can leave. If you have any doubts afterwards, please cooperate with the official consultation. The leading police officer had a very good attitude, and could even be said to be kind, which surprised Li Wei a little. But there can be less trouble, which is a good thing. Thinking about this, Li Wei returned directly to Sky. Captain George, how did you let that guy leave? His attitude is too perfunctory. I think he has something to do with the gangster. The black police officer was still a little bit angry, and seemed to be a little dissatisfied with the captain's letting Li Wei leave. It would be too cheap for him to let Li Wei leave like this. Put away your thoughts and tell you that his surname is Stark. Captain Stacy gave a cold snort, which surprised the fat policeman. Stark? Which Stark? Could it be that Stark from Stark Industries? When he thought of this, the black police officer shut up immediately, and said no more. People at that level are not something they can handle. If there is a real problem, it is also the above matter. When the time comes, what they do will have nothing to do with them, so they just need to handle the robbery. Li Wei didn't know, because his surname helped him solve some troubles, although Li Wei didn't care about it either. Back to Sky, Li Wei was about to leave with Sky, but Sky has a problem. My car has been destroyed, what should I do? Sky was a little annoyed. Her pickup truck was crashed by the culprits, completely scrapped and unusable. Then take my car, anyway, let's drop in. Li Wei smiled and said, although his sports car and taxi also crashed once, but because the quality is good, but the rear of the car is a little dented, it does not affect the use, just let Xiao Jiao deal with it later. What's more, he designed those gangsters just for the present moment. As long as Sky is abducted first, Li Wei naturally has a way to conquer Sky and let Sky use him. It can be said that trading some wear and tear of a sports car for a vibe woman is a very worthwhile business for Li Wei. Is this bad? Sky hesitated a little, but after Li Wei persuaded a few words, Sky blushed and agreed. On the one hand, the two did drop by, both of them were going to Manhattan. On the other hand, Li Wei's expressiveness just now was so impressive that he left a deep impression in Sky's heart. When his favorability was the highest, Sky had difficulty rejecting Li Wei. So after hesitating for a while, Sky was defeated and directly agreed to Li Wei. So Li Wei took Sky and left directly in the red sports car. Chapter 9 Occasionally the raw material of adamantium alloy. Previous chapter list next chapter. Sky doesn't have many things, mainly a computer and some daily necessities. Li Wei directly asked Sky to bring her computer, and then went directly to Manhattan. This time, they did not encounter any trouble again, and came to Manhattan smoothly. Following the navigation that was set at the beginning, Li Wei drove a red sports car and came to a villa. Yes, Li Wei's new residence is still a villa. Different from the previous Sky Garden villa, this is a manor-style villa. The European-style decoration and the exquisite garden seem to have a gorgeous and atmospheric feeling. My God, this is your home? Honestly, do you have anything to do with that Tony Stark? Looking at such a gorgeous villa, Sky was shocked. After all, she still used an RV as her home before, and she had never seen such a residence. To be honest, when Police Officer George recorded just now, she also heard Li Wei say that his full name is Li Wei Stark. But at that time, Sky's attention was all on Li Wei, and he didn't notice so much. Until now, she realized that Li Wei's identity was special. It's a little bit related, but it's not a big deal, let's take a tour together. Oh, by the way, you can live here, I don't charge you rent. Li Wei smiled and said, instead of stopping on this issue, he took Sky and visited the villa. After all, Li Wei is also here for the first time. If you want to live here in the future, you still need to get familiar with the residence. During the visit, Sky was constantly surprised by roar, and Li Wei was calmer. After all, he was used to it. But Li Wei also found some unexpected places. Li Wei found that the layout of this villa was very similar to his previous residence, even the smart housekeeper on Friday. I don't know if it's Stark, I asked Chili to prepare it for him a long time ago. After the tour was completed, Li Wei asked Sky to choose a room and place his own things, and Li Wei was free now. Entering the garage and in front of the red sports car, Li Wei is preparing to put away the steel battle suit Mark III Li. What is this? What was robbed by the previous robbers? Li Wei's gaze fell on the black box beside the steel battle suit. This black box was obviously not his belongings, and Sky's things had already been delivered to the room. The only thing Li Wei could think of was the group of robbers. Is it impossible to even want to send me money? Li Wei smiled and opened the box directly. However, Li Wei discovered that what was in the box was not banknotes, but a piece of black ore, about the size of a human head. Friday, scan this ore. Li Wei naturally doesn't recognize what this ore is, but he has the smart steward of Friday, who can easily understand the secret of this ore. Master, according to the scan results, this ore should be an extraterrestrial meteorite. According to confidential information, this ore was once smelted into a special metal called adamantium alloy. The raw material of adamantium alloy. A gleam of light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Adamantium alloy also has a very famous use. Wolverine's indestructible bones are made of adamantium alloy. You know, relying on adamantium alloy bones, Wolverine has been hard to resist the attack of nuclear bombs. This shows the power of adamantium alloy. He didn't expect that his luck would be so good that he could even pick up such things. In fact, that group of robbers also made a mistake. Originally, they just wanted to grab a box of banknotes, but they didn't expect to snatch the meteorite from the outside world. This is also the reason why the group of robbers are being chased constantly. If the police hadn't intervened later, maybe they had fallen into the hands of some other mysterious people. As a result, this meteorite from outside the sky fell into Li Wei's hands by accident. When it comes to my hands, then there is no possibility of sending it out again. Li Wei smiled and asked the smart housekeeper to store this alien meteorite in the secret vault of the villa on Friday, and wait until he has time to study it. That evening, Li Wei prepared a candlelight dinner to welcome Sky's arrival. It wasn't until late at night that Li Wei returned to the master bedroom. Anchor, how much is the origin of the world now? Closed his eyes and glanced slightly, Li Wei let the spirit enter his mind, visualizing the anchor of the world. Today, he changed the story of Vibe's female Sky and brought her here. More or less, he should get some world origin. Li Wei would like to know today's harvest. The origin of the world, %. It's only %, too little. Is it because Vibe's influence is weaker than Iron Man? Li Wei frowned, thinking about this. According to the description of the spirit of the anchor, every time the world origin of is accumulated, the anchor of the world can be activated once to search and invade other worlds. It's only % now, which is a quarter. Is it because Vibe's story is less important than Iron Man? You know, the previous Tony Stark just developed a steel battle suit in advance. Li Wei got a chance to use the world anchor and successfully invaded the pirate world. This time he abducted the Vibe woman, only to accumulate % of the world's origin, which is a bit less. No, even though Sky was abducted back by me, it is still possible for Sky to join S.H.I.E.L.D in the future and become the original Vibe woman. Li Wei's inspiration flashed and suddenly thought of this question. Although the Vibe girl Sky was abducted by him, there is still a period of time before Sky became a Vibe girl. He did not directly change Sky in that story. In other words, even if Li Wei brings the Vibe girl back now, it is still possible for Sky to follow the original plot in the future. Thinking of this, Li Wei suddenly understood. Unless he really completely changes Sky's destiny and completely prevents her from becoming an S.H.I.E.L.D 10th level agent, it is possible to obtain a large amount of world origin. This is the difference between a small change in the plot and a complete change in the plot. Chapter 10 Occasionally the raw material of adamantium alloy. Previous chapter list next chapter. Sky doesn't have many things, mainly a computer and some daily necessities. Li Wei directly asked Sky to bring her computer, and then went directly to Manhattan. This time, they did not encounter any trouble again, and came to Manhattan smoothly. Following the navigation that was set at the beginning, Li Wei drove a red sports car and came to a villa. Yes, Li Wei's new residence is still a villa. Different from the previous Sky Garden villa, this is a manor-style villa. The European-style decoration and the exquisite garden seem to have a gorgeous and atmospheric feeling. My God, this is your home? Honestly, do you have anything to do with that Tony Stark? Looking at such a gorgeous villa, Sky was shocked. After all, she still used an RV as her home before, and she had never seen such a residence. To be honest, when police officer George recorded just now, she also heard Li Wei say that his full name is Li Wei Stark. But at that time, Sky's attention was all on Li Wei, and he didn't notice so much. Until now, she realized that Li Wei's identity was special. It's a little bit related, but it's not a big deal. Let's take a tour together. Oh, by the way, you can live here, I don't charge you rent. Li Wei smiled and said, instead of stopping on this issue, he took Sky and visited the villa. After all, Li Wei is also here for the first time. If you want to live here in the future, you still need to get familiar with the residence. During the visit, Sky was constantly surprised by roar, and Li Wei was calmer. After all, he was used to it. But Li Wei also found some unexpected places. Li Wei found that the layout of this villa was very similar to his previous residence, even the smart housekeeper on Friday. I don't know if it's Stark, I asked Chili to prepare it for him a long time ago. After the tour was completed, Li Wei asked Sky to choose a room and place his own things, and Li Wei was free now. Entering the garage and in front of the red sports car, Li Wei is preparing to put away the steel battle suit Mark III Li. What is this? What was robbed by the previous robbers? Li Wei's gaze fell on the black box beside the steel battlesuit. This black box was obviously not his belongings, and Sky's things had already been delivered to the room. The only thing Li Wei could think of was the group of robbers. Is it impossible to even want to send me money? Li Wei smiled and opened the box directly. However, Li Wei discovered that what was in the box was not banknotes, but a piece of black ore, about the size of a human head. Friday, scan this ore. Li Wei naturally doesn't recognize what this ore is, but he has the smart steward of Friday, who can easily understand the secret of this ore. Master, according to the scan results, this ore should be an extraterrestrial meteorite. According to confidential information, this ore was once smelted into a special metal called adamantium alloy. The raw material of adamantium alloy. A gleam of light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Adamantium alloy also has a very famous use. Wolverine's indestructible bones are made of adamantium alloy. You know, relying on adamantium alloy bones, Wolverine has been hard to resist the attack of nuclear bombs. This shows the power of adamantium alloy. He didn't expect that his luck would be so good that he could even pick up such things. In fact, that group of robbers also made a mistake. Originally, they just wanted to grab a box of banknotes, but they didn't expect to snatch the meteorite from the outside world. This is also the reason why the group of robbers are being chased constantly. If the police hadn't intervened later, maybe they had fallen into the hands of some other mysterious people. As a result, this meteorite from outside the sky fell into Li Wei's hands by accident. When it comes to my hands, then there is no possibility of sending it out again. Li Wei smiled and asked the smart housekeeper to store this alien meteorite in the secret vault of the villa on Friday, and wait until he has time to study it. That evening, Li Wei prepared a candlelight dinner to welcome Sky's arrival. It wasn't until late at night that Li Wei returned to the master bedroom. Anchor, how much is the origin of the world now? Closed his eyes and glanced slightly, Li Wei let the spirit enter his mind, visualizing the anchor of the world. Today, he changed the story of Vibe's female Sky and brought her here. More or less, he should get some world origin. Li Wei would like to know today's harvest. The origin of the world, %. It's only %, too little. Is it because Vibe's influence is weaker than Iron Man? Li Wei frowned, thinking about this. According to the description of the spirit of the anchor, every time the world origin of is accumulated, the anchor of the world can be activated once to search and invade other worlds. It's only % now, which is a quarter. Is it because Vibe's story is less important than Iron Man? You know, the previous Tony Stark just developed a steel battle suit in advance. Li Wei got a chance to use the world anchor and successfully invaded the pirate world. This time he abducted the Vibe woman, only to accumulate % of the world's origin, which is a bit less. No, even though Sky was abducted back by me, it is still possible for Sky to join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future and become the original Vibe woman. Li Wei's inspiration flashed and suddenly thought of this question. Although the Vibe girl Sky was abducted by him, there is still a period of time before Sky became a Vibe girl. He did not directly change Sky in that story. In other words, even if Li Wei brings the Vibe girl back now, it is still possible for Sky to follow the original plot in the future. Thinking of this, Li Wei suddenly understood. Unless he really completely changes Sky's destiny and completely prevents her from becoming an S.H.I.E.L.D. 10th level agent, it is possible to obtain a large amount of world origin. This is the difference between a small change in the plot and a complete change in the plot. Chapter 11 Stark was still kidnapped. Previous chapter list next chapter. It turns out that this is the case. It seems that I have to find an opportunity in the future to completely let the Vibe female Sky put her under my command, cut off the possibility of her entering S.H.I.E.L.D., and completely change her destiny. After understanding what was going on, Li Wei relaxed. After all, Sky has come to him now and wants to completely change Sky's destiny, which is not particularly difficult for Li Wei. After thinking about it, Li Wei suddenly felt more relaxed. Thinking of this, Li Wei put this matter aside for a while, and after studying the ability of shock fruit for a while, Li Wei also rested. Li Wei rested, but tonight, some people couldn't rest. In a dark room, several black figures gathered together. Still not found. No, those gangsters, as well as the entire police station, we searched it quietly, but we didn't find the box. Damn it, where did that thing go? As you all know, the contents of the box are very important to the people above. If we can't find it back, we will all be unlucky. It's all those nasty gangsters who were hit by mistake and stole the box. The more I think about it, the more angry I get, and I chopped off those nasty guys. Also, continue to investigate anyone they may have contacted, and be sure to retrieve the box. The voice slowly dissipated, and several black figures also slowly disappeared, spreading out in all directions. But one thing is certain, they will not give up without finding the box. However, Li Wei didn't know about these things. Even if he knew someone was looking for the box, Li Wei wouldn't care. Because he has absolute confidence, can resist any trouble, and this confidence comes from his strength. The powerful ability of shock fruit has brought enough confidence to Li Wei. The infinite possibilities of the anchor of the world are exactly where Li Wei's confidence lies. If those guys have the guts to find him here, Li Wei doesn't mind letting them know why the flowers are so red. No words for a night. In the early morning of the next day, Li Wei woke up according to the law of his biological clock, and then went to the gym to complete his daily training. Li Wei's exercises include swordsmanship, archery, and fighting technique, as well as the use of firearms and so on. Li Wei did not fall behind some of the combat skills that may be used. He is proficient in all kinds of martial arts, and he is talking about Li Wei. Only today, Li Wei has one more exercise program. Study the ability of shock fruit. It's definitely, this time Li Wei looks cautious, not as exaggerated as yesterday. After all, one exercise will ruin a villa, and ordinary people will be crazy. It's definitely, Li Wei can afford it, but Li Wei also finds it troublesome to change a place a day. When Li Wei's exercise was over, Sky walked out of the room slowly in his pajamas. "Wake up, how did you sleep last night?" Li Wei smiled gently and handed Sky a glass of milk. "Sorry, I slept a little too heavily." Sky's face was flushed, a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, she only fell asleep on the first day when she moved in, which was too shameful. But Sky didn't understand why she felt so relieved by Li Wei's side. It may be because of the powerful performance of Li Wei yesterday, which gave Sky a sense of security with huge amounts of. It seems that knowing that Li Wei is here, she will not be in any danger. This is the first time she has felt this way in 20 years. It's okay, it means you regard this as your home. I'm glad you have such thoughts. Li Wei chuckled lightly and squeezed, making Sky's cheeks red again. After a few words, Sky retreated and quickly returned to his room. Li Wei also didn't take advantage of the victory. After all, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Another reason is that an unexpected character has arrived. "Master, Miss Pepper, Mr. Stark's assistant, is here, do you let her in?" The voice of the smart housekeeper on Friday sounded in the hall. "Let her in, I happen to have something to look for her." Although somewhat surprised by the arrival of little Chili, Li Wei nodded directly because he also had something to find Chili. After all, his sports car broke down yesterday, and he wants Pepper to take care of it. "Master Li Wei, something has happened, Mr. Stark has been kidnapped." After Xiao Chili came in, he hurried to Li Wei, his eyes were red and swollen, and he seemed to have cried. "She brought bad news, Tony was kidnapped." "How come? Tony is still kidnapped?" Li Wei frowned slightly, a little surprised. Stark has clearly developed a steel battle suit and has a certain degree of self-preservation. And Li Wei also told Stark to take the Mark III with him before. How could he be kidnapped again? Li Wei didn't understand. Why is the plot back to the original track? In fact, although Stark listened to Li Wei's words, he brought a steel battle suit. But with Stark's arrogant character, he is destined to not listen too much to Li Wei's words. So it led to a result. Although Stark brought the steel battle suit, he didn't wear it, just brought it around, so he was still caught. This fellow Tony, when he comes back, I have to beat him. Li Wei also guessed the reason, and was speechless to Stark. This fool, Stark, when he comes back, he must scold Stark well. "Okay, Chili, don't worry about this, I will bring Tony back." Li Wei looked up, looked at Little Pepper and said. Leaving aside other things, given his friendship with Stark, he wouldn't just sit idly by. What's more, changing the plot is a great opportunity for Li Wei to gain the origin of the world. So this matter, Li Wei will not miss it. Li Wei has made a decision. 10 updates on the first day, each chapter is about 2,000 words, and 20,000 words a day is updated. There should be few people at the same time as me, so for the sake of the author's hard work, please give me some support. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for rewards, all kinds of requests, Saffroll. Chapter 12 The Big Bad Wolf Broke into the Sheep Pen. Previous chapter list next chapter. A few words to comfort Little Pepper, let Little Pepper relax, and finally let Little Pepper take the red sports car to repair. It was not until Xiao Jiao left that Li Wei calmed down. Friday, locate Tony's steel battle suit. Li Wei said to the smart butler on Friday. Stark's Mark III has a positioning device, so it's not difficult to find Stark's location. However, if the thugs who kidnapped Stark had a shielding device to block the signal of the steel battle suit, it would be a little troublesome. According to the positioning, the location of the steel battle suit is in the desert of Afohan, and the specific coordinates are. To Li Wei's surprise, the signal of the steel battle suit was not blocked. This is something that Li Wei couldn't think of. Is it so easy to find? He thought he would need to spend more money. In fact, the thugs only value Stark himself, not the steel battle suit. After all, the current steel battle suit is not well known. Therefore, the cave where Stark was imprisoned naturally has a device to block the signal to prevent Stark from spreading the news. But the situation on the steel battle suit is different. With the steel battle suit being dismantled, the original appearance is not visible at all. The thugs thought that the red and gold parts were just parts of a new weapon developed by Stark. So the thugs just put the parts of the steel battle suit outside the cave at will, without paying too much attention to it. For this reason, Li Wei can easily locate the steel battle suit. I have to say that this is the impact of the plot change. Because of the early birth of the steel battle suit, although Stark was still caught, many things have changed. According to Li Wei's estimation, the current Stark should not be building Mark I, but racking his brains to find ways to recapture Mark III. This is the difference between the plot changes. It seems that this matter is not difficult to solve. I will take a trip later. Li Wei nodded slightly. It would be easy to know where Stark is. He can go directly to bring Stark back later. Thinking of this, Li Wei rested for a while, recovered the energy consumed in the morning exercise, and took a bath in time. After everything was prepared, Li Wei talked to Sky before returning to the garage. Friday, help me wear Mark III Li. Although Li Wei now has the ability of shock fruit, he does not have the flight ability yet. If he wants to go to Afohan to rescue Stark, he can only use the power of the steel battle suit. Following Li Wei's instructions, several robotic arms appeared, wearing a steel battle suit for Li Wei. This scene is like in the original book. Stark wears the Mark III for the first time. It is mechanically full, and it is only AG. Soon, a brand new steel warrior appeared in the garage. Next, it's time for me to do it. Li Wei instantly activated the pusher, a hot flame appeared, rose up into the sky in an instant, and disappeared in the villa. Oh! Warning, there is an unknown flight object. The flying button is about to fly at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Please pay attention to all departments, and all departments please pay attention. Niuyu's various monitoring departments, when Li Wei flew over Niuyu, could not help but sounded the horns. What happened? Aliens invaded the Earth. How is it possible? Maybe it's a temptation from another country. Start a full investigation and find out the unknown flight object. For a while, all departments of Niuyu were all messed up. However, Li Wei didn't know about these things, because he had already flown out of Niuyu at the moment and headed straight for Afohan. After spending a little time, Li Wei came to the desert and followed Friday's instructions to a barren mountain. Induction shows that there is a gathering place in front of a total of 123 people, with a large number of Stark industrial weapons. This is where the signal source of the Mark III is. Li Wei was condescending, looking down on the ground in mid-air. He could see that there were some ant-like figures on the ground busy. And the signal source of Mark III is here. It seems that he should have found a place. Thinking of this, Li Wei drives Mark III Li and dives down. Roar roar. The mobs on the ground were placing weapons when they suddenly heard the sound of roar roar advancing from the air. The thugs couldn't help but stop their work and look up at the sky. They could see a red gold figure descending quickly from the sky. Under the refracted sunlight, the red gold figure shone with a metallic luster. Boom! Li Wei, dressed in a steel battle suit, fell among the thugs in a handsome posture. Fuck, what is this? Hurry up and shoot and kill him. For a while, the mob panicked, everyone took up their weapons and shot Li Wei. The tinkling sound of metal sounded, and the bullet hit the steel battle suit body without any effect, leaving a shallow mark at most. Li Wei raised his arm, and the impact cannon in the middle of his palm shot out an attack instantly. With a loud bang, the thug hit by the impact cannon instantly lost its breath, and even the thug standing behind was directly punched through, and there was no resistance at all. Devil, is this the devil? Damn it, where did this mecha come from? At this moment, Li Wei is like a big bad wolf breaking into the sheepfold, raging unscrupulously. In less than a while, all the mobs fell. Without a mob, you can still stand in front of Li Wei without incident. It's really boring, too weak. Li Wei sighed with emotion. In the eyes of ordinary people, these thugs are terrible death gods, but in front of Li Wei, they are like little sheep, let Li Wei slaughter them. Moreover, Li Wei doesn't even need the ability of shock fruit, so Li Wei feels boring. But now, this battle is over. Li Wei came to the cave and blasted open the iron gate of the cave, and saw Stark again. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 13 Rescue Stark, Sky is kidnapped. Previous chapter list next chapter. Li Wei, you came to save me, I knew you would not leave me in such a dangerous place, my dear cousin, I really love you so much. Seeing Stark screaming and running over to hug Li Wei, even if he is wearing a steel battle suit, Li Wei's goosebumps are about to rise. Li Wei quickly pushed Stark away. The male teacher can't accept him, he doesn't have the idea of embracing Stark, not to mention Stark still looks so sloppy now. After solving the thugs just now, he opened the cave and rescued Stark. Stark at the moment, although looks very sloppy and embarrassed, but the spirit looks good. The same as before, Stark was still injured, his chest was penetrated by shrapnel, and the arc reactor built by Stark was inlaid on his chest. The bullet fragments in his body were adsorbed to avoid harm to the heart. Let you not listen to me, now you are suffering. Li Wei teased Stark. The problem of bullet fragments is not a difficult task in Li Wei's eyes. He still has a way to solve it, but now he wants Stark to remember this lesson. I know, I will bring the battle suit by my side all the time in the future. Stark said with a wry smile, a little helpless, and then told Li Wei of the past 2 days. Stark's experience was roughly the same as Li Wei had expected. It was because of Stark's arrogance that caused this trouble. If Stark followed Li Wei's instructions and brought the steel battle suit with him, there would be no such trouble. Remember this lesson, you have to think twice before doing things. It's always right to be cautious. Li Wei took this opportunity to give Stark some kind words. He was thinking about whether to train Stark to be a prudent hero. A very cautious Iron Man, it is interesting to think about it. But what he said has some truth. Stark was originally just an ordinary person. Although it has a steel battle suit, the battle suit is an external force after all. Once there is no battle suit, accidents are easy. If Stark had become a very cautious person, the possibility of an accident would be much smaller. It's definitely, Li Wei doesn't need to consider this issue. If he doesn't get the anchor of the world, maybe Li Wei will also embark on the road of relying on the steel battle suit. But now he has the anchor of the world and strong capital, so he doesn't need to rely too much on the steel battle suit. For Li Wei, the steel battle suit is only a good help, but it is not all, that's why Li Wei said it. Okay, let's go back first. Li Wei said, Stark has been rescued and it is time to leave here. Stark's steel battle suit is just outside the cave. You can use it as long as you wear it, saving Li Wei some trouble. As for the scientist Dr. Yinsen who helped Stark, Stark originally wanted to take him to Niu, but he himself wanted to return to his hometown. So after sending Dr. Yinsen back to his hometown, Li Wei and Stark used the steel battle suit to fly directly back to Niu. After spending some time, Li Wei and Stark went straight back to Stark's residence. I want to take a good bath, I want to eat a hamburger, I want to hold a press conference, I want to sleep well, I miss my bedroom. By the way, I have to tell Pepper and Rhodes, and tell them I'm back. After an ordeal, Starkov at the moment discovered that he had a lot to do. Regarding this, Li Wei was too lazy to bother, and was ready to return to his residence. By the way, Tony, do you know why you were kidnapped? Before leaving, Li Wei suddenly said to Stark. There is one more thing to deal with, and that is the inner ghost around them. Stark was kidnapped this time not by accident, but by someone betraying Stark. You mean, that group of thugs have a plan and come specifically at me? I have an insider by my side. Stark seemed to think of something, his face suddenly darkened. He is not an ignorant person. Thinking back to the situation in the past 2 days, especially the weapons produced by the Stark industry in the mob base, Stark already had a guess in his heart. It seems you have guessed it, you can handle it yourself. Li Wei smiled and didn't say much. He naturally knows who is making trouble in this matter. It is one of the shareholders of Stark Industries, Obadi Steiny, who is called Uncle by Stark. Because he wanted to seize Stark Industry, Obadi did a lot of things. In the original book, he even collected the fragments of Mark I and assembled them into the Iron Overlord's battle armor. With Li Wei here, Obadi has no chance to get involved. But this is just a small matter. Li Wei believes that Stark will take care of it, so he will not interfere. After an explanation, Li Wei left directly and returned to Manhattan's residence. Wait, someone broke in. Upon returning to the villa, Li Wei immediately noticed something wrong. The ground is a bit messy, the tables and chairs fell on the ground, it seems that there has been a conflict. Friday, tell me what happened. Li Wei directly called the smart housekeeper Friday and asked him what happened at home when he left. Master, 5 men in black broke in at noon today, took Miss Sky away, and left a mobile phone. Friday's voice appeared in the hall. A light curtain appeared on the wall. This is a surveillance video called out on Friday. On the screen, 5 masked men in black broke into his residence, broke Friday's protective net, and went all the way to the villa. They also searched, seemingly looking for something. In the end, the 5 men in black didn't seem to find what they wanted, so they grabbed Sky and left a cell phone. I'm so courageous, even my people dare to catch me. Li Wei's face became very gloomy, and there was a cloud of anger in his eyes. Unexpectedly, when he left for a long time, someone dared to break into his residence and captured Sky. This makes Li Wei very angry. Li Wei is angry, the consequences are serious. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 14 Shock Fruit showed its power and killed the robbers. Previous chapter list next chapter. Your little oriental girlfriend is now in our hands. If you want to redeem her, bring the black box you got yesterday. We will wait for you in Queens. The man in black who captured Sky left behind such a recording on his cell phone. But because of this recording, Li Wei finally knew the purpose of these guys. This group of people in black came for the meteorite that could be refined into adamantium alloy. This is exactly the group of black figures searching for the black box in the dark night. This group of guys have a special origin, and it is easy to investigate some things. Therefore, within half a day, they investigated that the person who clashed with the robbers yesterday was Li Wei. For this reason, the next morning, these people in black went directly to Li Wei's residence. Only at that time, Li Wei just went to rescue Stark, and then missed each other. As for the outer meteorite, it is difficult for outsiders to find because it is stored in the secret room. The group of people in black got nothing, so they chose to abduct Sky. From that recording, Li Wei has sorted everything out. It seems to be the group of people who came to the meteorite from outside the sky, so courageous. Li Wei sneered. He hadn't bullied others and it was fine, but he didn't expect that someone would provoke him. Li Wei doesn't care what the other party has, why he came. He only knew one thing, that group of guys made him very angry. Li Wei will let them know what's the end of annoying him. Thinking of this, Li Wei has made a decision. The previous red sports car was taken by Pepper to repair, so Pepper left a black supercar in the garage. Li Wei didn't choose, and drove the black sports car directly to Queens. Soon, Li Wei came to the location. They said, "This is an abandoned factory, which looks deserted." Parking. Upon arriving at the abandoned factory, two masked men in black jumped out from the corner and blocked Li Wei's path. "Where's the thing? Where's the black box?" The two men in black looked at Li Wei with empty hands, and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. They held up their pistols and pressed them against Li Wei's chest. This kid dared to play tricks on them, but didn't bring that thing. "Take me to see Sky, you will do what you want." Li Wei spoke faintly, looking directly at the man in black, his eyes deep, without the slightest wave, as if he was looking at dead man. Naturally, he didn't bring the meteorite from the outer world, because they had no chance to use it. In Li Wei's heart, they are already dead, and dead man can't use anything. "Take him in first." The two men in black looked at each other, seemed to have made a decision, and walked into the abandoned factory with Li Wei. As soon as he entered the abandoned factory, Li Wei discovered that there were still several black figures wearing masks in the factory, who were supposed to be accomplices of the robbers. But Li Wei ignored them, instead looking at Sky, who was held in handcuffs. "Are you okay, Sky?" Walking quickly to Sky's side, Li Wei observed Sky's situation. Fortunately, they didn't seem to have suffered any harm. After all, they only came here for the meteorite, and they didn't want extra branches. "I'm fine, but I'm so scared," Sky said with lingering fears. Sky was unavoidably scared when encountering such a thing suddenly, but the arrival of Li Wei obviously made Sky much more at ease. By Li Wei's side, Sky has an inexplicable sense of security. "Boy, you have already seen the person, we didn't hurt her, what about that black box?" The man in black with the mask said, wanting to return to the black box. "I didn't bring the box, because dead man can't use anything." Li Wei raised his head slightly, looked at the people in black, and said lightly, "A hole, you dare to fool us? Fack, take him down for me." Upon hearing Li Wei's words, the people in black suddenly became angry and took up weapons one after another, wanting to teach Li Wei. Li Wei stretched out his right hand, clenched his palm into a fist, and assumed a striking posture. A white round light group instantly covered Li Wei's fist. At the next moment, Li Wei directly faced the direction of the people in black and blasted his fist directly. Boom! Li Wei's fist bombarded the atmosphere, and there was a heavy impact. Click! The atmosphere splits like a mirror, and the cracks visible to the naked eye spread everywhere. Accompanied by the rumbling sound, the atmosphere exploded instantly. The shock of horror burst out from Li Wei's fist, rushing towards the surroundings. The man in black, who was closest to Li Wei, faced this terrifying impact. His entire body was instantly bombarded. This man in black was completely broken to pieces. Li Wei was really angry, because this group of guys broke into his residence and kidnapped Sky. This incident made Li Wei very angry, so with this punch, Li Wei didn't keep any strength. "What is this? The devil! Damn it, why does this guy have such power?" The people in black panicked and looked at Li Wei with horror, because they didn't expect that Li Wei still has such power in his body. In fact, if they were more patient when investigating Li Wei's information, they would find out. Yesterday Li Wei not only had contact with the robbers, but also used extraordinary power to take the robbers down. However, they wanted to complete the task quickly, and they didn't find this at all. So now they have no chance. Boom! Li Wei punched again, and the terrifying shockwave instantly swept the entire abandoned factory. In the end, the entire factory collapsed. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 15 Intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Previous chapter list next chapter. It hasn't been a few days since Li Wei got shock fruit, so Li Wei's development of shock fruit is not too deep. It is just the initial stage and can only mobilize a small part of shock fruit. But even so, the power erupted by at the moment Li Wei is very terrifying. With a punch, the entire abandoned factory was trembling, and the pillars supporting the entire factory couldn't help but let out a whine. The second punch blasted out, shaking the mountain, and a terrifying impact swept the entire factory. The entire abandoned factory collapsed directly under the shock of this horror. Along with the rumbling sound of collapse, a burst of smoke was raised. When the smoke dissipated, the entire abandoned factory had disappeared, leaving only a mess. Only Li Wei and Sky are in a good location. There were no scars on the two of them, and the corners of their clothes were intact, because all the falling rocks were shattered by Li Wei. As for the people in black, all of them were in this shock, buried under the rubble, and none of them could escape. Let's go home. Li Wei comforted Sky and said, ignoring the people in black who were buried under the ruins. Yeah. Sky nodded obediently. Although her face was still pale, her emotions were much better than before. Riding in the black sports car parked outside, Li Wei took Sky back to the villa. After comforting Sky for a while, Li Wei asked Sky to go back to his room to rest. After all, she is also a little tired today and needs a good rest. Thank you, Li Wei. Sky suddenly turned around, took a light peck on Li Wei's face, then blushed and ran back to the room directly. Li Wei was taken aback for a while, and it took a long time before he came back to his senses. Am I being attacked? Li Wei couldn't laugh or cry. He didn't expect Sky to make a surprise attack. But thinking about it, this seems normal. He and Sky met for 2 days, but within these 2 days, Sky was in danger for the second time. Moreover, both times were dangerous. Li Wei turned the tide. Such a magical experience, even Sky will inevitably fall. Originally, he wanted to slowly change Sky and find a suitable opportunity to subdue Sky. But now it seems that he doesn't need to do anything. Maybe if he said a word, Sky would happily agree to any request from him. This made Li Wei a little bit dumbfounded. In this way, the people in black are still his heroes. Shaking his head, Li Wei returned his mind and called out the smart housekeeper Friday. Friday, investigate the identities of the guys who broke in today. I want to know all the information about them. When saying this, Li Wei's eyes flashed with cold light. Although the men in black had already been wiped out, Li Wei did not intend to give up. He knew in his heart that those guys were coming towards the meteorite outside the sky. There must be someone behind him, maybe even a certain organization. To be honest, he was a bit too impulsive just now. Before the interrogation was clear, the guys were killed directly. But Li Wei didn't regret it. After all, those guys really made him very popular. If it is off, it will be off, which means that subsequent investigations will be more troublesome. However, with Friday's ability, it should be possible to investigate something, so Li Wei left the matter to Friday. Yes, Master, I will try my best to find out the identities of those black-clothed men. He replied on Friday that Li Wei only temporarily let go of this matter. Explain that Friday, after letting someone come to clean the villa on Friday, Li Wei returned to the room. After all this day, he is also a little tired. In the morning, he ran to a Fuhan to rescue Stark. He returned in the afternoon and destroyed an abandoned factory. He almost turned around and didn't have a good rest. So during a rare break, Li Wei fell asleep soon. The ruins of an abandoned factory. Some police cars surrounded the abandoned factory and set up police lines to prevent ordinary residents from approaching. Such a big factory collapsed like this, and it naturally attracted the attention of many people. The official also got the news soon, and surrounded this place, lest ordinary people break in and injure themselves by mistake. Have you found anything? It doesn't look like it collapsed naturally, it seems to have been hit by a strong external force, which caused the collapse. The two police officers are discussing this matter. What's going on in these 2 days? The robbery just happened yesterday. I have a bad feeling that something like this happened today. A police officer sighed helplessly. This was Captain George, who was in charge of the robbery yesterday, and he is in charge of this matter today. Captain George had a bad premonition. It seemed that some conspiracy was appearing in secret, but they knew nothing about it. Everyone, we will take over here next, and you can rest. At this time, a team in suits arrived. The head was a slightly bald, middle-aged man who looked very honest. You belong to that department, we haven't received the above notice. Captain George frowned slightly, feeling very dissatisfied with the sudden arrival of the team. Because the other party is too strong, he must take over the affairs here in an all-round way. You know, this kind of case was originally a matter of their police, when other people are eligible to intervene. Good question, we are from the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support. You can also call ROAR us SHIELD. I am S.H.I.E.L.D's agent Phil Carlson. The honest middle-aged man said, taking out a work card and putting it on his neckline. This matter still attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D, and it strongly intervened. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 16 Skies Changes, The Growth of the Origin of the World. Previous chapter list next chapter. S.H.I.E.L.D has many rights, so after showing his identity, Phil Carlson took over the abandoned factory. After some investigation, the people of S.H.I.E.L.D also discovered some things. Sir Phil Carlson, we found some traces under the ruins. Someone should have fought in the factory before. According to the results of the investigation, there were a total of 10 different reactions, and 10 people should have died. Most importantly, according to A's investigation, we found that the person buried under the ruins should be our S.H.I.E.L.D agent. The subordinates reported the investigation results to Phil Carlson, and Phil Carlson was shocked. The person who was in the accident was actually from their S.H.I.E.L.D. It's not right. If it is the task assigned by the director, then before they arrive, the director will tell him more or less. At the moment Phil Carlson had a lot of doubts in his mind, so he directly contacted the director of S.H.I.E.L.D to report the matter. What? The dead are our S.H.I.E.L.D agent, and they are still 10 people. No, I didn't send my subordinates to perform tasks in an abandoned factory. In S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, in the office of the director on the top floor, there is a bald-headed marinated egg. This is Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD. Nick Fury at the moment also has great doubts. He didn't send his hand to do any task. If it was 1 or 2 people, he might have missed it. But the task of 10 people is already considered a medium-sized task, and he can't forget it. Could it be that someone mobilized S.H.I.E.L.D's agent privately? Has a problem. Nick Fury's face sank, and he instinctively told him that this matter was weird. Phil Carlson, cover up this matter. You are investigating this matter secretly. Be sure to investigate it clearly for me. Nick Fury confessed to Phil Carlson solemnly. He has a hunch, behind this incident, there must be a big conspiracy. Li Wei didn't know that this matter also involved SHIELD. If Li Wei at the moment is here, you will definitely understand what this is all about. S.H.I.E.L.D's agent, but not dispatched by Nick Fury, then there is only one possibility. That is Hydra. Only Hydra, which is lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D, has this kind of ability. After a day's rest, Li Wei's biological clock made him wake up on time in the early morning of the next day. As usual, Li Wei came to the gym, ready to complete the scheduled training. But at this time, Sky also came to the gym. "Morning Sky, why did you get up so early today and not take a break?" Li Wei and Sky beckoned Roar, looking at Sky slightly puzzled. "She was not so early yesterday." "Li Wei, I want to ask you one thing." Sky looked at Li Wei seriously, as if there was something he wanted to ask Li Wei for help. "You said, if I can do it, I will definitely help you." Li Wei nodded slightly. "Can you train me? I want to be strong." Sky looked at Li Wei seriously and said sincerely. The events of the past 2 days have touched her a lot. Although Li Wei didn't blame her, Sky knew that it was because she was too weak that she was tied up and left. Sky is very upset. She does not want to be a burden to Li Wei. She hopes to help Li Wei. For this reason, Sky rarely had the idea of exercising, so he woke up so early. It can be said that because of the existence of Li Wei, Sky's thinking has completely changed. In this way, the possibility of her embarking on the original path has become even lower. "Do you want to have power?" "Yes." Li Wei was a little surprised, but still agreed. This is a good thing. Sky, who has always been only interested in hacking techniques, actually had the idea of training. Li Wei agreed. It's definitely, and Li Wei also knows that after Sky inspires super ability, the Vibe Girl will truly rise. But it doesn't hurt to exercise ahead of time now, it can more or less increase self-protection. Why don't you find a chance to make Sky awakening super ability? An idea came into Li Wei's mind. It might be interesting to get the Vibe Girl out in advance. Think about it, this is a good idea. In the past few days, Sky has gone through many things with Li Wei. Although the time between the two of them is not particularly long, Sky has almost secretly promised Li Wei and will not leave Li Wei at all. Sky's development path is completely different from the original. If the Vibe Girl can be born in advance, Li Wei can also have a powerful combat power next to him. This is also a good thing for Li Wei. It seems that this matter has to be recorded in the itinerary. Li Wei remembered this matter silently. In the next time, Li Wei began to teach Sky how to exercise himself. After a short while, Li Wei left the gym sweating profusely. This was not the indescribable things he and Sky were doing in the gym. But exercising by yourself and teaching others to exercise are two different concepts. So the teaching process took Li Wei a lot of time. Definitely, during the teaching process, Li Wei also received a lot of benefits. After all, sometimes, Li Wei needs to teach Sky some exercise moves. At this time, the two will have some close contact, which makes Li Wei a little bit painful and happy. It was not until the afternoon that Li Wei had some free time. "Anchor, how much is the origin of the world now?" "It's rare to be free," Li Wei immediately asked the Anchor Spirit, wanting to know the current progress. In the past 2 days, he did a lot of things, not only rescued Stark, changed the story of the birth of Iron Man, but also let Sky change his original thoughts. These changes in the plot should be able to provide him with a lot of world origin, right? The origin of the world. Feeling the feedback from the Anchor Spirit, Li Wei's eyes lit up. World origin, you can activate the anchor of the world once and carry out an invasion. Now that he has. Can he invade other worlds again? Thinking of this, Li Wei suddenly moved a little bit. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 17 Invade the pirate world again. Previous chapter list next chapter. The world origin of the consumption unit can increase the level of the world anchor. Is it possible to increase it? Discovering the origin of the accumulated world has reached. Li Wei naturally has the idea of invading other worlds again. After all, he got shock fruit the first time he invaded, and Li Wei's strength was also improved by huge amounts of. Naturally, Li Wei does not want to miss such an opportunity. But when Li Wei was about to open the world anchor again, the spirit of the anchor sent a message back to Li Wei. The world anchor can be upgraded. If the level of the world anchor is raised, wouldn't it be possible for me to enter other worlds the next time I invade? Li Wei's eyes lit up. The last time he invaded, because the world anchor level was too low, he could only attach his consciousness to the world anchor, and could not enter the pirate world with his body. If the level of the world anchor is improved, wouldn't he be able to enter other worlds on his own? Raise the level of the anchor of the world. Thinking of this, Li Wei agreed immediately. For a while, the anchor of the world in Li Wei's mind began to change. A faint white light envelopes the anchor of the world. This is the source of the world collected by Li Wei, and it is upgrading the anchor of the world. After a while, the white light slowly dissipated. The anchor of the world at the moment has become different. The anchor body with the original bronze texture turned into a silver texture, and the god pattern on the anchor body became more complicated, and it seemed to contain a certain peculiar Taoist rhyme. Host, Li Wei Stark. World anchor level, silver, upward arrow. Origin of the world. Recorded coordinates, One Piece world. Seeing the changes in the data, Li Wei nodded slightly. The level of the world anchor has been raised from bronze to silver, so that he can originally enter other worlds. This can be regarded as the biggest gain after level promotion. Definitely, after the level is increased, the world's origin cost of invading other worlds will also be reduced. But this reduction is for the world of the same level. For example, the pirate world belongs to the extraordinary world, before Li Wei needs to consume the world origin of the unit. Now invading a world with an extraordinary level, the consumption of the world's origin will be reduced. These are all invisible benefits, but these are trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Master, if you choose to enter the world that has been invaded, the consumption of the world's origin will be very low. After completing the level upgrade of the world anchor, Li Wei is ready to invade other worlds again. But for this invasion, Li Wei has two choices. One is to invade the known world, which is the pirate world. The second option is to open up a new unknown world. There are some differences between the two. Because Li Wei has the coordinates of the pirate world, if he invades the pirate world, the consumption of the world's origin will be reduced a lot. If it is to open up a new world, the consumption will be the same as before. Every time the world origin is consumed, an invasion can be provided. But this consumption is to activate the anchor of the world, and whether a new world can be found is still unknown. Because the void is so vast, boundless, full of unknown mists, overlapping dimensions. It is not easy to discover the plane hidden behind many dimensions in such an environment. Before, Li Wei discovered the pirate world all at once, which was already a miracle, so lucky that Li Wei himself did not expect it. So in this case, choosing to invade the known world is a better choice. If you invade the pirate world again, what will it cost? Li Wei thought, and asked the anchor spirit. Invade the recorded world, only need to consume the origin of the world. Hearing the feedback from the anchor spirit, Li Wei was surprised. Times of the gap, this is too big a difference. This also counts, invading the pirate world again, the consumption is almost negligible. In this way, it is a better choice to invade the pirate world again, and you can stay in the pirate world for more time. Li Wei murmured, closed his eyes and pondered, thinking about the gains and losses in it. According to the current situation, it would be best for him to invade the pirate world again. You know, staying in other worlds will also consume a certain amount of world origin. This is because Li Wei does not belong to the pirate world, and the world will of the pirate world will unconsciously reject Li Wei. Li Wei needs to continue to consume a certain amount of world origin before he can stay in that world. Definitely, this kind of consumption will not be very big. After all, the most important thing is the initial invasion stage, and the subsequent duration will not consume a lot, but there will be more or less. If the world has more origins, Li Wei can stay in that world for longer. Maybe you have to wait until the level of the world anchor is upgraded to a certain stage, beyond the world will to invade the world, and you can restrain the opponent. Li Wei can stay in the world without consuming the origin of the world. But for now, it is still necessary to consume a certain amount of world origin. It's decided, it's pirate world. Li Wei has made a decision. Visualizing the anchor of the world in his mind, a little fluorescent light appeared in the palm of Li Wei's right hand. The fluorescence condenses into an illusory anchor, and the chain at the end of the anchor is connected to Li Wei's palm. Tick. The space in front of Li Wei is like a calm mirror, with ripples. The illusory anchor enters the mirror-like void, and heads to the location of pirate world according to the previously recorded coordinates. Skillfully passing through the boundless void, the illusory anchor appeared beside a blue ball emitting a faint light. This is the pirate world. The illusory anchor is directly nailed to the light film of the azure blue ball, forcibly breaking the shield of the world, connecting the two worlds together. Li Wei's figure turned into a ray of light, and instantly disappeared on the ground. The data doesn't move anymore, please support me a lot. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 18 Joker Bucky being spotted. Previous chapter list next chapter. Pirate World. On the blue sea, a pirate flag with the Joker logo, dressed as a circus pirate ship, sails on the sea. This is the Bucky Pirates of Joker Bucky. On the pirate ship, many big men in prison uniforms gathered on the deck, huddling Joker Bucky. At the moment Joker Bucky is very proud. Some time ago, he not only successfully escaped from Advance City, but also brought out a group of powerful subordinates, and even was appointed by the Navy headquarters as the King of Kaiwilhe. Bucky thinks he is about to reach the pinnacle of his life. Captain, there is news from the world government that Bundy Waldo, the world destroyer, has taken action against the Draco. The world government wants Kaiwilhe to dispatch, cooperate with the Navy, and capture the world destroyer Bundy Waldo. Mr. Galdino came to the deck and said to Bucky. Those who pushed the city to escape were not only Bucky and Straw Hat, but also some great pirates imprisoned in infinite hell. World destroyer Bundy Waldo is one of them. Bundy Waldo has been imprisoned for 30 years, and once he came out, he attacked the Tianlong Gren, ushering in the anger of the world government. Therefore, the world government wants Kaiwilhe and Navy headquarters to join forces to deal with Bundy Waldo. What? That world destroyer? Is dying? Bucky's face became very ugly, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. It was actually the world destroyer, that was the character that Captain Roger admired back then. If he meets that terrible guy, he will definitely be killed. Bucky wanted to abandon the name of Kaiwilhe, so he ran away. No, it's too dangerous. You must not mix with that thing. Boom. A roar came from the air. A dazzling light appeared above the Bucky pirates, like a little sun, covering up the other light. Everyone on the Bucky pirates group couldn't help closing their eyes. After the light slowly dissipated, the members of the Bucky pirate group slowly opened their eyes, raised their heads to the sky, and looked at the source of the change. They can see that there is an extra existence in the cloudless sky. That is an illusory anchor. The long chain connected at the tail of the anchor directly spreads into the void, which looks very strange. This is the anchor of the world invaded again. How does the scene look familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Bucky let out a sigh of emotion. He always thought this thing was a bit familiar. Bar. Bucky. That's the chain. The chain that appeared in the Navy headquarters. Mr. Galdino was sweating profusely and looked at the chains in the air with horror. Because of being so flustered, Mr. Galdino became stuttered. This is the chain that appeared in the headquarters of the Navy. He remembers it very clearly, because he was not far away before. Nanny. Lock, chain. Hearing Mr. S. words, Bucky panicked too. The previous incident at the Navy headquarters caused huge amounts of a sensation. An ability who is suspected of chain fruit, grabbed food from his mouth, and snatched Whitebeard's shock fruit from the hands of Blackbeard Titch and the Phoenix Marco. This is the biggest winner of the top war. An existence lurking in the dark, as everyone's face, took Whitebeard's shock fruit. This not only hit the pirate in the face, but also hit the Navy headquarters and even the world government in the face. Because of the war on the top, it was originally the world government who used it to build up its prestige. In the end, he was slapped in the face. How could the world government not be angry? After the war on the top, the Navy headquarters also issued a reward for the mysterious Lord of Chains. The bounty is directly set at 500 million Baileys. So when you see the chain again, Bucky and others will be so panicked. At the same time, a ray of light appeared on the chain, turning into a black figure. Li Wei successfully crossed and came to Pirate World. Affected by gravity, Li Wei fell down, but Li Wei relied on physical fitness to accurately land on the top of the mast of the pirate ship. The chain surrounds Li Wei, exuding a faint light, like a snake hovering, adding a mysterious atmosphere to Li Wei, making Li Wei look even more mysterious. Li Wei is condescending, looking down at the people below. This is Bucky Pirates. With a slight glance, Li Wei instantly confirmed Bucky's identity. Because Bucky's logo is so recognizable. You can't forget the big red nose. It's a young man. The Lord of the Chains has appeared. Is this going to kill us? Oops. The Bucky pirates below were very panicked. Especially the leader Bucky was scared, and the rest of the people were even more panicked. Li Wei ignored them, but checked the situation of the invasion. Host, Li Wei Stark. Invasion of the world, Pirate World. World class, extraordinary. Time point, after the top war ends. Time left : hours, a day and a half. After all, it won't be as rushed as last time. Li Wei is overjoyed. This time his world origin is enough to allow him to stay in the pirate world for a day and a half. In this way, no matter what he wants to do, there will be plenty of time. Think about it carefully. After upgrading the world anchor, his world origin is left with dot units. The world origin of a unit can stay for a day and a half. In other words, the world origin of the unit can stay for 1 day. Li Wei's eyes turned slightly, and he immediately understood his situation. But think about it carefully. All around is the sea, and the sailing boat is on the sea, and it is a positive situation that you can't meet other people for more than 10 days. Although he has plenty of time this time, he probably won't be able to go anywhere in a day and a half. In this way, even if he wants to plunder any resources, he can only plunder nearby. It seems that this time the goal can only be Bucky. Li Wei looked down slightly, towards Joker Bucky on the deck. It seemed that his goal this time could only be Joker Bucky. Thank you Yuyun Dragon Realm for your great reward, thank you for your support. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 19 News of the World Destroyer. Previous chapter list next chapter. Due to time constraints, Li Wei is destined to not be able to go too many places. So Bucky, who is closest to Li Wei, naturally became Li Wei's target. If you think about it, Bucky's ability is barely good. Split the fruit, you can split the body, immune to the attack of the blade. Developed to the limit, it may be able to split other objects, which is barely a good ability. It's definitely, with Shock Fruit's top-level attack on ability, Li Wei doesn't particularly care about the shattered ability. After all, even if it is divided to the extreme and has the ability to split surrounding objects, its attack power may not exceed Shock Fruit. As for the Iron Rod Yalrita on the Bucky ship and Mr. Galdino's ability, Li Wei is even more despised. One is Slippery Fruit, which can make your skin smooth. The other is Melting Fruit, which can melt into candles. These two fruits seem a bit strange to Li Wei, and they don't have much practicality. It can be said that Li Wei has made a decision and is ready to take action against Bucky. As for the law that Devil Fruit cannot eat the second one, this has no effect on Li Wei. Ordinary people can only eat one Devil Fruit, not the second one, otherwise they will explode and die, except for the freak of Blackbeard. But Li Wei is different, he is not plundering Devil Fruit, but the law in Devil Fruit. So this restriction has no effect on Li Wei. Long before, Li Wei had already asked the Anchor Spirit to understand the situation. Thinking about this, Li Wei did it in an instant. With a big wave of his hand, the chain surrounding Li Wei shot out instantly, rushing towards Bucky like a poisonous snake. Tear. In an instant, the chain of the Unreal Anchor bound Bucky and pulled it in front of Li Wei. With a single wave of Li Wei, Bucky will be strangled by the chain. Bucky's ability is only effective for sharp blades, he has no resistance to the chain's strangulation. Captain Bucky. The pirates on the deck panicked and shouted. Some figures picked up weapons and wanted to attack Li Wei to save Joker Bucky. However, in the face of Li Wei, they can't do anything. Boom. Li Wei clenched his palms into a fist and hit the bottom slightly. Click. The atmosphere shattered like a mirror instantly. A powerful shock erupted from Li Wei's fist and blasted towards the deck. The deck broke through a big hole in an instant, and the pirates on the deck were blasted into the sea one after another. One punch. With just a light punch, Li Wei defeated the members of the Bucky pirates. This is also the result of Li Wei's light wave. If Li Wei blasted out with all his strength, it is estimated that the entire pirate ship would be destroyed. But Li Wei also knows that if the pirate ship is destroyed, it will not do him any good. After all, in the next day and a half, he still wants to use this pirate ship to have a foothold in the sea, so he will not destroy the pirate ship. This ability is Old Man Whitebeard's Shock Fruit. You actually have the ability of Old Man Whitebeard. To die. To die. I knew I had promised the world government to deal with the world destroyers. Bucky panicked completely, almost crying. He regrets it very much. If he had promised just now, he had promised the convening order of the world government, maybe he would not have encountered this kind of thing. It can be said that in Bucky's heart, Li Wei is much more terrifying than the world destroyer. After all, Li Wei is too mysterious, and he also owns Whitebeard's Shock Fruit ability. On the other hand, the world destroyer is old and has been arrested by the Navy headquarters. Although he appears on the sea again, he is already old. In contrast, Bucky thinks Li Wei is even more terrifying. It can be said that Bucky is a little desperate. But at this moment, Li Wei's action stopped. You're talking about Bondi Waldo. Li Wei spoke suddenly, looked at Bucky and said. I'm talking about Bondi Waldo, the world destroyer. Bucky was a little at a loss. I don't know why Li Wei stopped suddenly, but this is definitely a good thing for Bucky, so Bucky obediently answered Li Wei's question. Interesting, Joker Bucky, I'll give you a chance. If you can find Bondi Waldo, I can't kill you. Turning his eyes slightly, Li Wei seemed to have made a decision, and slowly said a word. After Bucky nodded frantically, Li Wei waved his hand slightly and released the chain. Bucky fell directly onto the deck. Li Wei changed his mind. He focused on another person, and that was World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. Bondi Waldo's ability is Momo Fruit. Momo fruit can increase the file size and speed of the objects it touches by hundreds of times, and it can also double the user's own speed and strength. To put it bluntly, this is an increased ability. This is the ability Li Wei wants. You know, his shock fruit is already powerful enough in attack. So Bucky's ability is not particularly useful for Li Wei. But with Momo fruit, it's different. Li Wei can directly magnify his own power by dozens of times, or even release it 100 times. If we say that Li Wei's power can destroy a factory. Once Momo's fruit is obtained, Li Wei's power may affect a city. This is the most suitable ability for Li Wei. For this reason, Li Wei changed his mind after hearing Bucky mention Bundyvardo, the world destroyer. It's definitely, Li Wei is not sure, he will definitely find the world destroyer. After all, he only has 1.5 days. But Li Wei didn't worry, if he couldn't find it, then he would take Bucky's torn fruit away, which is not a small gain. It can be said that Li Wei will not go home empty-handed anyway. After all, the premise that he promised to let Bucky go was that Bucky found the world destroyer. If you can't find it, no wonder he... My lord, please rest assured, I will definitely find Bundy-Waldo for my lord. Bucky was overjoyed and hurriedly said to Li Wei, saying that he would definitely find world destroyer Bundy-Waldo. 019 versus Bundy-Waldo. Previous chapter list next chapter. In order to save his life, Bucky has become more diligent. After rescuing the crew from the sea, Joker Bucky immediately let the crew set off and headed toward the Navy headquarters without stopping. Because at the moment the world destroyer Bundy-Waldo is near the Navy headquarters. After escaping from Propulsion City, Bundy-Waldo always wanted to retaliate against the Navy headquarters and attack the Navy headquarters and the holy place Mariajo, so he wandered around the Navy headquarters. In more than a day, in front of the Bucky pirate group, an island-sized pirate ship appeared. On the pirate ship, a pirate flag with a green beard logo is inserted at the top of the island pirate ship. This is the pirate ship of the world destroyer Bundy-Waldo, the Cooler Sayadai. Found it, Lord Li Wei, that island ship is Bundy-Waldo's pirate ship. Bundy-Waldo is on it. Bucky wiped his sweat and said respectfully to Li Wei. During this half-day, Bucky always felt that Li Wei's gaze was getting more and more dangerous. In fact, Li Wei is ready to do something with Bucky. Because Bucky has never found Bundy-Waldo. You know, Li Wei has been in Pirate World for more than a day, and the remaining time is less than half a day. He doesn't have much time to waste. If Bundy-Waldo is no longer found, Li Wei really intends to do it. Fortunately, they finally found Bundy-Waldo. Very good, you guys did a good job. Li Wei nodded slightly, reached out, and patted Bucky on the shoulder. Although there is less than half a day left, it is enough. Thinking about this, Li Wei waved his hand. The unreal chain moved instantly, holding Li Wei's body, rushing towards Bundy-Waldo's pirate ship. Finally, this devil was sent away. Seeing Li Wei leaving, Bucky collapsed on the deck and heaved a sigh of relief. He almost thought he was going to die. Captain, shall we fish in troubled waters and kill Bundy-Waldo and the Lord of Chains in the chaos? One hand came down to Bucky and offered advice to Bucky. Kill you dead man, get out of here. Bucky slapped him directly. The current Bucky just wants to leave here as soon as possible, far away from Li Wei. Li Wei naturally doesn't know what's going on behind Bucky. At the moment Li Wei has arrived on Bundy-Waldo's pirate ship. At the moment's ship, there are several figures fighting. A man with a straw hat, a woman with beautiful long hair, is fighting Bundy-Waldo. This is the Straw Hat Boy and the Empress Hancock, against which Bundy-Waldo, the destroyer of the world. In order to destroy the alliance between the Navy headquarters and Kaiwahei, Bundy-Waldo originally planned to take down the Empress Hancock. But because Hancock was not found, Bundy-Waldo captured Hancock's two younger sisters. At the moment, the Straw Hat Boy and the Empress Hancock came to rescue her two sisters. The trash fish from there, this is not where you should be. Bondi Waldo glanced at Li Wei, grabbed a gravel, and threw it at Li Wei. Momo tenfold shot. In an instant, the bullet became bigger in an instant. The body size has been increased by 10 times, and the small bullet instantly turned into a small meteorite, hitting Li Wei directly. Should I come, it's not you who have the final say. Li Wei snorted, clenched his palms into a fist, and hammered directly at the meteorite. Click. The atmosphere is broken like a mirror, cracks appear. A powerful shock erupted from Li Wei's fist. The meteorite that hit Li Wei was instantly shattered and turned into pieces. Even more. This terrifying shock did not abate at all, and rushed directly to Bondi Waldo. This attack is Newgate's shock fruit. At this moment, Bondi Waldo's face finally changed, and he quickly took out a shield. Momo 100 times shield. The shield in Bondi Waldo's hand instantly turned into a huge shield, as thick as a mountain. Boom! The shock of horror collided with the huge shield of change, and a strong collision broke out. The gale generated by the collision directly tore the ground and raged around. It took a long time to slowly return to calm. At this time, Bondi Waldo's pirate ship had been split in half. In one blow, Bondi Waldo's island ship was destroyed directly. However, Bondi Waldo's attention was not on the pirate ship at all, but stared at Li Wei closely. Boy, who are you? Why can you have Newgate's shock fruit? Tell me or I will kill you. Bondi Waldo yelled and questioned Li Wei. Why does Whitebeard's shock fruit ability appear on Li Wei? This is impossible. Why should I tell you? Li Wei smiled indifferently, not caring about Bondi Waldo's threat, and even made provocative moves. Damn kid. Die to me. Bondi Waldo became angry, covered his hands with armament haki, and rushed directly to Li Wei, wanting to take Li Wei. If you want to kill me, it depends on your strength. Li Wei didn't have the slightest fear, clenched his palms into a fist, mobilized shock fruit's power, covered a circular gas mask on his hand, and blasted directly at Bondi Waldo. He has always wanted to know what stage his strength has moved after he got shock fruit. But before that, Li Wei had never encountered someone who could let him use his full strength. Now, it is time for him to give full play, and Bondi Waldo will be his best test stone. All of a sudden, shock fruit's power madly burst out of Li Wei's hands, and slammed towards Bondi Waldo. A terrifying shock broke out. For a time, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 20 Capture the Momo Fruit. Previous chapter list next chapter. When shock fruit's ability completely broke out, how terrifying the power it produced, Li Wei finally knew. A terrifying shock burst out on Li Wei's fist, unscrupulously venting to the surroundings. All the surrounding items were torn apart in this terrifying shock. The entire island pirate ship was directly shattered and turned into pieces. The surrounding sea shook, the sea surging violently, turned into a tsunami, and drove towards the island pirate ship. As for Bondi Waldo, he was fully prepared long ago. Armament haki covered the whole body, making Bondi Waldo covered with a layer of black, like an ink man. What's more, Bondi Waldo still holds a shield that has been multiplied. But none of this is of any use. The horrible impact instantly tore Bondi Waldo's 100-fold shield, and bombarded Bondi Waldo. Bondi Waldo spouted a mouthful of blood instantly, and his whole body slammed into a huge fort. This huge amount of fort was prepared by Bondi Waldo for the Navy headquarters and the holy place, Marijoya. With Bondi Waldo's Momo fruit ability, an island can be destroyed in an instant. But under Li Wei's eruption, Bondi Waldo's body directly smashed through the huge fort, smashing through layers of ground, and finally stopped. At the moment, there is only a human-shaped pit that is not deep enough to be left on the ground. In full burst, Li Wei directly defeated Bundy Waldo. This is also inevitable. Although Bundy Waldo seems to be only 40 or 50 years old, he is already 70 years old. Many years of freezing have made Bundy Waldo's body cells age, and he can't exert its original power at all. In the original book, even a Straw Hat Boy who has not fully learned armament haki and only knows third gear can defeat Bundy Waldo. What's more, Li Wei who broke out with all his strength. It can be said that the defeat of Bundy Waldo is inevitable. Go! Li Wei waved, driving the unreal anchor. The unreal anchor instantly penetrates the hull and directly penetrates into Bundy Waldo's body. When the unreal anchor appeared again, 2 light groups were hooked on the anchor's hook. One of the light groups, when leaving Bundy Waldo's body, instantly turned into a strange fruit with mysterious lines. Momo fruit is finally here. Li Wei was overjoyed, he was sure this was Momo fruit. As for the other light group, Li Wei has no time to pay attention to it for the time being. Visualize the anchor of the world and check his remaining time. Back to countdown : Although this battle took Li Wei a lot of time, the result was still very good, and there were still a few minutes left. However, Li Wei did not continue to stay here, he directly called out the anchor of the world, and let the anchor of the world take him away. A burst of light appeared, enveloping Li Wei's body, and instantly disappeared in front of everyone. But one thing is certain. Even if Li Wei leaves the pirate world, his influence in the pirate world will be greater and greater. What's more, the legend of Li Wei gradually appeared in pirate world. However, Li Wei is not clear about these matters. Because Li Wei at the moment has left the pirate world and returned to the Marvel world. Marvel World. New York, Manhattan. In the villa, a burst of light appeared, and Li Wei's figure appeared in the villa. Li Wei successfully returned to the Marvel world. Although I have invaded another world once before, I still feel incredible when I experience it again. Li Wei opened his eyes, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The last time he invaded, he only briefly entered the pirate world, and there was almost no conflict, and he left directly after plundering Shockfruit. After all, the last time he invaded, Li Wei's world was inadequate, only 1 minute. This time, Li Wei spent a full day and a half in pirate world. During this day and a half, Li Wei felt the magic of the blue sea. That kind of boundless sense of freedom makes Li Wei very fond of it. It's definitely, and what makes Li Wei most memorable is the battle with Bundy Waldo. This is a battle that Li Wei has broken out with all his strength in history, and Li Wei feels hearty. It's a little sore, it's a burst of transition. At the moment, Li Wei's arm trembled slightly, and it seemed a little red and swollen. This is a sequelae of a full outbreak. After all, Li Wei currently has no way to fully control Shockfruit for the time being. His physical fitness is temporarily unable to keep up with Shockfruit's power. So after the full burst, some sequelae were left behind. This is the reason why there are still a few minutes left of the invasion, but Li Wei immediately returned to the Marvel world. It seems that it takes a day or two of rest for the arm to return to normal. It seems that we need to find a therapeutic ability in the future to avoid any sequelae. Li Wei murmured, as if thinking of the hidden wounds on Whitebeard's body. But this matter is not difficult to solve, he has the ability to invade other worlds, and there must be some healing ability in the heavens and worlds. When the time comes, he will plunder a healing ability, and there will be no worries. Thinking about this, Li Wei summons the anchor of the world, wanting to see what he has gained this time. Following Li Wei's call, the anchor of the world appeared in front of Li Wei. On the anchor of the world, 2 objects are hooked. One is devil fruit with mysterious texture, and the other is a pale white light group. It takes up a lot of time for you all. It has been 3 days since the book was opened. A total of 40,000 words are updated. At least 5 changes a day, 1 to 2,000 words, The author is full of sincerity, but the author found a problem. The data growth of a book requires a certain amount of time to accumulate. If the update is too fast and the various data cannot keep up, there will be some problems when it comes to the shelves. This book has such a problem now, and the data growth is somewhat slow. The author is a bit troubled by the bacteria. In this way, the author may need to slow down the update speed. I think you don't want to wait for the update slowly, or we will discuss it. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 21A Windfall, High-Level Armament Hacking. Previous chapter list next chapter. Two objects are hooked on the anchor of the world. One is devil fruit with mysterious lines. The other is a pale white light group. This is Momo fruit, then what is this light group? Li Wei looked at the pale white light cluster on the anchor of the world suspiciously. Needless to say, devil fruit is definitely Momo fruit. Except for this pale white light group, Li Wei is a little unclear, not sure what it is. If you don't know, try it and you'll know. Thinking about this, Li Wei directly picked up the pale white light ball and pressed it on his forehead. In an instant, an inexplicable sentiment exploded in Li Wei's mind. Numerous experiences appeared in Li Wei's mind, making Li Wei madly absorbed. It took a while before Li Wei opened his eyes. There is a hint of joy in Li Wei's eyes. High-level armament hacky, it's actually this thing. Li Wei murmured joyfully, telling the secret of the pale white light group. This pale white light group is the armament hacky that Bondi Vardo has cultivated over the years. To be honest, this harvest made Li Wei a little unexpected. He didn't expect that the anchor of the world could loot devil fruit, and even skills. Armament hacky is one of Conqueror's hacky. It can enhance its own defense and offensive power, and it can capture the natural flowing body. Get high-level armament hacky, Li Wei's attack and defense ability will greatly increase. To be honest, Li Wei doesn't care much about armament hacky's attack bonus. With shock fruit and Momo fruit, his attacking power will be very powerful. But Li Wei is not without weaknesses. His defensive ability is not particularly strong, it can even be said to be weak. But with armament hacky, Li Wei's defense ability will be greatly enhanced. Armed. Li Wei stretched out his left hand and mobilized armament hacky, so that his left arm was covered with a layer of black energy. The next moment, Li Wei picked up a long knife in his right hand, swiped it down instantly, and slashed towards his left hand. Kang. Click. A metal collision sounded, accompanied by a cracking sound. The long knife broke in half and fell to the ground. Li Wei dissipated the armament hacky on his left hand, his left arm was intact, without any scars. High-level armament hacky, sure enough. Li Wei nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction with the power of high-level armament hacky. In this way, not to mention ordinary firearms, even if they are more dangerous weapons, they will no longer be useful to Li Wei. The defensive shortcomings were made up, and Li Wei was naturally very pleased. The rest is Momo fruit. Li Wei put down the armament hacky incident and looked at devil fruit in his hand. This is Bondi Vardo's Momo fruit. Without any hesitation, Li Wei ate the Momo fruit instantly. As soon as the Momo fruit entered, it instantly turned into a warm current, entered Li Wei's body, and then spread everywhere. Fragrant lips and teeth. Li Wei closed his eyes slightly, silently feeling the ability of Momo fruit. Momo double speed. In an instant, Li Wei's figure disappeared on the ground in an instant. In the next moment, Li Wei has already arrived in the hall. The second meter is Li Wei's original limit, which is the result of years of exercise. But with Momo fruit's ability bonus, Li Wei instantly reached 4 meters per second, and in a blink of an eye he crossed a distance of 4 meters. At this speed, even most heroes are far behind Li Wei. Except for the special situation of Quicksilver, where super ability is super fast, it is estimated that Li Wei's speed is already the fastest. Most importantly, this is just the beginning. You must know that Li Wei's physical fitness is far from reaching the peak. When Li Wei robs the ability related to physical fitness, his physical fitness will be even more terrifying. It can be said that Li Wei is constantly getting stronger, and there is still a long way to go from the limit of Li Wei. On the other hand, this is only the case of double speed. Li Wei can continue to double, even double. As for the blessing of more than double, Li Wei is not clear, because Bondi Waldo did not use the bonus of more than double. However, Bondi Vardo may be due to his aging body and his physical fitness cannot withstand such a bonus. In theory, it is still possible to break through the double bonus. This is the most terrifying part of Momo Fruit. Constantly stacking up. Constantly bonus. That increased power is the most terrifying. This time choosing to plunder Bondi Waldo's ability is really the right thing to do. Li Wei is more satisfied with Momakyo's ability. For his choice this time, Li Wei feels very right. Such a heaven-defying ability is far more powerful than Bucky's split fruit. After that, Li Wei continued to practice Momo Fruit ability. Double the object, double the speed, etc. Li Wei has practiced it all. It's definitely, Li Wei hasn't practiced for too long. After all, his arm still has some injuries. That is the sequelae of Shock Fruit's overuse of his head. He needs to rest for a day or two. For the next 2 days, Li Wei stayed in the villa and did not go out to run around. On the one hand, Li Wei helped Sky exercise. On the other hand, Li Wei is also paying attention to the situation on Stark Industries. After knowing that there was an inner ghost, Stark used Thunder means to quickly dispose of Obadiah Steiny. In the end, it seems that Obadiah Steiny was sent to prison and sentenced to 30 years in prison. At the age of Obadiah Steiny, 30 years later, it is estimated that he has become a pile of dead bones. Li Wei didn't intervene in this matter, just paid a little attention. However, because Stark's handling is different from the original, this has allowed Li Wei to earn a wave of world origins, which made Li Wei a little happy. 2 days later, the redness and swelling of Li Wei's arm disappeared and his arm returned to normal. It can be said that everything went smoothly and proceeded according to Li Wei's expectations. Just today, a person came to visit. He said that his name is Phil Carlson, from the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 22 Meet Nick Fury for the first time, a deal. Previous chapter list next chapter. Hello, Mr. Li Wei, my name is Phil Carlson, from the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support. Wearing a suit and slightly bald, Phil Carlson showed his ID to Li Wei and indicated his identity to Li Wei. This morning, Phil Carlson came to the door of Li Wei's villa and rang the doorbell. I know you, does S.H.I.E.L.D. have anything to do with me? Li Wei said calmly. Although he has made several shots before, he is not at all worried that S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to take shots against him. Because of his special status, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to shoot him, he must think twice. On the other hand, Li Wei's strength is not weak, even S.H.I.E.L.D. can't help Li Wei. Li Wei was very curious about the purpose of Phil Carlson's coming, so he put Phil Carlson in. I want to ask Mr. Li Wei something. I wonder if you have heard of the collapse of the abandoned factory. According to our investigation, Mr. Li Wei seems to have appeared there. I wonder if you have anything to do with that incident, Mr. Li Wei. Phil Carlson looked at Li Wei seriously. In the past few days, they followed the vine and finally investigated Li Wei's body. Do you still have to ask? You can find it here, or you have already assumed that I did this thing. Li Wei said calmly, without any denial. To be honest, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ability, it is normal to be able to investigate Li Wei, and Li Wei is not surprised at all. But it took them 3 or 4 days to find Li Wei here, which surprised Li Wei a little. Sure enough, Mr. Li Wei is a mutant. I wonder if you have any grudges with those people? Do you know their identities and origins? Why do they want to attack you? Phil Coulson asked Li Wei again. He didn't seem to pursue Li Wei's thoughts. Instead, he was a little anxious and seemed to want to understand the other party's affairs. This is a very strange thing that surprised Li Wei a little. With S.H.I.E.L.D's ability, it's not easy to find out the identity of the other party. How can you ask him the other way around? Is it possible that the group of people in black has nothing to do with SHIELD? Wait, it's related to SHIELD. Li Wei's inspiration flashed, and an idea came to mind. So, I finally understand. The corner of Li Wei's mouth is slightly tilted, and he is already clear in his heart. Phil Coulson's attitude is so abnormal, that means that the identities of the people in black are very special, even related to SHIELD. Moreover, those people in black are definitely not the people on Phil Coulson's side, otherwise Phil Coulson would not specifically visit the door, but let the S.H.I.E.L.D agent come to the door. Phil Coulson is from Nick Fury, not from their department of SHIELD. In this way, there is only one possibility. Hydra. Hydra dormant in S.H.I.E.L.D. From Phil Coulson's words, Li Wei suddenly guessed the truth. Thinking of the man in black who had fought him before, he actually came from Hydra. No wonder he kept hiding. An icy light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. This group of damn rats actually hit his people with their ideas, so don't blame him for being rude. Li Wei already has a decision in his mind. Mr. Li Wei. Phil Coulson's roar call brought Li Wei's thinking back. I probably understand what you want to know, and I guess the identity of that group. Let's put it this way, the identity of that group is related to your national strategic defense attack, a big secret in your bureau. But, your name is really hard to pronounce. If you don't change your name quickly, S.H.I.E.L.D will be pretty good. Slightly complaining, Li Wei talked about business. Phil Coulson, you can't do this, tell Nick Fury, I want to make a deal with him. Trust me, Nick Fury will not refuse, because this transaction is related to the life and death of your S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Wei said lightly. There was an idea in his mind. He was going to make a deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. I'll contact the director. Phil Coulson was a little shaken, because Li Wei was too confident. After a little hesitation, Phil Coulson made a decision, immediately contacted Nick Fury, and told Nick Fury all the things here, without any omission. I know, tell Li Wei, I will pass now. Nick Fury's voice came through the phone. After Phil Coulson reported this to Nick Fury made a decision instantly. What's more, in order to prevent eavesdropping, Nick Fury also specially came to Li Wei's side. In this way, Nick Fury should also have some doubts. After a while, a bald marinated egg with a one-eye mask appeared in Li Wei's villa. This is Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. We met for the first time, Mr. Li Wei, we are very destined. Your uncle Howard Stark has a deep relationship with our National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. We are considered to be a family. As soon as Nick Fury arrived, he got close to Li Wei and seemed to want to get closer between them. Because Nick Fury knew that if his guess was true, maybe they would need Li Wei's help. The set is almost unnecessary. Let's go directly to the subject. I will make a deal with you. I can tell you a big secret about your S.H.I.E.L.D, but on the other hand, I want a special item in your treasury. Li Wei opened the door straight to the point and said directly to Nick Fury. May I ask first, what is the special item you are talking about? Nick Fury frowned slightly, and did not directly agree, but wanted to see what the special item Li Wei said was. I want an obelisk. Li Wei looked at Nick Fury and said his condition seriously. Chapter 23. The deal is concluded. Nick Fury's worries. Previous chapter list. Next chapter. Obelisk. This is what Li Wei wants. But this one thing, Li Wei did not want for himself, but for Sky. Because the obelisk is a treasure of the alien race. The super ability of the Inhumans is similar to the mutant, but the two are essentially different. The awakening conditions of the Inhumans are also very different from the mutant. As long as mutant is strongly stimulated, or encounters any special accident, there is a certain chance of awakening super ability, but Inhuman race is not like that. Since the Inhumans are the products of Kree experiments, they awakening super ability and need a special thing called Terrigen's Mist. There are some Terrigen crystal pillars sealed in the obelisk. If the obelisk can be obtained, Li Wei can use the Terrigen crystal column inside to help Sky complete the awakening of super ability. According to Li Wei's memory, he remembered that there was an obelisk in the treasure house of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's definitely S.H.I.E.L.D. People naturally don't know what it is. They only knew that ordinary people would be petrified and turned into a piece of charcoal when they touched the obelisk. Therefore, the obelisk was regarded as a dangerous item by S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was completely sealed. For this reason, if Hydra's intelligence can be exchanged for the obelisk, this is a good deal for Li Wei. On the other hand, Hydra is also a malignant tumor for Li Wei. Maybe, Hydra is now in the dark, staring at him closely, wanting to attack him at any time. Li Wei himself doesn't care, because he has enough power. But Hydra is a group of lunatics. If they find that they can't deal with Li Wei, they turn to the people around Li Wei. This is not what Li Wei wants to see. Finally, if the plot of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. changes, it can also bring some world origins to Li Wei. The origin of the world, Li Wei, no matter what time, will not be too much. It can be said that this is a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. That's why Li Wei wanted to do this business with Nick Fury. Obelisk? What is this? I don't know it well. Nick Fury is a little confused, not very clear what the obelisk is. A metal prism, one-pointed, ordinary people will be petrified if they touch it. Li Wei briefly described the shape and petrochemical characteristics of the obelisk below, and Nick Fury suddenly realized. It turns out you were talking about that dangerous item, Mr. Li Wei. That's a very dangerous thing. Nick Fury frowned, slightly hesitation. Because he knows how dangerous the obelisk is, at least the scientists who have been in contact with the obelisk before have been petrified without exception and have not recovered. It can be said that the obelisk is an untimely bomb in Nick Fury's heart. If Li Wei wanted to do something bad with the obelisk, wouldn't it be bad? The reason why you think the obelisk is a dangerous item is that you don't understand the other side of the obelisk. What's more, if I really want to disrupt, do you think I need to use foreign objects? Li Wei smiled lightly. He didn't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. knew nothing about him. Especially with regard to the abandoned factory, maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. now has an investigation team specifically targeting him. Li Wei just sees through it and doesn't say it is broken. If he really wants to destroy, then why use any foreign objects? If Li Wei, who just got the Momo fruit, is really crazy, it is estimated that there will be a catastrophe in the entire Neo U. Nick Fury took a deep look at Li Wei and fell into thought. It took a long time for Nick Fury to let out a sigh of relief. Yes, just use the obelisk to trade. Nick Fury nodded, and agreed to this matter. Because this is the best choice he can do right now? Wise choice, happy cooperation. Li Wei smiled, very satisfied with the result. Nick Fury is a very decisive person. After making the decision, Nick Fury didn't drag his feet anymore, and directly gave Phil Coulson a permit document, asking Phil Coulson to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and take out the obelisk. Phil Coulson got the order and left quickly. Now can you tell me what you said? What is the big secret that has a bearing on our life and death? Nick Fury turned his head and looked at Li Wei. Hydra. Li Wei opened his mouth lightly and spit out 3 words. As soon as these 3 words came out, Nick Fury's face instantly changed. Nick Fury's face became very solemn, his pupils contracted, and he looked at Li Wei speechlessly. Sure enough, I knew it. After a long time, Nick Fury uttered a word. Obviously, he had been skeptical before, but he just couldn't believe it. He didn't expect his worries to come true. And those guys have been hiding for so many years, and they don't know to what extent they have managed, if they get into trouble. Nick Fury shuddered. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. will usher in a disaster. For this plan, he can only remove these malignant tumors before S.H.I.E.L.D. can be preserved. Do you know the list? Nick Fury asked eagerly. If there is a specific list, then this matter would be easier to handle. I know a few names. Li Wei said, but did not say the name. How could he say it without seeing the obelisk? Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 24 Obelisk is here. Previous chapter list next chapter. After waiting for a short time, Phil Coulson is finally here. This time, Phil Coulson also followed 2 figures. One is a very cold-looking man with a bow and arrow on his back and wearing agent costumes. Another woman with long wavy hair in a tight-fitting battle suit looks very beautiful. Without thinking about it, Li Wei has guessed the identity of the 2. If Li Wei didn't guess wrong, these 2 people should also be Nick Fury's capable players, the 2 high-level agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye Clinton Barton and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Let the 2 go out together to help Phil Coulson transport the obelisk together, which shows that Nick Fury values this incident. Things are here. Phil Coulson opened the box and revealed what was inside. A completely closed transparent glass container with a prismatic metal body placed inside. The metal pillars are carved with peculiar symbols, making it hard to understand. This is the obelisk. What is engraved on the obelisk is exactly the writing of the Kree. Because the inhuman race was originally the product of the Kree experiment, and the obelisk is also something left by the Kree, so it is so peculiar. Now you can tell me the name you know. Nick Fury spoke and looked at Li Wei. Definitely, I'm talking about it. Li Wei chuckled and told Nick Fury some of the names he knew. Including Acute Eyes, Crossbones, some of the more famous characters. When Li Wei talked about Alexander Pierce, Nick Fury's face changed completely, very shocked. You know, Alexander Pierce is one of Nick Fury's best comrades in arms, and even the previous director of SHIELD. He holds great power. What's more, when Nick Fury was elected as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., there were reasons recommended by Pierce. If he is also a member of Hydra, it will be a problem. Because if Pierce is Hydra, then during his management of S.H.I.E.L.D., many Hydra people will definitely be planted. Nick Fury's scalp is numb, he can imagine a picture. The entire building in S.H.I.E.L.D. is densely packed with Hydra members. No, this matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. will be destroyed in his hands. Thinking of this, Nick Fury couldn't sit still, and hurried away with Phil Coulson and Black Widow. It is foreseeable that in the next period of time, S.H.I.E.L.D. will usher in a major cleaning. But Li Wei is happy to see such a scene. Because when S.H.I.E.L.D. changes suddenly, it is when he harvests the origin of the world in large quantities. I have to say, because of the influence of Li Wei, many things in the Marvel world have begun to become unrecognizable. Not only has the Iron Man changed, but the Vibe Girl is no longer the same as before, and even S.H.I.E.L.D will usher in a big change in the future. But for Li Wei, these changes are good things. Only with constant change can he have the source of the constantly world. Friday, I told Tony and asked him to help me build a temporary laboratory. The laboratory needs a confined space with a shock-absorbing wall. Also, the location of the laboratory is best to be far away from the city, not among the crowds. Try to find a secret place. Li Wei solemnly put away the closed glass container storing the obelisk temporarily. The S.H.I.E.L.D thing is just a small thing, and then Li Wei is going to do a big thing. That is to help Sky Awakening super ability. The obelisk is already in hand, so now we are ready to help Sky Awakening super ability. But before that, Li Wei needs to build a temporary laboratory. After all, Li Wei only knows roughly the situation of the Inhumans, and has not really tried the awakening of the Inhumans, so he has taken some preparatory measures. 3 days later. Master, the laboratory has been constructed and fully meets your requirements. Stark's speed is still very fast. A special laboratory was completed in about 3 days. It's definitely, Stark is just conveying Li Wei's words, the person who is really responsible for building the laboratory is still the right-hand man, Xiao Xiao. Because of being kidnapped, Stark's thinking has changed a lot. After knocking down the Iron Overlord Obadi, Stark also gradually decentralized, devoting all his energy to the research of the steel battlesuit. It is Little Pepper, Stark's personal assistant, who is now in charge of Stark Industry. By the way, the current Little Pepper is no longer Stark's personal assistant, and has been officially promoted to become the CEO of Stark Industries, responsible for managing the file size affairs of Stark Industries. It is worth mentioning that since Stark came back, the relationship between Stark and Pepper seems to have made great progress. It's definitely, Li Wei heard all these things from Stark. In this regard, Li Wei did not say much. Really speaking, at the beginning, Stark wanted him to manage the Stark Industry, but Li Wei directly rejected it. He doesn't want to waste time on these things. Isn't it good to improve your own strength? Knowing what the future is like, how could Li Wei waste time on these trivial things? So, it was Little Pepper who took over in the end and was in charge of Stark Industry. A little bit off the topic, having said that, after the construction of the laboratory was completed, Li Wei took Sky directly to the laboratory, preparing for Sky Awakening to super ability. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 25 The Vibe Girl is Born. Previous chapter list next chapter. According to the set navigation, Li Wei drove the sports car and led Sky to a courtyard in the suburbs. This is the laboratory prepared by Little Pepper, just to hide the eyes and ears, and the exterior is decorated like a courtyard to avoid attracting outside attention. This is what Li Wei requested. Let's go in and take a look. Li Wei took Sky directly into the courtyard. Inside the room is another scene, precision instruments, various professional machinery, like a high-tech base. It seems to be over-prepared. Li Wei was full of black lines and looked at this laboratory. In Li Wei's plan, there is mainly one that can cushion the vibration, and a sealed space is enough. As a result, I did not expect that Xiao Jiao was so fully prepared. This is also inevitable. Little Chili didn't know what Li Wei was planning to do. When he heard that Li Wei wanted a laboratory, he thought that Li Wei was planning to do high-tech experiments. So she naturally prepared very well and tried her best to meet all the conditions of Li Wei. Fortunately, the equipment he requested is still ready. At the center of the entire laboratory, there is a 3-meter diameter file size, completely enclosed glass room. Are you ready? Sky. Li Wei turned his head, held Sky's hand, and said while looking at Sky seriously. He is not absolutely sure of this matter, he needs Sky to be mentally prepared. I'm ready, I must become stronger. Sky's hands trembled slightly, but his eyes were very firm. She didn't want to experience the things before, and she didn't want to feel the powerless feeling of despair again. So when Li Wei told her that there was a certain chance that awakening would exceed ability, Sky had already made a decision. Even if the odds are not high, she will try it again. Because she is unwilling to drag Li Wei's back legs, she wants to stand beside Li Wei and fight with Li Wei more than hiding behind Li Wei. Thinking of this, Sky did not hesitate to walk directly into the glass room, and closed the glass door with his backhand. Let's start then. Open that glass container, take out the obelisk, and press the palm on it. Following Li Wei's guidance, Sky opened the obelisk that was already prepared, and then pressed his palm on the obelisk. The words engraved on the obelisk showed a faint light, and the top of the obelisk cracked directly, turning into 4 petals and falling off. Click. The obelisk shattered, revealing an azure blue crystal inside, which was the Tarragon crystal pillar. At this moment of contact with the air, the crystal pillar of Tarragon shattered in an instant. A cloud of smoke-like gas floated out of the Tarragon crystal pillar in an instant. This is Tarragon's mist gas, a special gas that can make Inhumans awakening. The mist of Tarragon is only effective for Inhumans. The rest of the creatures will be petrified and cannot be restored when they come into contact with the mist of Tarragon, so Li Wei built this airtight glass room. Tarragon mist seemed to perceive the existence of Sky, an Inhuman tribe, and flocked to Sky. In an instant, Sky's body was surrounded by the mist of Tarragon, and the mist was gradually absorbed by Sky. A layer of grey charcoal appeared outside Sky, wrapping Sky's body. Sky's body gradually turned into a stone sculpture. Li Wei watched quietly outside without disturbing Sky. Time goes by a little bit. The stone sculptures that Sky had transformed began to change. Click. There were cracks in the stone skin covering Sky, and they fell to the ground one after another, revealing Sky's figure. Sky at the moment seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. The brighter the eyes, the more obvious the temperament, and it seems that he has become more confident. An invisible shock appeared around Sky. Vibe Girl is officially born. How do you feel? Do you feel your own super ability? Li Wei opened the glass door and asked Sky. Sky stared at his body suspiciously, then thoughtfully, punching the wall. A strong shock erupted from Sky in an instant. The glass room in front of Sky was instantly shattered, turned into pieces of glass, and was directly blown away. What's more, this strong shock rushed directly to the surrounding walls. With a bang, Sky's shockwave hit the wall and was absorbed by the shockproof device on the wall, which did not cause any impact. This is my power? Li Wei, my ability looks like yours. Sky was overjoyed, she felt powerful for the first time. She has a hunch that she can easily destroy a house now. But what makes Sky more happy is that her ability seems to be very similar to Li Wei's shock ability. This is what makes Sky most delighted. Unexpectedly, she and Li Wei are so close to each other, and even ability is so similar. Is it possible that the two of them are destined to be together by nature? When he thought of this, Sky's cheeks were slightly red, and he glanced at Li Wei quietly. Successful awakening is good, and then you only need to exercise well to control this kind of power. Li Wei said with a smile, and did not notice Sky's small movements. Li Wei's mood is also very good, because Sky successfully awakening. In this way, there is a seed with great potential beside him. As long as Sky grows up, there will be a master beside him. This will be of great help to Li Wei, so Li Wei is also very happy. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 26 Encounter Hulk. Previous chapter list next chapter. Successfully awakening Sasser ability, Sky was very pleased. So for the next half day, Sky stayed in the laboratory, practicing his ability. In the past few days, Li Wei has nothing important, so I will accompany Sky here in the laboratory. On the other hand, Li Wei is also observing Sky's ability. Sky's ability is Shockwave, and his ability is Shockfruit. There is a high degree of similarity between the two. So Li Wei wants to see Sky and his ability. Is there any difference? For this reason, Li Wei has been watching around. However, from Sky's point of view, Li Wei is paying attention to her, which makes Sky very happy, and super ability is even more enjoyable. It wasn't until Sky exhausted his energy that he stopped. At this time, the entire laboratory was almost destroyed. After all, the laboratory could not withstand a long period of destruction. However, Li Wei is wealthy and does not care about this small loss. Li Wei, my arm hurts a bit. Sky looked at Li Wei a little uncomfortably. At the moment Sky's arm was slightly trembling, and also a little red and swollen. It should be that super ability has been overused. In the next few days, you should not use super ability for the time being. And wait until the arm recovers. Even if you want to practice ability afterwards, you have to exercise restraint, just practice in a small amount. Li Wei frowned, thought for a while, and then said to Sky. He could see that Sky's situation was a bit similar to his previous situation, both of which were overuse of ability. Because of long-term exercise, Li Wei's physical fitness has already reached the limit of the human body, so his physical fitness is much stronger than Sky, so it is much stronger than Sky in use. On the contrary, Sky only practiced for a short period of time, and he was a little overused, which shows how weak Sky's physique is. Think about it carefully. The original book Lisky also has this problem, but her problem is more reflected in the bones. In the original book, Sky, who used Sasser ability for a long time, suffered a lot of damage to his bones and needed medication to maintain it. It seems that he will also need to find a way to solve Sky's physical problems in the future, and the best way is to plunder treasures from other worlds. However, at present, the things brought out by the anchor of the world can only be used by Li Wei himself, and cannot be given to others. Unless the anchor of the world is upgraded to a certain stage, the items brought out may be used by others. It can be said that there is no way to solve this problem in a short period of time, so Sky can only pay more attention to it and try not to overuse it. The road is very long. Li Wei murmured in his heart, letting go of this matter for the time being. Well, today's training is over here, let's go back first. Li Wei said to Sky that it was late and it was almost time to go back. Thinking about this, Li Wei took Sky and left the laboratory directly. The black sports car is speeding on the road, heading in the direction of Manhattan. Rumble. At this moment, there was a shock from a street not far away. Amidst the loud rumbling noise, there was also a faint roar. This sound, is it possible that Niu Yu is here, and there is still a fierce beast? Li Wei frowned slightly and looked at the street where the sound came from. What he cares about is not the loud noise, what Li Wei pays attention to is the roar behind. The horse roar is not something that humans can make. It seems that some terrible prehistoric beast is making its roar. Niu Yu is a prosperous metropolis with a very dense population. How could there be any beasts in such a place? But this roar sounds very real. So Li Wei was a little confused, and even had the urge to check it out. But thinking that there is a Sky next to him, so Li Wei let go of this idea for the time being. Boom! A green behemoth suddenly crashed into the wall and rushed directly onto the road. Well, Li Wei doesn't need to go to the street to see it, because the other party is already on the road. On the road in front of Li Wei, the behemoth fell directly, smashing the road into a huge hole. Only then did Li Wei see the other person's looks clearly. He has a hideous appearance, explosive muscles, a burly body over 2 meters, and only a pair of wide shorts. The most important point is that the skin on the opponent's body is green. Green-skinned monster. Hulk. Hulk. In an instant, Li Wei immediately understood the identity of the other party. I actually met Hulk here, which is really unexpected. Li Wei murmured, his eyes turned slightly, and there were some thoughts in his mind. In the Marvel world, the Hulk is also a very special existence. If the plot of Hulk can be changed, it will definitely provide Li Wei with a lot of world origin. Thinking of this, Li Wei didn't want to leave. Sky, you come to drive, you detour back first, don't stay here. Li Wei didn't turn his head, and said to Sky beside him. He wanted to do something, but it didn't take long for Sky to awakening super ability, and now there are some ability overused, staying here is not a good choice. So Li Wei is going to let Sky go back first. I see. Sky was very well behaved and nodded without any refusal. She knew that staying here would only cause trouble to Li Wei, so Sky agreed directly. Thinking of this, Li Wei got off the car directly, and Sky drove Li Wei's sports car directly and left here directly by detour. After Sky left, Li Wei turned around and looked at Hulk seriously. Next, it's time for him to make a move. Thank you 3 rats for the big reward, thank you very much. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 27, a replica of the World Destroyer. Previous chapter list next chapter. When Li Wei asked Sky to leave, an armed squad rushed out of the street with a submachine gun in his hand and shot Hulk frantically. The tongue of fire flickered, and countless bullets hit Hulk. However, such suppression of firepower will not leave any scars on Hulk, it will only anger Hulk. Hulk directly pulled up a car next to it and smashed it directly at the armed squad. With a bang, the armed squad suddenly turned on their backs, and several of them were directly smashed. Hey, big guy, are you interested in playing with me? Li Wei spoke suddenly, holding a pistol in his hand. After obtaining the Momo fruit, Li Wei carried a pistol on his body because it was a very good boost. Hulk roared and ignored the little bug Li Wei at all. All his attention now is on the soldiers of the military. That's right, the armed squad is the military squad, and it just marches first, and there are more soldiers behind. The military is Hulk's formidable enemy, so Hulk doesn't care about Li Wei at all. Dr. Banner never taught you that when you talk to someone, should you look into the other person's eyes? Li Wei snorted and fired directly at Hulk. Momo times gun. The bullet came out of the chamber, instantly became bigger and turned into a huge bullet with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Momo fruit's addition to objects is not only the addition of volume and quality, but also the addition of speed. The volume of the bullet is magnified, and even the speed is magnified. In this way, the kinetic energy of the huge bullet that the bullet turns into becomes very terrifying. The huge bullet roared out, tearing air sounds, with a dazzling fire light. The huge bullet hit Hulk fiercely. Boom! Hulk didn't notice it, and was hit and flew by a huge bullet. Hulk's huge body directly hit the ground, blasting a crater on the ground, extending a distance of several tens of meters, and then it was able to stop. What happened? Hulk was knocked down. God, there are people who can fly Hulk. The members of the armed squad stayed like a wooden chicken, watching the scene very shockingly. They have fought against Hulk several times, knowing how terrifying the power of Hulk is. As a result, a young man could actually blow Hulk away. They dare not even think of such a thing. If Hulk is a monster, isn't it even more monster than a monster? Roar! Before they recovered, Hulk had stood up again. Hulk let out an angry roar and charged directly at Li Wei. This time, Hulk will no longer ignore Li Wei. On the contrary, Hulk is very solemn and very angry, and is about to crush Li Wei. That's right, let me see how Hulk is capable. Li Wei smiled indifferently, and rushed directly to Hulk without paying any attention. Momo double speed. In an instant, Li Wei's figure disappeared instantly, turning into an after-image. Li Wei's physical fitness can be regarded as a top-notch existence among human beings, which is related to his years of training. For this reason, when the speed is doubled, Li Wei's speed becomes very terrifying. At a speed of 4 meters per second, Li Wei comes to Hulk in an instant. Clenched the palm into a fist, wrapped around the fist, surrounded by a layer of black energy, and blasted directly at Hulk. Armed and hardened. Li Wei directly used the power of the high-level armament Haki, and with the help of the double-speed blessing brought by Momo Fruit, Li Wei's fist hit Hulk's stomach fiercely. Boom! Hulk's body was blown away directly. Smashed the trees on the side of the road, Hulk smashed to the ground fiercely. Every time Li Wei encounters a battle, it is impossible for Li Wei to solve it with Shock Fruit. After all, the power of Shock Fruit is too strong, not suitable for all battles. On the one hand, Shock Fruit broke out with all strength, and Li Wei's current physical fitness couldn't withstand that power. On the other hand, because of the power of Shock Fruit, it is too destructive to use, and sometimes it will cause unnecessary damage. For example, if Li Wei and Sky practice moves, if they keep using Shock Fruit's power, they might hurt Sky. This is not what Li Wei wants to see. So Li Wei is looking for another path. He wants to try to use Shock Fruit to see if he can use his powerful combat power. For this reason, in this battle, Li Wei did not use Shock Fruit's power, but only used high-level armament Haki and Momo Fruit. Facts have proved that even if Shock Fruit is not used, the power he bursts out is also very impressive. Armament Haki made Li Wei's fist harder. The speed blessing of Momo Fruit made Li Wei's explosive power very powerful. Although the destructive power is far inferior to Shock Fruit, it is still quite impressive in a single battle. Just like now, Li Wei used Armament Haki and Momo Fruit to directly hammer over Hulk. In fact, the current Li Wei is a pirated world destroyer, and his combat power will naturally not be so bad. You know, in the world of pirates, the world destroyer Bundy Waldo when he was young is also a very fearful existence of the world government. It can be said that even without Shock Fruit, Li Wei's strength is very strong, there is nothing to worry about. Roar! Hulk hates you. Hulk stood up again, let out an angry roar, and rushed towards Li Wei again. Hulk is angry, he wants to hammer Li Wei fiercely. Li Wei welcomes this very much, as long as Hulk has such strength. Thinking about this so far, a big battle is unfolding again. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 28 Hulk was overturned by a hammer. Previous chapter list next chapter. Rumble. On the road, there was a bang. Two peculiar figures are fighting frantically. One of them is burly, hideous, and has green skin, as terrifying as a monster. Another capable and strong face of an oriental with short black hair and a very handsome look. This is exactly the two of Hulk and Li Wei. Because of Hulk's fierceness and hugeness, Li Wei looks much weaker, harmless to humans and animals. But in fact, the pros and cons of the two in the battle are directly reversed. Li Wei used the power of Armament Haki and Momo Fruit to launch a frantic attack on Hulk. On the other hand, because of the bonus of Momo Fruit, Li Wei's speed is extremely fast, and Hulk can't touch Li Wei at all. So it led to a result. Li Wei attacked Hulk frantically, but Hulk couldn't touch Li Wei, so he could only defend hard. This kind of contrast made everyone around him stunned, completely stunned to stay in place. Especially the military's armed squad, standing still on the spot, completely speechless. Some soldiers didn't even notice that the weapons in their hands fell on the ground. My God, I must have hallucinations, how could someone beat Hulk violently? It's impossible. A white old man in military uniform was sitting on a helicopter, watching the battle on the ground. he was dumbfounded. This is General Ross. General Ross is considered Hulk's old enemy, and it is because of his research project that Dr. Banner became Hulk. For this reason, General Ross has always wanted to catch Hulk and study Hulk's body. This action was ordered by General Ross, and he wanted to take Hulk. But when he saw the scene before him, General Ross was dumbfounded. This is really the Hulk he knows. The gods block and kill the gods, and the Buddha blocks the destruction of the Buddha, Hulk. How can it look like a poor little cat? This is not a fake. For a while, General Ross hesitated a little, wondering if he should continue to let his soldiers do it. When General Ross hesitated, Li Wei did not relax, but frantically attacked Hulk. No, Hulk is very angry. Hulk let out an angry roar. Let me bear it if I get angry. Li Wei said loudly, clenching his palms into a fist, and a circular gas mask condensed on top of his fist. This battle has come to an end, and Li Wei is ready to end this battle. Boom! With a punch, the atmosphere shattered like a mirror. There was a loud bang, like a thunder that shook the sky, deafening. The shattered atmosphere instantly turned into a terrifying shock and blasted directly at Hulk. Hulk's huge body was directly blown into the air by Li Wei, slammed into a tall building, and then directly smashed the tall building into a big hole. Hulk was stunned directly, and slowly returned to Dr. Banner's appearance. In this battle, Li Wei won. Finally won. Li Wei murmured. Roar let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, Hulk's strength, or brute force, is very powerful. That horrible muscle gave Hulk a far-reaching constant strength, as well as that powerful resilience, making Hulk look like a real monster. If it's an average person, it's probably not enough, Hulk. Even if Li Wei uses armament Haki and Momokuo's ability, there is no way to completely defeat Hulk, at most it will cause some injuries to Hulk. In the end, it was because Li Wei's shock fruit was so powerful that he stunned Hulk and ended the battle. On the other hand, Hulk at the moment has just been born not long ago, has not fully grown up, and its strength is far behind the later level, so it is so easy to lose. Otherwise, this battle will take some time. However, Li Wei still beat Hulk to the ground. The winner of this battle is Li Wei. Thinking of this, Li Wei came to the dizzy Dr. Banner, ready to take Dr. Banner away. Stop, you can't take him away. Seeing that Li Wei was about to take Dr. Banner away, General Ross couldn't sit still. He ran off the helicopter, and crawled to Li Wei's side to prevent Li Wei from taking Dr. Banner away. You know, General Ross has long considered Hulk as something in his bag. How could it be possible to let Li Wei take Dr. Banner away like this? Are you going to stop me? Think about it. Li Wei turned his head back slightly, glanced at General Ross, and said a little lightly. Joke, he defeated Hulk, this guy is going to pick peaches, is there such a good thing in the world? General Ross's face stiffened slightly. He saw the battle just now very clearly. Although Li Wei looks like an ordinary person, Li Wei is stronger than Hulk. General Ross weighed himself, shivering slightly. His small body can't hold Li Wei's fist. But even so, he can't give in, because Hulk is so important to him. As for the soldiers under General Ross, they stayed far away and didn't dare to approach at all. Because they have witnessed the process of Li Wei hammering over Hulk, and knowing how powerful Li Wei is, they don't want to do the foolish thing of being a car with a man's arm. Only General Ross stood in front of Li Wei stubbornly and blocked Li Wei's path. Li Wei's eyes gradually became colder and more dangerous. Chapter 29 Please, kill me. Previous chapter list next chapter. Seeing General Ross knowing how good or bad he still wanted to obstruct his way, Li Wei looked at General Ross, getting colder and colder. To be honest, he doesn't care about the identity of General Ross. If he is anxious, maybe he will kill General Ross directly. It can be said that Li Wei already has a hands-on idea. Rumble. At this time, there was a tearing air sound from the sky. A red steel figure descended from the sky, with a handsome posture, landed between Li Wei and General Ross. Stark is here. Before, Stark went to the villa to find Li Wei, only to see Sky alone. After inquiring, Stark knew what was going on here, and knew that Li Wei was going to work with a big monster. Although ordinary people don't know about Hulk, they still know some things because of Stark's status. So Stark knows how dangerous and destructive Hulk is. Stark, who was worried about Li Wei's injury, hurriedly put on the Mark III and hurried over here. Li Wei, are you okay? That monster didn't hurt you. Stark quickly turned his head to see if Li Wei was injured by Hulk. However, after seeing the scene, Stark was a little stunned. The situation seems to be a little different from what he imagined. It doesn't look like Li Wei is like an injured person. On the contrary, the opponent's situation looks even more miserable. Tony, you came just right, that guy will leave it to you, we'll go back and talk. Li Wei chuckled and said, ignoring General Ross, and brought the dizzy Dr. Banner to Stark's side. Stark came just right. He didn't want to waste time with General Rose, so it would be better to hand General Rose to Stark. Thinking of this, Li Wei left directly with the dizzy Dr. Banner, leaving only Stark and General Ross, staying in place. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Stark was very puzzled, he didn't know what was going on now, this situation made him a little confused. You are Tony Stark? How did you come here? What is your relationship with that person? And what's the matter with your armor? General Ross seemed to recognize Stark, after all, their military had some contact with Stark. But General Ross at the moment has a lot of doubts. No. Don't take Dr. Banner away. It took a while before General Rose reacted and remembered about Dr. Banner. Unfortunately, at this time, Li Wei has already gone far, and even disappeared. Well, let's take care of this matter first, but my lawyer should be on the way. Please be a little careful when you speak. Stark said with a headache, he always felt that Li Wei caused him a lot of trouble. But this matter will be discussed later. Stark knows very well that all he has to do now is to level General Rose. In this regard, Stark expressed his confidence. As a businessman, he has great confidence in the art of speaking. It is foreseeable that there will be a battle of words next. It's a pity that these things have nothing to do with Li Wei. After intercepting a taxi, Li Wei took Dr. Banner directly back to Manhattan's residence. Li Wei, are you not injured? As soon as he saw Li Wei coming back, Sky quickly came to Li Wei and looked at Li Wei worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. To comfort Sky, Li Wei brought Dr. Banner to the hall. Dr. Banner was directly given a violent thud, and Dr. Banner suddenly came to his senses from the pain. Why am I here? What happened? Who are you? Dr. Banner was still a little confused, not knowing what happened. Dr. Banner, I can tell you everything you want to know. Li Wei sat on the sofa and said to Dr. Banner. Why Dr. Banner turned into Hulk? Li Wei naturally didn't know. All he knew was that Hulk suddenly rushed out and then had a fight with him. Li Wei didn't conceal any of these things, and said them one by one. The more I listened, the more shocked Dr. Banner was. He actually went violently again, and he was still on the street. It is estimated that it will cause a lot of commotion. But what makes Dr. Banner even more unexpected is the man in front of him actually defeated Hulk. Dr. Banner was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Only Dr. Banner himself knows best how terrifying the power of Hulk is. It can be said that ordinary people are generally very happy when they gain powerful strength. However, rather than the joy of getting powerful power, Dr. Banner is more afraid of Hulk's power. It can be seen how terrifying the power of Hulk is in Dr. Banner's heart. As a result, the young man in front of him directly defeated his source of fear. Such a thing is simply unbelievable. But in his mind, the fear that came from Hulk was telling him that this matter was true. "Mr. Li Wei, can I ask you to do me a favor?" Dr. Banner seemed to think of something and looked at Li Wei eagerly. "You say?" Li Wei waved his hand and motioned to Dr. Banner to continue. "I want to beg you, kill me." Dr. Banner looked at Li Wei seriously, and slowly said a word. Chapter 30 General Rose's Retreat. Previous chapter. Chapter list. Next chapter. "I want to beg you, kill me." Hearing Dr. Banner's serious words, Li Wei was a little stunned. Because he didn't expect that Dr. Banner would be so desperate. Yes, it is despair. Because of the existence of Hulk, Dr. Banner felt discouraged, so even thought of committing suicide. Prior to this, Dr. Banner even tried to swallow a bullet to kill himself, but it didn't work at all. Because at the moment Dr. Banner swallows the bomb, Hulk's survival instinct will stop Dr. Banner. It can be said that Dr. Banner was tortured by Hulk and desperate for life. So after seeing that Li Wei had the power to defeat Hulk, Dr. Banner saw hope. He felt that Li Wei had the ability to end his life. That's why Dr. Banner said such words. "To be honest, I don't think I am a good person, but I will not kill you, because human life is still precious." Li Wei looked at Dr. Banner quietly, before uttering a word for a long time. The reason why he fought with Hulk was to try Hulk's power on the one hand, and to earn some world origin on the other. It was also for this reason that Dr. Banner was captured, so it was impossible for him to agree to Dr. Banner's request. "Is it really bad?" Dr. Banner was a little desperate, and sat on the ground in a decadent manner. "Definitely, I won't kill you, but have you ever thought that you can change it in another way? You should also know that I can suppress Hulk's power, so I want to make a deal with you. You work for me, and I help you suppress Hulk." Li Wei said suddenly, speaking out his thoughts. Dr. Banner was originally a genius with high achievements in scientific research, otherwise he would not have been invited by General Ross to his research projects. If Dr. Banner can stay by his side, maybe it can bring him some help. It's definitely, Li Wei is not sure that Dr. Banner will agree to his transaction, so Li Wei also prepared some conditions that will make Dr. Banner tempted. "I believe Dr. Banner will agree." "Really, I promise." Dr. Banner said quickly, not even the slightest hesitation, which made Li Wei a little stunned. Unexpectedly, before he even had time to say other conditions, Dr. Banner directly agreed. No way, because Dr. Banner really wants to solve the problem of Hulk. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Dr. Banner will try hard. So as soon as Li Wei spoke, Dr. Banner agreed directly, without even the slightest hesitation. "In that case, happy cooperation." A smile appeared on Li Wei's face. Dr. Banner is willing to agree, then the next thing will become much easier. "Let's go, I'll take you to meet someone." Li Wei said to Dr. Banner that he was going to take Dr. Banner to meet someone. In this regard, Dr. Banner will naturally not have any objections. After talking to Sky, Li Wei and Dr. Banner left the villa directly. In a few moments, Li Wei and Dr. Banner have arrived at a luxurious modern villa built on the coast, which looks very unique. This is where Stark lives. Walking all the way inside, J.A.R.V.I.S did not stop him at all, and Li Wei flowed unimpeded, and soon came to the lobby of the villa. "My cousin, you have finally come here. Now you can tell me what the hell are you doing?" Stark seems to know that Li Wei will come and has been waiting here long ago. "I brought someone over to see you. How is it, what happened?" Li Wei sat on the sofa carelessly, looked at Stark and said. What he asked was naturally the handling of the matter before. He clashed with General Ross, followed by Stark finishing off, and Li Wei wanted to know how Stark handled it. "What do you mean, is there something I don't understand, Tony Stark?" Stark boasted. However, Stark did have his confident capital, and he solved the problem of Dr. Banner. As for the solution, It is also very simple. You know, Stark Industries is the largest arms supplier. Although Stark Industry is slowly transforming, the influence of Stark Industry in the military is still huge amounts of. On the other hand, although General Ross is a member of the military is not just General Ross's military. The position of General Ross in the military is not that important. So Stark and the military boss, after a little adjustment, General Ross had to give up on hunting Hulk. In fact, in the eyes of military leaders, Hulk is just a failure, not so important. Only General Ross would be reluctant to target Hulk. Therefore, under pressure from the military, General Ross could only give up this matter. It can be said that this matter came to an end suddenly. This is the benefit of power and power. Even if Li Wei does something excessive, he can easily solve the subsequent troubles. I have solved all the things that should be solved. Now I can talk about, what are you going to do? Stark looked at Li Wei and asked Li Wei. He wanted to know what Li Wei was doing. Introduce someone to you, this is Dr. Banner. Li Wei flashed slightly and pushed Dr. Banner out. Chapter 31 The Focus of the World. Previous chapter list next chapter. Li Wei brought Dr. Banner to Stark to introduce Dr. Banner to Stark. On the one hand, Stark and Dr. Banner are both talented scientists, and there should be many topics to communicate between the two. In Avengers Alliance 1, although Stark's mouth was a little bit broken, the two of them started discussing scientific research not long after they met, which shows the similarities between the two. The fact is also true. The two met as soon as they met, and the conversation was very harmonious, and there was even a feeling of hatred for seeing each other late. As for another reason, although he agreed to trade with Dr. Banner, he did not want Dr. Banner to live in his villa. Because Hulk is an unstable factor. If when he travels through other worlds, Hulk suddenly explodes, and Sky can hardly handle Hulk. If Sky suffers any harm because of Hulk's runaway, Li Wei will regret it. So it was a very good idea to send Dr. Banner to Stark. It's definitely, Li Wei just wanted Stark to help see Dr. Banner, and didn't say that Dr. Banner should live in Stark's house. It is estimated that Stark is not willing to do that either. After all, Stark and Little Chili are just when the relationship is heating up, how could they be willing to be stuffed among them? Finally, Li Wei thought of a compromise method to transform the laboratory previously used by Sky Awakening into a real base. On the one hand, this base can be used as a scientific research laboratory, allowing Dr. Banner to have a good research environment. On the other hand, this base will also be equipped with many sensing devices. Once something happens, Li Wei and Stark can also come quickly. It can be said that this proposal was approved by the three, so Stark immediately asked Chili to prepare. As for the problem of rebuilding the base, it is just a small matter. It is enough to rebuild according to Dr. Banner's requirements. After all, for Li Wei and Stark, things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. In the next few days, Dr. Banner stayed on Stark's side temporarily before the research base was reformed. As for Li Wei, although Li Wei did not stay on Stark's side, but almost every day, Li Wei will come here. This is not to say how much Li Wei cares about the progress of the research base. He came to Stark to beat Hulk. No, it should be said that he came here to help Dr. Banner and suppress Hulk. In the past few days, as soon as Li Wei came here, he turned Dr. Banner into Hulk and practiced with Hulk. It's the same every day, and when it comes later, Hulk will cry. He has never seen him so shameless, he doesn't want to fight anymore, and he comes to fight him every day. On the other hand, because of what happened a few days ago, it caused a great influence on the outside world. Because Hulk's rampage was on a bustling street. Many passers-by have seen Hulk and knew the existence of Hulk. In addition, Li Wei's later battle with Hulk was on the road. Some passers-by recorded the scenes of Li Wei and Hulk fighting and uploaded them to the internet. This matter has caused a lot of discussion on the internet. My God, this big green monster is terrible. How can such a monster appear in our human world? Don't the officials come out and explain it? That's not the point, that handsome boy is so powerful that he defeated the big green monster. This is simply the prince who defeated the dragon. I was completely fascinated by him. I announce that from today, I will be his fan, please ask for his personal information. I think that green monster and that black-haired man are mutant, right? Only mutant has such power. For the truth, we have the right to know the truth. On the internet, there are all kinds of speeches, and it is very lively. Some people are afraid of the power of Hulk and Li Wei. Some people say they have become fans of Li Wei. Some people think that Li Wei and Hulk are mutant. It can be said that there are all kinds of opinions. But one thing is certain. During this time, Li Wei and Hulk became the focus of the world. This incident made Li Wei a little bit dumbfounded. He didn't have any eye-catching thoughts. So Li Wei directly asked Stark to take action to control various fishing boats and change the attention of netizens. Stark slightly disagrees with this approach. Because in the online video, there is also his appearance, that is, the segment where he arrived in the steel battlesuit. Stark also made a splash, and Stark is more enthusiastic about such things. Therefore, he slightly disagrees with Li Wei's method of lowering his popularity. It's definitely, Stark finally listened to Li Wei's words and let Little Pepper take action to control the fishing boat. After several days, the heat of this matter slowly dropped. But because of this incident, Li Wei gained some world origins, which surprised Li Wei. A few days passed in a hurry, and the scientific research base was built. Only then did Li Wei bring Dr. Banner to the scientific research base. Dr. Banner, you can stay here at ease in the future. If you have any needs, you can talk to Stark. Li Wei and Dr. Banner said. After that, Li Wei handed over a task to Dr. Banner. The content of the research is how to adapt to and reduce the harm of shock to the human body. Chapter 32 My Hulk likes peace the most. Previous chapter list next chapter. The impact of shocks on the human body is important to both Li Wei and Sky. It's definitely, Li Wei himself doesn't care, because he believes he has a way to solve this problem. He asked more for Sky, after all, she needed to solve this problem. In response, Dr. Banner did not refuse, but directly agreed. Because biology is what he is better at, otherwise he would not have been invited by the military to study Captain America serum. Roar. Underground of the research base, in a spacious training ground. A green hideous figure and a black-haired young man are constantly fighting. The trembling sounds appeared from time to time, but they were all blocked by the shockproof walls. Speaking of fighting, it is better to say that it is a black-haired man who is unilaterally attacking the big green monster. This is Li Wei and Hulk. At the moment, it has been 2 or 3 days since Dr. Banner moved into the research base. Li Wei came here again to fight Hulk. During the battle, Li Wei constantly attacked Hulk, while Hulk repeatedly evaded. During this period of battle, Li Wei's use of Momo fruit and armament haki has become more handy. In order to complete the agreement with Dr. Banner, and to gain the origin of the world, in these few days, Li Wei came to the research base as soon as he was free and had a fight with Hulk. It's definitely, every time Li Wei fights after Hulk. On the other hand, Li Wei found that after every fight with Hulk, his world origin would rise a little bit. This may be related to the gradual change in Hulk's mentality. Hulk is no longer fighting, Hulk doesn't like fighting, Hulk likes peace the most. Hulk let out a cry, crying about Li Wei's atrocities. It hurts too much for this guy to hit someone. He really didn't want to fight anymore, and as a result, this guy was still beating him, so shameless. Okay, that's all for today. Li Wei regrets a bit, but still stops. Hulk hurried back and changed back to Dr. Banner's appearance. Dr. Banner lay on the ground, gasping for breath. This guy, Armament Hackey's injury, does it really hurt so much? Watching Hulk retreat quickly, Li Wei was a little bit dumbfounded. With the combat effectiveness of the past few days, Li Wei has discovered an important thing. It seems that his Armament Hackey can make Hulk feel pain. This may be related to the fact that Armament Hackey is a manifestation of energy, not pure physical damage. It can directly damage Hulk. On the other hand, Li Wei also tried Shockfruit's ability. Definitely, Li Wei is not going to destroy the research base, he is just looking for other applications of Shockfruit. There is no doubt that Shockfruit is very powerful. But Li Wei also knows that the power of Shockfruit is not just simply destroying the world, but also has other effects. For example, the power of vibration can be penetrated into the opponent's body to produce a technique similar to dark energy, which can directly destroy the enemy's body from the human body. Hulk has thick skin and strong resilience. It happens to be the target of hand training, so Li Wei often exercises some whimsical ability on Hulk. For this reason, Hulk is reluctant to fight Li Wei. Because fighting with Li Wei is so uncomfortable. Otherwise, with Hulk's indestructible skin, he can recover quickly even if he is injured. He can't avoid Li Wei all the time. To be honest, to Li Wei, Hulk is like a kid with a sharp axe. Sora has strength, but wisdom is immature. For this reason, Hulk often causes damage. But on the other hand, it is because of the character of the kid. If someone gives him pain, he will not dare to continue to have fun, instead he will be restrained. Because of this, Hulk doesn't like fighting with Li Wei. What's more, in the end, Hulk also said my Hulk likes peace the most. Saboteur Hulk said he likes peace. This joke is really funny. Li Wei was a little bit dumbfounded. But Hulk will say such words, indicating that Hulk has really changed. As for what Hulk will become in the future, Li Wei is also unclear. But looking at the increased source of the world, Li Wei feels that it seems that this is not bad. How do you feel that Hulk was broken by him? Dr. Banner, I'm leaving first. If you have anything, just contact me or Tony. After speaking to Dr. Banner, who was resting on the ground, Li Wei left the research base directly and returned to the villa. Ringling. Just after returning to the villa, before Li Wei could sit down, a cell phone ringing suddenly rang. Who will contact me at this time? Looking at the unfamiliar number displayed, Li Wei was slightly confused. There are not many people who know his mobile number, just Stark and Sky. But this is obviously not them, so Li Wei feels a little strange. It is impossible to promote the advertisement. I thought so, but Li Wei was still connected. Mr. Li Wei, it's me, I'm Nick Fury. Nick Fury's voice came through the phone. Chapter 33 The Embarrassment of Nick Fury. Previous chapter list next chapter. It turned out to be you. I don't know what the chief has to do with me. Li Wei suddenly realized that he knew the identity of the other party. Although he did not give Nick Fury a number, it is normal to find his number with Nick Fury's ability. However, Li Wei didn't want to talk slowly with Nick Fury. He went straight to the point and asked about Nick Fury's intentions. There is one thing, I think I should tell you. The previous incident was exposed. Some Hydra members escaped. I am worried that they will retaliate against you. Nick Fury said embarrassedly. Nick Fury and Li Wei traded before in exchange for Hydra news in exchange for the obelisk. Because of this incident, after Nick Fury returned, he began to prepare to clean up the Hydra problem. But I don't know for what reason, a little bit of wind was leaked, causing some Hydra to escape. If they know about it, this incident came from Li Wei, maybe the people from Hydra will take action against Li Wei. Man, can you pit a little bit more? Li Wei's face was dark and speechless, and said to Nick Fury on the other end of the phone. This guy is really unreliable. He told Nick Fury about the names of Hydra's most important bosses, and as a result, Nick Fury still had such a mistake. This makes Li Wei very speechless. How could he not know before? Nick Fury was so bad. Ahem, this matter is our fault. Look, I need to send a few people to protect you. Knowing that he was at a loss, Nick Fury was a little embarrassed, and subconsciously ignored Li Wei's call to him. On the other hand, Nick Fury also wants to compensate Li Wei a little bit. For example, sending a few trusted subordinates to come here to protect Li Wei. However, before the words were finished, Nick Fury couldn't speak anymore. Damn it, with Li Wei's ability, how could someone protect it? You know, he has also seen the road incident a few days ago. He naturally knew that in the video, the person fighting Hulk was Li Wei. Looking at the video, Li Wei hammered Hulk's vigorous performance. Nick Fury felt that Li Wei in turn protected them. So Nick Fury can't say anything anymore. In terms of financial resources, Stark Industries is behind Li Wei, and there is no need to worry about money at all. In terms of strength, Li Wei's power can even be hammered by Hulk, and they don't need their protection at all. In this way, it seems that he can't compensate Li Wei for anything. Nick Fury was suddenly embarrassed. You don't have to protect me. Let your people pay more attention to Tony's side. One more thing, help me collect some Hydra and mutant information. Li Wei and Nick Fury on the other side of the phone said. He is the only one with him and Sky, and Li Wei doesn't need to say any more. He is the only one who hurts others, and there is no one who can be wild. As for Sky, she is now also awakening Sasser ability, with a certain degree of self-protection, and there is no need to worry about anything. Instead, it was on Stark's side, which was a little bit troublesome. After all, Stark is just a mortal body. Although it has a steel battlesuit, there are always times when you ignore it. Let S.H.I.E.L.D pay more attention to Stark. As for Hydra's information, although he is not worried about Hydra's retaliation, he also intends to find out. At least when Hydra appears, he can know the identity of the other party. On the other hand, Li Wei also took this opportunity to ask for some mutant information. Although he knows that there is mutant in this world, Li Wei has never seen mutants since before. Whether it is the famous Professor X and Magneto, or the lesser-known mutant, Li Wei has never met. So Li Wei is a little curious and wants to know about mutant. On the one hand, mutant, as a part of the Marvel world, plays a big role. On the other hand, Li Wei also wants to try to see if he can earn some world origin from them. This is the purpose of Li Wei. That's why Li Wei put forward such a condition. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence network covers the world, and they know many secret intelligence, so just look for them. I see, I promised this condition. Nick Fury thought for a while and agreed to this matter. As long as it does not harm the interests of S.H.I.E.L.D, it is still possible to give Li Wei some information. Soon, the two ended the conversation. Li Wei just sat on the sofa, thinking about what happened during this period. For now, the only thing that may cause him trouble is Hydra hidden in the dark. But with Li Wei's current combat power, Hydra is basically impossible to cause him trouble. As for other things, they are basically small things, so don't pay too much attention to them. Chapter 34 Abomination Born Early. Previous chapter list next chapter. After clearing these trivial matters, Li Wei let go of Hydra. Then, Li Wei's spirit went directly into his mind, visualizing the anchor of the world deep in his mind. Host, Li Wei Stark. Ability, Shock Fruit, Momo Fruit, High-Level Armament Haki. World Anchor Grade, Silver. Origin of the World. Recorded Coordinates, One Piece World. The Anchor Spirit presents the specific situation of Li Wei in the form of data, so that Li Wei can visualize his own situation. The world origin of the unit is close to a unit. Looking at the data of the origin of the world, Li Wei murmured. During this time, he has done a lot of things. Expose Hydra's conspiracy and make S.H.I.E.L.D a big change. Help Sky awakening and let the Vibe Girl be born early. Give Hulk a lesson and change the plot of Hulk. These plot changes have brought Li Wei the origin of the world. Although it seems that Li Wei's source of the world is not too much, but really speaking, this amount is already a lot. Before he changed the story of Iron Man, he also slightly changed Sky's fate. The change of a major event and a minor event, the source of the world obtained is also determined by the unit. So now the three major events have obtained the world origin close to the unit, which is already a very good result. I don't know what kind of changes will happen after the world's origin surpasses the unit. Li Wei murmured. According to the situation of the world anchor, the world anchor of the previous accumulation unit has evolved once. From bronze quality metamorphosis to silver quality. But now that the unit's world origin has been accumulated, the world anchor has not changed in any way. According to Li Wei's guess, after the world's origin surpasses the unit, a certain kind of special change may occur. However, for the time being, he has not yet had the opportunity to obtain the world origin, and he can't let the world origin quickly cross the unit's mark. Obtaining the origin of the world is not an easy task. When Li Wei beat Hulk before, he would more or less gain a little world origin. But in the last two times, even if he beat Hulk again, he basically didn't get the origin of the world. This may be because Hulk was scared and had no previous thoughts. This makes Li Wei a little regretful. It would be even better if you could beat Hulk while letting world origin survive the unit's mark. In desperation, Li Wei can only wait for a while to see if there is any chance of gaining the origin of the world. This is why Li Wei asked Nick Fury to help him collect mutant information. Because mutant is a big branch with many plots. Maybe he can get some world origin from mutant. Suddenly, when Li Wei was thinking about the way to obtain the origin of the world, the item of the origin of the world jumped suddenly. The origin of the world, point 4, upward arrow. What's the matter? The origin of the world has suddenly increased. Li Wei looked at the changing data, slightly surprised. He doesn't seem to be doing anything. Why has the world's origin suddenly increased? A minute ago. A certain military experimental base. General Ross stood outside the laboratory, looking through the glass nervously at the situation in the laboratory. A 40-year-old veteran was strapped to the experimental platform without clothes. There were several scientists in white coats around him. Brinsky, are you ready? This is our only chance. There is only one Hulk serum. General Ross grabbed a communicator and said to the veteran on the test bench. Although the previous Hulk matter was suppressed by Stark, General Rose had to bow his head. But with the temper of General Ross, how could he willingly give up like this? So General Rose still has some moves secretly. Before Li Wei fought against Hulk and injured Hulk. Hulk was injured for the first time, and some blood shed on the road. This blood was secretly collected by General Rose and refined into a serum, which was optimized once. General Rose intends to use this only Hulk serum to create a second Hulk, so this experiment is only possible. I'm ready, I will definitely get that kind of power to defeat Hulk completely. Emil Brinsky on the experimental platform has a trace of madness in his eyes. The person who was in charge of hunting down Hulk before was Brown Sky. But every time there was a confrontation, Brown Sky was abused by Hulk, so Brown Sky had a crazy idea in his mind. As long as he has the powerful power of Hulk, he can defeat Hulk. For this reason, when he learned that General Ross was about to build the second Hulk, Brown Sky was the first to sign up. Then let's start. General Ross ordered the researchers to start the experiment. Suddenly, the needle pierced Brown Sky's skin and injected the Hulk serum into Brown Sky's body. Chapter 35 The Anchor of the World is upgraded again. Previous chapter list next chapter. What? As the experiment progressed, Brown Sky let out a scream. but General Rose ignored him, just staring closely at Brown Sky's physical changes. When the Hulk serum completely penetrated into Brown Sky's body, Brown Sky's body began to change. Brown Sky's body began to swell, and it broke through 2 meters directly, and the hideous bones and claws grew out, and a layer of gray bones covered Brown Sky's body. Brown Sky became a monster with a file size of 2 or 3 meters, which was very similar to Hulk, but the monster that Brown Sky had changed had no green skin like Hulk. On the contrary, the monster that Brown Sky has changed has a grayish-brown skin, and with the bones covered on the body, it looks very hideous. Brinsky, what do you think? General Ross asked anxiously, wanting to know about Brown Sky. He desperately wants to know whether his experiment was successful. I'm fine, better than ever. The gray monster yelled, ecstatic, and smashed around. With a loud bang, the surrounding instruments and equipment, and even the scientific researchers, were all destroyed by him. Brinsky, what are you doing? General Ross looked at the gray monster in panic, wondering what happened to Brown Sky. Is it like Hulk, has become an irrational monster? No, I'm no longer Brown Sky, please make me hate. I feel better now than ever, and I really want to do something now. I want to thank you very much, General Rose. With a cruel smile on his disgusting face, he slowly walked towards the panicked General Rose. The optimized Hulk serum did not make Brown Sky's sanity disappear, but his humanity completely disappeared. But one thing is certain. Abomination was born ahead of time. It is precisely because of the early birth of abhorrence that Li Wei has gained some world origins. And this happened because Li Wei changed the plot of Hulk, that's why such a change occurred. It's just that Li Wei doesn't know this. Manhattan. In the villa. Although I don't know what happened, the origin of the world has surpassed the unit, and the result is still good. Seeing the changes in the list, Li Wei was very pleased. Although he doesn't know what happened, it is a good thing for Li Wei to have such a harvest. It has been detected that the world's origin accumulation has exceeded the unit. The world origin of the consuming unit can once again increase the level of the world anchor, whether to increase it. At the same time, the spirit of the anchor sent a message back to Li Wei. Sure enough, I knew that the origin of the world surpassed the unit, and there must be special changes. A touch of joy appeared on Li Wei's face. His guess is correct. The accumulation of the world origin exceeds the unit, and the world anchor can be upgraded again. Naturally, Li Wei does not want to miss such an opportunity. At the beginning, because the level of the world anchor was too low, Li Wei could only attach his consciousness to the world anchor to enter another world. But after the last upgrade, the anchor of the world has changed, and Li Wei can use his body to enter other worlds. This improvement may bring a brand new function to Li Wei. How could Li Wei miss such an opportunity? Raise the level of the anchor of the world. Upon thinking of this, Li Wei immediately felt the spirit of the anchor. For a while, the anchor of the world in Li Wei's mind began to change. The white light transformed by the origin of the world appeared in Li Wei's mind, wrapping the anchor of the world in it, helping the anchor of the world metamorphosis. After a while, all the light slowly dissipated. At the moment, the anchor of the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The original silver anchor body turned into brilliant gold, exuding an extraordinary breath. The god pattern on the anchor of the world has become more complicated and mysterious. A certain peculiar Taoist rhyme emerges on the anchor, which is awe-inspiring. Host, Li Wei Stark. Ability, Shock Fruit, Momo Fruit, High-Level Armament Haki. World Anchor Level, Gold, Upward Arrow. Origin of the World, Point 4. Recorded Coordinates, One Piece World. Li Wei opens the list to check the current situation. The level of the world anchor has been promoted from silver to gold, completing a new metamorphosis. Because of this promotion, Li Wei became a pauper again, and the origin of the world fell directly below the unit. This makes Li Wei a little distressed. After all, the accumulation of the origin of the world is not that simple. However, this is not the most important thing. What Li Wei wants to know most now is whether the World Anchor can bring him new benefits after being promoted to the Golden Anchor. Li Wei quickly contacted the Anchor Spirit, and the message returned by the Anchor Spirit contained only 4 words. Space inside the Anchor. Anchor of the World has created a core space? If it is true, then this ability is amazing. Li Wei opened his eyes, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. As the name suggests, the space inside the anchor is the inside of the anchor of the world, creating an inner core space. With the metamorphosis of the anchor of the world has further metamorphosis, and even the core of the anchor of the world has evolved into an internal space. In this way, the ability of the world anchor becomes even stronger. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 36 The Emergence of Space Within the Anchor. Previous chapter list next chapter. Wait, the anchor of the world creates an inner core space that can store items. In this way, can I bring items from other worlds to the Marvel world? Knowing the ability of the space inside the anchor, Li Wei's eyes suddenly shined. Because the inner core space of the anchor of the world claims to be one system, it will not interfere with other worlds. In this way, when he invades other worlds and prepares to leave other worlds, he can collect all the gains of other worlds into the anchor space. After returning to the Marvel world, take out the items. In this way, he can carry objects. In turn, he can also bring things from the Marvel world directly into other worlds. If this is the case, then this ability is amazing. You can ignore the interference of the world and carry items in and out of another world. This kind of ability is very powerful. If he encounters an unbeatable enemy, he will directly transport a nuclear bomb in. Hey, I can't imagine that picture. It's definitely, and Li Wei also knows this idea, and the possibility of realization is very low. Although the Stark industry is a weapon manufacturer, the Stark industry has gradually transformed into the field of energy development. What's more, Stark Industries did not originally have this business. After all, there are still some differences between weapons and weapons. This kind of devastating thing is strictly controlled by the authorities, and it is not easy to get it. What's more, this kind of indiscriminate destructive thing, if you are careless, you might hurt yourself. So after this thought appeared, it was directly extinguished by Li Wei. Because Li Wei believes that with his growing strength, there is no need to use that kind of thing. But with the anchor space, Sky's problem may be solved. Li Wei murmured, thinking of another thing. If he finds a fruit that can strengthen his physique and carries it out through the space inside the anchor, he might be able to solve Sky's problem. Thinking of this, Li Wei immediately asked the anchor spirit, wanting to know how likely it is to achieve it. Yes, but cannot be used on a large scale, otherwise it will cause unpredictable changes. The spirit of the anchor feeds back a message. Li Wei's guess is correct, he can indeed strengthen Sky's physique in this way. However, the practice of giving things from other worlds to people in this world cannot be promoted on a large scale. Because once more things are used in another world, the will of the world may change strangely. In other words, Li Wei's ability can only be used to take care of the people around him at most, and cannot be abused wantonly. It's inevitable, I'm not a virgin bch. Li Wei said with a chuckle. He wanted to help Sky, or because Sky was completely committed to him, he was considered Li Wei's person, that's why Li Wei had such an idea. If it were other people, Li Wei would not be so kind. His principle of doing things is that as long as he does not violate his bottom line, Li Wei feels that it is enough. For other things, Li Wei will not take care of that much. Perhaps someone would say that Li Wei is cold-blooded, but in fact, this is the real world. It's not that Li Wei has never seen the kind of kindness that hurts himself in the end. He doesn't know how to do such things. But before that, what I have to do is deal with my own troubles. Li Wei muttered in his heart. Although he wanted to deal with Sky's troubles, Li Wei knew in his heart that what he should do more was to solve his troubles. In fact, after finding a solution, the first thing Li Wei has to solve is the anti-injury problem of his shock fruit. Li Wei will help Sky deal with this problem after his own affairs have been dealt with. Li Wei understands the sequence very well. Only when you solve your own problems can you consider other problems. After thinking about these things, Li Wei temporarily put the matter down. To be honest, Li Wei wants to give it a try now, go into the pirate world and try the ability in the anchor space. But looking at the source of the world that is about to bottom out, Li Wei still let go of this idea for the time being. This is the origin of the world. It is estimated that he can only stay in the pirate world for a few hours. How can it be of any use? After all, not every time, he can appear exactly where he wants. In fact, the anchor of the world has evolved, and the quality has been promoted from silver to gold, so he enters the other world, and the source of the world he consumes has been reduced. Therefore, even if Li Wei only has 0.4 units of world origin, he can stay in one piece world for a long time. It's just that Li Wei's attention is all attracted by the space inside the anchor, and I haven't thought of this for the time being. Oh! At the same time, a whistle sounded suddenly. Master, the alarm on the research base has been triggered. Friday's voice sounded, reporting the situation to Li Wei. This whistle sound is the whistle sound of the research base. The whistle sounded, indicating that something had happened at the research base. In other words, something happened to Dr. Banner. Chapter 37 Abominable Invasion. Previous chapter list next chapter. Something happened to Dr. Banner, and Hulk went violently. Li Wei frowned slightly, a thought flashed in his mind. How could this be? Hulk should have been beaten by him for fear, how could he still run wild? Li Wei couldn't figure it out, and didn't know what happened. But it's not a matter of random thinking. He agreed to Dr. Banner before, so he needs to go there now. Thinking of this, Li Wei put on the steel battle suit directly. Although Li Wei's current strength has far surpassed the steel battle suit, the steel battle suit still has great merits when used to drive the road. For a moment, Li Wei, wearing a steel battle suit, flew directly out of the villa and flew directly in the direction of the research base. After spending a little time, Li Wei came directly to the research base. Looking down, Li Wei suddenly saw it. A huge gray figure, at the gate, wants to break into the research base. This monster is hatred. Li Wei thought a little, and suddenly guessed the identity of the figure below. Similar to Hulk's body shape and hideous appearance, gray-brown skin, and the layer of bones covering the body, it should be hated by one of Hulk's mortal enemies. Li Wei did not expect that hatred actually appeared here. According to normal circumstances, the plot of Hulk was changed by Li Wei, and hatred shouldn't be born. I didn't expect that hatred would still appear. No matter how you appear, I won't let you behave in my turf. Li Wei murmured and quickly landed inside the research base. Mr. Li Wei, you are finally here, I can't hold back Hulk anymore. Inside the research base, Dr. Banner's face flushed, and a touch of green appeared on the skin on his neck, as if he was struggling with the green, preventing it from invading his head. Dr. Banner is suppressing Hulk to prevent Hulk from running out? Although Hulk was scared by Li Wei, it was wrong and changed, but feeling the appearance of hatred, Hulk still couldn't help but want to rush out and fight hatred. This is Hulk's instinct. Instinctively told Hulk that he wanted to defeat the abomination copy that imitated him. Don't worry, leave it to me. Li Wei nodded slightly, and patted Dr. Banner's shoulder with his palm. At this moment, the green on Dr. Banner's skin receded at an extremely fast speed, and it seemed that the disturbance was no longer disturbing. This made Li Wei a little bit dumbfounded. Could it be that he was more scared than hatred, and after feeling his breath, Hulk went straight back. I'm going to solve that ugly, you handle Hulk's affairs. Ignoring Hulk's thoughts, Li Wei and Dr. Banner said, quickly removed the battle suit from his body, and then went to the gate. Hey, the big guy, come to someone else's side, don't say anything to the owner, just go wild here, did your adults teach you this way? Li Wei looked at the hatred outside the door, and said a little. It turned out to be you, I know you, the guy who defeated Hulk before. Damn it, that fellow Hulk, how could it be defeated by someone like you? It seems that Hulk has become too weak. Seeing Li Wei's arrival, he disgusted and stopped the action in his hand and looked at Li Wei contemptuously, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Hulk was defeated by Li Wei. You know, after getting Hulk's power, hatred can feel how powerful this power is. Under such circumstances, Hulk actually lost? This is what hate doesn't understand. Forget it, none of this is important. I will tear you up first, and then destroy Hulk. The result is the same. Disgust cast aside the doubts in his heart and stared at Li Wei fiercely with a trace of cruelty in his eyes. Regardless of the reason, it is fine. From the perspective of hatred, as long as he kills both Li Wei and Hulk, then the strongest person left must be him. When I thought of this, disgust took a big step and rushed directly to Li Wei, wanting to tear Li Wei into pieces. Before this, I want to know how you were born. Li Wei smiled indifferently, his figure flickered, like a ghost, instantly avoiding the hateful attack. Momo double speed. For Li Wei, he is not in a hurry to resolve his hatred. He wants to learn something from the hatred here. Because now he has a lot of doubts, and he needs to let his hatred be solved. Ha 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 ha, thank you for that, kid. If you hadn't wounded Hulk, General Rose would not have been able to extract a serum from Hulk's blood. Without that serum, there would be no way to make me who I am now, but it is a pity that General Rose has no chance to see. Regarding this matter, hatred seemed to be very satisfied, without any concealment, and said it carelessly. He is really grateful to Li Wei. If it weren't for Li Wei, he hadn't had a chance to become so strong. In return, he will completely tear Li Wei to pieces, just like he reported to General Rose and crushed him to pieces. A cruel smile appeared on the face of disgust. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 38. Disgust was beaten up violently. Previous chapter list next chapter. That's it, the mystery is finally solved, no wonder the origin of the world will increase. Hearing the disgusting words, Li Wei suddenly realized that he finally knew what was going on. No wonder his world origin will break through the unit barrier, it turned out to be hated for him. It seems that he has to thank the abhorrence. This made Li Wei a little bit dumbfounded. Is this unintentional? Originally, he only wanted to change Hulk's plot a little bit, but he didn't expect that even the plot of Abomination was also changed, which allowed him to add some world origins. But it doesn't matter anymore, what he has to do now is to take down the hatred. Thank you for your dedication, but now, you should lie down for me. Li Wei snorted coldly and his eyes became cold. With a slight movement, Li Wei's figure instantly disappeared in front of hatred. Momo double speed. In an instant, Li Wei came to the front of Abomination and punched directly against the abdomen of Abomination. Disgusting with a grin on the corner of his mouth, he didn't care about Li Wei's attack at all. Joke. Don't you know how terrifying his physical quality is? After turning into an abomination, he has tried his own resistance. For this reason, he once bombarded himself with a rocket launcher, and as a result it was difficult for the rocket launcher to break through his defense. So Li Wei didn't care about his attacks and hatred at all, and he didn't even bother to act in a defensive posture. He wanted to see what kind of expression appeared on this kid's face after discovering that the attack was ineffective. Powerless. Fear. or despair. It can be said that Brown Sky, who was originally just an ordinary person, became very arrogant after gaining strong power, and did not put other people in his eyes at all. Otherwise, he would not come to the door as soon as he was born and wanted to kill Hulk. It can be said that hatred did not put Li Wei in his eyes at all, even if Li Wei showed extremely fast speed. So hate stands still and let Li Wei attack. Boom! Li Wei's seemingly weak fist hit the abdomen of hatred. In the next moment, the expression of hatred changed instantly, as if he had received some serious damage, and he stumbled and retreated backwards. The muscles all over the body seemed to be twitching. The hideous facial features are all wrinkled together, looking even more hideous and terrifying. "It hurts, damn kid, what have you done?" A scream of hatred. The extremely painful sensation invaded his internal organs. It was as if his internal organs were hit by lightning and burned with flames. If Hulk were here, then he would be gloating. This replica finally realized his pain before. That's right, Li Wei used his fist to directly hit the power of the vibration into the body of hatred. This is the same as the previous game between him and Hulk. The only difference is that when facing Hulk, Li Wei is somewhat restrained and only uses a little ability. But when faced with hatred, Li Wei didn't keep his hands, and directly blasted into a large shock wave. It can be said that at the moment hates the attack, far more than when Li Wei attacked Hulk. That's why hatred is so embarrassing. Puff! Disgusted, a mouthful of blood, and there were still some internal organ fragments in the blood, which showed the injuries in his body. "Damn kid, I finally know why you can defeat Hulk, it turns out there is such an ability. But as long as you don't attack your body, your ability won't work. Next, I will completely tear you to pieces, bashing your bones and turning your ashes into ashes." Staring at Li Wei with a grim look of disgust, a trace of crazy killing intent was revealed in his scarlet eyes. Although it hates the self-healing ability, it is much worse than Hulk. But compared to ordinary people, his self-healing ability is still very powerful. So after the internal organs are injured, self-healing has started at a slow speed, and the abhorrence has also resumed a certain amount of action ability. But what I hate most now is to kill Li Wei. He must kill Li Wei, otherwise it will be difficult to unravel the anger in his heart. Die to me! With a roar of disgust, he rushed directly to Li Wei, and his hideous bone claw slammed at Li Wei, trying to tear Li Wei into pieces. "Who told you that my ability is just like this?" Li Wei snorted coldly, and stepped up to him, without avoiding it in the slightest. Clenched the palm into a fist, covered a circular gas mask on the fist, and slammed in the direction of hatred. He will let hatred know that the power of shock fruit is not that simple. Shock, erupt. Boom. A broken sound appeared, and the atmosphere in front of Li Wei was instantly shattered like a mirror. Boom. The shock of horror erupted from Li Wei's fist in an instant, like a roar of an evil dragon, directly blasting towards the oncoming hatred. At this moment, a sense of hatred. I felt a terrifying force bombarding his body. The bones covering the surface of the abomination body were instantly shattered. This terrifying shock blasted directly on abomination. There was a loud noise, and the hatred was blown away directly. Detesting the huge body, dragged nearly 100 meters on the ground, crashing into cars and buildings. Finally, hatred fell on the ground, leaving a deep hole in the ground. Chapter 39 Boom, killing hatred. Previous chapter list. Next chapter. 1 Strike. When shock fruit broke out, a terrifying shock bombarded Abomination. Abomination is directly hit hard. At the moment of hatred lying in the pit, a huge amounts of hole was opened in his chest. Blood splatter. During this period of time, Li Wei continued to practice shock fruit's ability during the battle with Hulk. Li Wei has a higher degree of control over the power of shock fruit. So the power that bursts out is even more terrifying. The hatred at this time, hitting Li Wei's hands, can only be regarded as his bad luck. Li Wei slowly walked towards Hatred, came to the top of the pit, and looked at Hatred condescendingly. At the moment's Hatred looks very weak, even a little unable to move. However, he hated the flesh and blood on his chest, squirming slightly, and slowly healed at an extremely slow speed. Hulk has a super regeneration ability. Vital organs can be regenerated if they are destroyed or destroyed. To be honest, in Li Wei's memory, the strongest self-healing ability should belong to Wolverine and Deadpool, but Hulk's self-healing ability is also very strong. And getting the abhorrence of Hulk serum also has the partial regeneration ability of Hulk. If Li Wei just ignore the hatred, give him a period of time, maybe the hatred can be restored. But obviously, Li Wei can't give hatred such a chance. Obviously it is the presence of the enemy, and let the opponent recover and give him a chance to fight back. This is something a fool would do. Li Wei is obviously not such a person. After seeing the abhorrence, Li Wei clenched his hands into fists again. The white circular gas mask covered Li Wei's fist, and then fell directly into the giant pit. Boom! Boom! A loud bang came out, causing people in the distance to also be shaken. After the rumbling is over, everything is over. The hatred was completely gone, and was completely killed by Li Wei. Li Wei, where is the enemy? Where is the enemy? A red steel battle suit flew through the sky and landed in front of Li Wei. This is Stark. Stark took off the iron mask and looked at the surroundings with some confusion. The alarm system on the research base side, Stark also has a copy. So the first moment this happened, Stark knew it. Stark couldn't rush over immediately after being dragged by some troubles. By the time Stark arrived, the battle was over. The battle is over, the subsequent handling will trouble you. Li Wei said to Stark. The research base is located in a remote location and belongs to the suburbs, but sometimes one or two passers-by pass by, so Li Wei left it to Stark to deal with the aftermath. How do you feel that I am here to help you with the finishing touches? Stark touched his head and said helplessly. The previous battle between Li Wei and Hulk, and this time, he helped Li Wei to finish. It feels that he is almost completely becoming Li Wei's helper in the aftermath, and there is no chance for him to perform. He is Iron Man, a shining star. How does this order feel reversed? It's normal for those who are able to work harder. Li Wei said with a smile, and patted Stark on the shoulder. Instead of talking to Stark on this topic, he returned to the research base to see Dr. Banner's situation. After confirming that Hulk was not abnormal, Li Wei was about to leave the research base. Wait, Li Wei, there is one thing, I think I should talk to you. Stark spoke suddenly and called Li Wei. Your tone is very similar to a marinated egg. Don't tell me, what trouble is it? Li Wei was full of black lines. The last time he used this tone, it was Nick Fury. At that time, Nick Fury told him that the Hydra's situation was messed up by him. Looking at the appearance of Stark, Li Wei felt that Stark would also say something amazing. What's the trouble, what are you talking about? Stark was at a loss, not knowing what Li Wei was talking about, but Stark told Li Wei the news. There is news from the military that General Ross has been killed. It is in his laboratory. It is suspected that the test subject has counterattacked. According to the monitoring situation, the test subject may find this side. Stark said this quickly. It was only when he got the news temporarily that Stark was held back and came over so late. Oh, it turned out to be this thing, you said it was too late, he has already come over. Only then did Li Wei understand what Stark was talking about. It turned out that what Stark said was abomination of killing General Ross. What? Where? Stark was taken aback, and quickly watched the surrounding situation. He has watched the surveillance and knows how terrifying that monster is. If that monster comes, it will be troublesome. He is not sure that he can take down such a monster. Don't worry, he won't mess up. As for where he is in the pit next to you. Li Wei smiled and pointed to the pit next to Stark. Because of being bombarded by Li Wei with shock fruit, hatred has long since disappeared. It's no wonder that Stark can't recognize it. Stark was taken aback for a moment, suddenly a little dumbfounded. That terrible monster was actually solved by Li Wei. His cousin, is his strength too exaggerated? Chapter 40 invaded pirate world for the third time. Previous chapter list next chapter. The impact of hatred is actually not as great as the previous battle between Li Wei and Hulk. Because after the abomination was born, it came directly to the research base. On the way, hatred didn't cause trouble, because the hatred at that time was full of thoughts of killing Hulk. The real damage is the outer buildings of the research base. So it is very easy to deal with this matter. Stark can handle this with a little bit of energy. The appearance of hatred is like a wave in the sea. After jumping into the sea, it disappears without a trace. Later, Stark let someone deal with it, and all the effects were completely resolved. As for Li Wei, after solving the abhorrence, Li Wei went straight back to the villa. The origin of the world. In the villa, Li Wei sighed slightly as he watched the origin of the world. Although the abhorrence has been resolved and some world origins have been added, it is still too little. Li Wei sighed slightly. After the battle with Abomination, Li Wei changed the fate of Hulk and Abomination, and gained some world origins. But in Li Wei's view, this kind of world origin is still too few. This is the origin of the world, and it is almost impossible to open up a new world. Because the search and positioning of the new world is a process that consumes the origin of the world. Even if I go to Pirate World, I guess I can't wait for a day, and many things can't be done. Master, the anchor of the world has been promoted to the anchor of gold, and the origin of the world needed to invade the heavens and worlds has been reduced. The anchor spirit suddenly sent back a message to Li Wei. Consumption has been reduced, to what extent? Hearing the message of the anchor spirit, Li Wei was overjoyed and hurriedly asked about the specific situation. If the consumption can be reduced, he can now directly use the world anchor. Compared with the previous consumption, the current consumption is the original percent. The spirit of the anchor feeds back a message. Percent, this ratio is pretty good. Li Wei murmured joyfully, with a smile on his face. Before he consumed the world origin of the unit, he could stay in the pirate world for 1 day. It is now reduced to percent, that is to say, now consumes the world origin of the unit, he can stay in the pirate world for 10 days. This is the difference between the two. According to Li Wei's current world origin, he can probably stay in the pirate world for 9.5 days. If this is the case, then he can do a lot of things. Some plans that could not be completed before can now be completed. Li Wei was very excited and moved, and there was a light of joy in his eyes. This is great news for Li Wei. In fact, the last time the anchor of the world evolved, it had such an effect. The consumption required to invade the heavens and worlds has declined after evolution. It's just that Li Wei before, focused entirely on the space inside the anchor, thus ignoring this. So now that I know, Li Wei will naturally not miss this opportunity. Li Wei quickly made a decision that he is going to invade 10,000 realms for the third time. Sky, I will be away for a few days. If there is anything in these few days, I will go directly to Tony or Little Pepper. They will help you. This time the invasion will take a little longer, so Li Wei is ready to explain some things. Li Wei came to Sky's room and explained to Sky, who was practicing ability. I see. I will wait for you at home. Sky nodded and said, although she didn't know what Li Wei was going to do, Sky knew that she only had to wait for Li Wei's return at home. After that, Li Wei confessed to Stark and Little Pepper, asking them to take care of Sky. After everything is done, Li Wei will go to his room. Li Wei stretched out his arm, visualizing the anchor of the world in his mind. In the palm of the right hand, Dots of fluorescent light emerged, condensed into an illusory anchor, and the chain of the anchor's tail was connected to Li Wei's palm. Tick. The space in front of Li Wei is like a stone falling into the calm lake, with ripples. The unreal anchor dived directly into the void and headed to the location of Pirate World according to the previously recorded coordinates. Soon, the unreal anchor came next to the blue sphere transformed by Pirate World. Skillfully nailed to the light film of the blue sphere, forcibly the protective cover of the Pirate World, connecting the Pirate World and the Marvel World. Li Wei's figure turned into a ray of light, and instantly disappeared on the ground. Pirate World. On a deserted island, a dazzling light appeared. The light slowly disappeared, and Li Wei's figure appeared on the island. The illusory chain that exudes a faint light surrounds Li Wei, giving Li Wei a mysterious and strange temperament. Li Wei once again descended into the Pirate World. Is it a desert island where I landed this time? Li Wei murmured, scanning the surrounding environment and grasping the current situation roughly. On a desert island, many things can't be done. Staying on a desert island will only waste time. But it doesn't matter, because Li Wei has already prepared. Shaking his hands, there was a ripple in the space. Li Wei directly took out a red suitcase from the space inside the anchor. With a slight press, the suitcase changes instantly and becomes a steel battlesuit. The silver and red steel battlesuit extends out of the suitcase and covers Li Wei, so that Li Wei can wear it. A brand new steel warrior appeared on the desert island. Chapter 41 Marco, the Phoenix being spotted. Previous chapter list next chapter. The steel battlesuit Li Wei is currently wearing is the Mark V that Stark has just researched. Mark V is the fifth steel battlesuit created by Tony Stark. The color is mainly red and silver. Unlike other steel battlesuits, Mark V is a portable battlesuit that can be folded into a suitcase. But in contrast, Mark V's combat and defense capabilities are far inferior to other steel battlesuits. In terms of weapons, apart from the palm of the hand and the Hungarian pulse cannon, it is not equipped with other weapons. But the Mark V has a big advantage, that is, it is portable, can be assembled anywhere, and can be folded into a suitcase when not needed. It can be said that in Li Wei's view, this is the most suitable steel battlesuit for him. Because for Li Wei, the steel battlesuit is just a flight tool. He doesn't need a steel battlesuit. What a powerful battle ability. Because Li Wei's combat power was originally very strong. This is the difference between Li Wei and Stark. Stark needs to rely on the power of a steel battlesuit, but Li Wei just needs an auxiliary tool. It can be said that Li Wei is very satisfied with the design of Mark V. So when Stark designed the Mark V, Li Wei directly ordered one, and he just got it these 2 days. On the other hand, Li Wei now has the space inside the anchor, which happens to be able to carry the steel battlesuit, so Li Wei took the Mark V with him. Sure enough, now the Mark V really comes in handy. Boom. The propeller was ignited and the steel battlesuit lifted off. Li Wei left the deserted island directly and flew in one direction. An unknown prosperous island. A light of fire flew from the distant horizon and landed on the shore. The red and silver battlesuit shines with metallic luster. This is Li Wei who left the desert island. At the moment, it has been 3 days since Li Wei left the deserted island. Although Li Wei is wearing a steel battlesuit and possesses the ability of flight, it is difficult for him to find the character he is looking for without a map and intelligence. That's why Li Wei landed on this prosperous island and wanted to see if he could detect some intelligence. Put away the steel battlesuit and put it in the anchor space before Li Wei walked into the island. Exotic islands, bustling streets, men and women in medieval-style dresses. This exotic atmosphere made Li Wei linger. But Li Wei did not forget the business. After asking for a while, Li Wei found the location of the bar. The drinkers in the bar come from all corners of the world. Although it is a mixed bag, it is also the most well-informed place. That's why Li Wei came here, wanting to inquire about something. Entering the bar, using the gold coins of an unknown pirate who wanted to rob him on the way, Li Wei ordered a glass of rum, found a secluded place to sit down, and quietly listened to the conversations of the surrounding drinkers. "Have you heard that Blackbeard Titch launched an attack? The two captains of the original Whitebeard pirate group were killed by Blackbeard Titch. This matter has long been outdated. It is said that Marco, the phoenix of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, is very angry and wants to go to war with the Blackbeard pirates. Yeah, it is said that they have made an appointment and will fight to the death in 3 days." Sure enough, Li Wei had been in the bar for less than 10 minutes before he heard some news he wanted to know. That's right, Li Wei's goal this time is Marco, the captain of the original Whitebeard pirates. For Li Wei, what he wants now is the special ability that can solve shock fruit's anti-injury. According to Li Wei's guess, both the physique type and the healing type ability should be effective. These two types of ability are either the powerful animal-based devil fruit or the special Superman-based devil fruit. Marco's phoenix fruit belongs to the animal type phantom beast species, that is, it has the powerful physique increase of the animal type, and has the unique healing effect of the phoenix. For Li Wei at this stage, Marco, the phoenix with the flame of regeneration, his ability is just right for Li Wei. That's why Li Wei will focus on Marco's ability. For this reason, in the past few days, Li Wei has been searching for the position of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, but has never been rewarded. After all, because of the fall of Whitebeard, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates have been watched by many forces. Life is not easy and it is difficult to find them. Li Wei didn't get the news he wanted until he came to this bar. Thinking of this, Li Wei picked up his rum and slowly walked to the side of the few drinkers who were talking about the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates. "Several people, I invite you to have a glass of wine. Please rest assured, I have no malice. I am just a little interested in the grievances between the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates that you just mentioned," Li Wei said to a few drinkers with a faint smile on his face. In a moment, Li Wei walked out of the bar. At this time, Li Wei had obtained the dual location of the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates from the mouths of the two alcoholics. 3 days later, it was located on one of the original sites of the Whitebeard pirates, a small island called Silent Island. As for the record pointer to that island, Li Wei also got one. This is also obtained from those alcoholics. Those alcoholics were also pirates, and originally wanted to join in the fun, but in the end Li Wei used a little friendly means. They were very friendly and gave up this record pointer to Li Wei. Thinking about this, Li Wei put on the steel battle suit and set off directly to Silent Island. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 42. The war broke out, Marco vs. Blackbeard. Previous chapter list. Next chapter. Pirate World. Li Wei drove the Mark V and flew directly in the direction of Silent Island. At the same time, on the sea, a pirate ship sailed by. Hanging from the mast is a black skull flag with 3 scratches on the left eye and 2 crossed swords on the back. This is one of the 4 emperors, the pirate ship of the red-haired Shanks. On the deck, the red-haired Shanks and the deputy captain Ben Beckman looked at the sky, watching Li Wei passing by. "Beckman, what is that thing flying in the sky?" Red-haired Shanks was puzzled and asked the deputy captain. "I don't know, I have never seen it before, but I guess that it is very likely to be the owner of the chain." Ben Beckman meditated, then slowly said a word. "No way, the chains surrounding Li Wei are too conspicuous. The illusory chain exuding a faint light surrounds the body, and the shape is very peculiar, and it is hard to forget once you have seen it. After the battle with the World Destroyer, Li Wei's characteristics have spread throughout the Great Route. Everyone on the sea knows that the characteristic of the Lord of Chains is a figure surrounded by chains. That's why Ben Beckman guessed the identity of Li Wei. The direction he is heading should be Silent Island. Ben Beckman pondered for a moment, then slowly said a word. Silence Island, where is the decisive battle between Marco and Blackbeard? What on earth is that guy going to do? The red hair frowned, looking at the direction Li Wei was going away. There was a bad feeling in his heart that something might happen. Set sail, let's go over and take a look. The red-haired Shanks quickly made a decision and said loudly to his hands. The red-haired pirate group began to set off and also headed towards Silent Island. Silent Island. This is an ordinary island, but because of the upcoming decisive battle, it has become the focus of the world. Because of the record pointer, Li Wei can easily find the location of Silent Island. After spending a little time, Li Wei came to the sea where Silent Island is located. When Li Wei came near Silent Island, he could already see the pirate ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Many pirate boats, which looked like primitive rafts, were docked on the shore of Silent Island. On the canvas, there are 3 crosses of skulls and bones. This is the sign of Blackbeard. The members of the Blackbeard pirates have come to Silent Island and are stationed here. As for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Li Wei hasn't seen them yet. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts with Blackbeard at this time, Li Wei did not go to the island, but found a place to stay nearby for a short break. There are more than 3 days left, which is totally enough. Li Wei muttered, thinking about the next situation. The time he can stay this time is almost 9.5 days. It took 3 days to find the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and it was another 3 days to wait for the decisive battle to begin. So Li Wei has about 3 days left, which is enough for him to seek out the fruit of the undead. Thinking about this, Li Wei rested quietly, regained his strength, and waited for the arrival of the decisive battle. In about half a day, more than 20 pirate boats of all kinds appeared at the end of the sea, heading for Silent Island. At the head is a white whale-shaped outer pirate ship with a Whitebeard skull flag on the mast. This is the car of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. Marco and the captain stood on the deck of the Mobile, looking at Silent Island. The pirate group that followed were the many New World pirate groups under the Whitebeard's banner. Although Whitebeard is dead, there are still some pirate groups that still follow Marco. However, the scale of at the moment, compared with the situation of the 43 New World pirates under the Whitebeard group, Aurora, has declined a lot, and only about half is left. Thief, ha 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 ha, Marco, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Blackbeard Titch led his men to the shore and looked across from Marco. Titch, UBD, it's not enough to snatch the daddy's turf, and kill so many brothers. As soon as he saw Blackbeard Titch, Marco's eyes immediately turned blood red, and his boundless anger rose completely. Thief, ha 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 ha, as a pirate, it's not normal to snatch turf? Hasn't Whitebeard snatched turf before? It's you. Do you think that with the shrimp soldiers and crabs behind you, you can fight against me? Regarding Marco's accusation, Blackbeard didn't even blame himself at all, and was very at ease. Looking at the pirate behind Marco, a trace of contempt flashed in Blackbeard Titch's eyes. Marco, I give you one last chance. Belong to me, I won't kill you. Let's build the strongest pirate group and fight for the hegemony of the entire sea. How about? A trace of desire appeared in Blackbeard's eyes. Marco is a talent, otherwise the redhead would not recruit Marco before. It would be nice if Marco can be attributed to him. Wishful thinking, I will kill you and avenge my father. Kill. Destroy the Blackbeard pirates. Marco gave a cold cry and ordered the pirate behind him. Immediately afterwards, Marco took the lead and turned into a blue phoenix exuding a bright light, rushing directly to Blackbeard Titch. Many pirates behind Marco also launched attacks on the Blackbeard pirates. It seems we can't agree, kill. Blackbeard Titch didn't say much, and with a big wave, he directly let his subordinates out. For a time, 2 huge teams rushed to each other. A mighty battle started in an instant. Seeking collection. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 43 assists from Blackbeard. Previous chapter list next chapter. The rumbling roar sounded on the battlefield. With the start of the battle, the entire silent island suddenly became chaotic. Smoke of gunpowder. The flames are everywhere. The cannon roars. Various abilityists have stepped onto the battlefield to fight the enemy. It can be said that although this battle is not as exaggerated as the top war, it is also a very vast war. Although the Whitebeard pirate group does not have Whitebeard, the remaining forces are still very strong, and the captains of each division show their magical powers. On the other hand, although the Blackbeard Pirates is a rising star, the Blackbeard is not weak originally, and it has attracted many fierce villains. The power is no small thing, even no less than the ordinary 4 emperors. It can be said that this is a battle between 2 4 emperor pirate groups. For a time, artillery was flying. Li Wei stood on a huge rock in the distance, watching the battle, staring at the battlefield quietly, and did not join in the first time. The person Li Wei is staring at is naturally Marco fighting with Blackbeard. At the moment Marco and Blackbeard Titch have completely entangled each other. The blue flame collided with the dark smoke, bursting out loud noises. Because shock fruit was taken away by Li Wei, Blackbeard lost shock fruit. But Blackbeard found another fruit from nowhere, and successfully swallowed it. At the moment's Blackbeard, in addition to the power of darkness, also used a shock-like ability to blast a powerful shockwave at Marco. Marco didn't notice, was traumatized by Blackbeard, and fell to the ground. It's now. Li Wei's eyes lit up and he waved his big hand. The chain on his side supported Li Wei's body and rushed directly to the battlefield. Boom! At the moment's Li Wei, like a sharp knife, pierced directly into the abdomen of the battlefield. The illusory chain that exudes a faint light is particularly dazzling on the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. The chain that radiates light. This is the Lord of Chains. Previously appeared in the war on the top and defeated the Lord of Chains of World Destroyers. The Lord of Chains has appeared. What does he want to do? Could it be that I also want to get involved in this battle? The characteristics of Li Wei are very conspicuous. When Li Wei appeared on the battlefield, someone recognized Li Wei's identity. There are even pirates who directly abandoned their opponents and attacked Li Wei. But Li Wei didn't even look at it, and went straight to Marco. Momo double speed. With the increase of Momo fruit, Li Wei is like a ghost, his body is instantly blurred, turning into an afterimage, and rushing directly to Marco with lightning speed. At this moment, Li Wei's killing intent completely locked Marco. The Lord of Chains. So it's you, damn it, returned the old man's shock fruit. As soon as he saw Li Wei's appearance, Marco also had red eyes. You know, shock fruit is the power of the old man. Although Marco didn't know what kind of ability Li Wei used to take away Dad's shock fruit in the top war. But now Marco really wants to take the old man's shock fruit back. So when he saw Li Wei, Marco even forgot about the Blackbeard who was fighting with him, and turned to kill Li Wei directly. Thief, ha 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 ha, interesting, although you are a nasty guy, let me help you. Blackbeard Titch saw such a scene, a glint flashed in his eyes, covered with a layer of black smoke on his hands, and grabbed Marco directly. Blackbeard Titch can tell that Li Wei is here for Marco. Because of Li Wei's killing intent, he didn't cover it up, his sword pointed at Marco. So Blackbeard Titch is ready to help Li Wei. To be honest, Blackbeard Titch also resents Li Wei, because Li Wei took shock fruit. But Blackbeard has a thorough view of the situation on the battlefield. For Blackbeard, the most important thing he should do now is to wipe out the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. In this way, he can truly occupy Whitebeard's territory and strengthen his prestige. So in this situation, Li Wei shot Marco. In Blackbeard's view, it is a good opportunity. If he can take advantage of this opportunity to destroy Marco in one fell swoop, then the remaining Whitebeard remnants will be nothing to worry about. Because of the loss of the Whitebeard pirates of Whitebeard, Marco is their current spiritual leader. If something goes wrong with Marco, the rest will be defeated. It can be said that Blackbeard Titch has a thorough view of the situation on the battlefield. This is the difference between Blackbeard and Marco. When Marco saw Li Wei, he became emotional, he just wanted to attack Li Wei and retake Whitebeard's shock fruit. But when Blackbeard saw Li Wei, he suppressed the hatred in his heart. Instead, he wanted to help Li Wei and get rid of Marco. I have to say that Blackbeard is a real hero. Li Wei naturally could see Blackbeard's thoughts, but Li Wei did not refuse, instead he was happy to see this scene. Why did he refuse the assists delivered to the door? Chapter 44 Get the Phoenix Fruit. Previous chapter list next chapter. The palm of Blackbeard's hand, covered with the power of the dark fruit, has an effect on Marco. Dark water. A powerful attraction erupted from Blackbeard Titch's hands. Marco, who turned into a phoenix, was instantly attracted by Blackbeard. Blackbeard Titch took advantage of this opportunity and grabbed Marco's arms directly, making Marco unable to move. The blue flame dissipated instantly, revealing Marco's original appearance. The ability of the dark fruit can invalidate the devil fruit ability, and Marco, who is caught by Blackbeard, can no longer use the power of the phoenix. At this time, Li Wei had already rushed to Marco. Armed and hardened. Li Wei's arm instantly covered armament haki, turning his palm into a knife, like a sharp blade, directly piercing Marco's chest. Tear. Time seems to be frozen, stopping at this moment. All the pirates on the battlefield, even those who were still fighting, stopped their hands and watched the scene in shock. Blackbeard grabbed Marco's hands, and Li Wei's hand knife directly penetrated Marco's body. The blood flowed from Marco's chest and the corners of his mouth, dripping on the ground, staining the ground red. It can be said that Marco's situation looks very embarrassing. But behind Marco, the Blackbeard that grabbed Marco's hands didn't look good. Because Li Wei's hand knife not only pierced Marco's body, but even penetrated Marco's body and pierced Blackbeard's chest. A blood hole broke through Blackbeard's chest, and blood dripped down his chest. A hand knife, directly in series, hurt two people. Although Li Wei's goal is Marco, there is a chance of hurting Blackbeard, and Li Wei will not let it go. Li Wei knows very well that once he finishes dealing with Marco, Blackbeard will definitely turn his gun and shoot him. This is inevitable. Don't look at Blackbeard helping Li Wei deal with Marco, but Blackbeard also has evil intentions in his heart. Drive tigers and devour wolves. Blackbeard is very familiar with this trick. It was he who drove the Navy headquarters to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates. Now Blackbeard draws a scoop by the gourd, wanting to reproduce the original scene. Use Li Wei's hand to kill Marco. On the other hand, for shock fruit, Blackbeard is impossible to let go. Once Li Wei eliminates Marco, Blackbeard will deal with Li Wei and take shock fruit. So Li Wei took advantage of this opportunity and directly injured Blackbeard. Ah! It hurts, damn chain BD. With a scream, Blackbeard threw down Marco in his hand and rolled on the ground. The ability of dark fruit makes Blackbeard the natural enemy of ability. But on the other hand, the dark fruit cannot be the same as other natural ability, which can be immune to external damage through elementalization, but absorbs the damage and doubles the pain it receives. So being attacked by Li Wei, Blackbeard's pain doubled, becoming unbearable pain, and immediately unable to take care of others, rolling on the ground. Marco, who was thrown on the ground, had a weak breath, but without the suppression of Blackbeard, Marco's ability returned again. A faint blue flame began to appear on Marco's body, as if he wanted to heal his injury. In this regard, Li Wei will not give Marco a chance to recover. With arms wrapped around armament haki, Li Wei blasted towards Marco. At the same time, the unreal anchor moved and pierced directly into Marco's body. A pale blue light ball, anchored by the illusory ship, hooked out of Marco's body. The light ball turns into a blue fruit. The phoenix fruit is here. Marco. Captain, are you alright? Damn BD, you dare to attack the captain. Captain Titch, how are you? It's okay, Captain Titch. Lord of Chains, you are so courageous, you dare to attack Captain Titch. At this moment, whether it was Whitebeard's remnant party or Blackbeard's subordinates, they were all angry. The two men and horses who were still fighting, stopped by coincidence, aggressively, and surrounded Li Wei. It can be said that because of this incident, Li Wei instantly became everyone's public enemy. The remnants of the Whitebeard and the Blackbeard pirates, who were supposed to be mortal enemies, are now faintly and tend to share the same enemy. I have to say that this is a very ironic thing, but it appeared at the moment. If you want to take me down, you don't have this ability yet. Li Wei's expression was indifferent, his eyes swept over the surrounding pirates. Li Wei had anticipated this situation a long time ago. When he shot, Li Wei knew that there would be such a result. However, Li Wei didn't seem to be afraid, but rather eager to try. Straighten your hands and grab the invisible atmosphere. The atmosphere is obviously invisible, but in Li Wei's palm, the atmosphere seems to be solid. Li Wei grabbed it and even wrinkled it. The next moment, Li Wei jerked. Shock Fruit, ability is launched. Momo Fruit, multiplied increase. Rumble. The deafening sound bombarded everyone's eardrums. There was an earthquake, and the entire silent island shook violently, as if a mountain collapsed and the ground was cracked. The sea in the distance was split directly. The sea level is like being cut off, turning into several different plates, dumping in different directions. The land is cracked. The sky is swaying. The sea shakes. At this moment, under the increase of Momo Fruit, the power of Shock Fruit completely broke out. Chapter 45 Blackbeard's Interception. Previous chapter list next chapter. Having obtained the Phoenix Fruit, Li Wei no longer needs to worry about any hidden dangers. So Li Wei also indulged once, and completely burst out the power of Shock Fruit. What's more, Li Wei also used Momo Fruit to greatly increase the destructive power of Shock Fruit. At this moment, the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked, and the world changed color. Silent Island was shattered. The sea has also been overturned. Everyone looked at this scene, completely panicked. The earth shook, the sea was overturned. What a terrible force. This is Dad's power, Dad's Shock Fruit. Daddy's ability was obtained by the Master of Chains. How is this possible? That kind of mighty power that controls nature, actually fell on that guy. The people here, either from the former Whitebeard subordinates, or the Blackbeard people, have seen the power of Whitebeard with their own eyes. Knowing how terrifying this power is. That is the mighty power that can destroy the world, like a god, it is admired by people. But they don't have time now, they can think about this problem slowly. Because of the explosive power of Shock Fruit, they attack them. The cracked ground threatens the life on the island. The sloping sea subverts all pirate ships. Crazy tsunami, slapped the silent island. Everyone is in danger, and there is no time to estimate other things. I want to target Li Wei's two teams. At the moment, they will not attack and disperse. Li Wei ignored the panicked pirates and turned around, ready to leave the whirlpool. Momo Fruit's ability was activated, and with the blessing of the double speed, Li Wei instantly turned into an afterimage, shooting away into the distance. Having successfully obtained the Phoenix Fruit, Li Wei has no reason to stay here and wants to leave here. Shock Fruit, this is the power of Shock Fruit. Damn Chain BD, you actually ate Shock Fruit. The Blackbeard, who had just recovered a little, looked at the scene in front of him, and extremely complex emotions broke out in his eyes. Anger. Greedy. Envy. Baleful. All emotions burst out. In fact, Blackbeard still has a hint of illusion in his heart. He is the only one who can eat multiple devil fruits, so Blackbeard is still dreaming about it. Maybe Li Wei just took shock fruit, but didn't eat shock fruit. After all, in the war on the top, Li Wei has already demonstrated the ability of chains. Perhaps Li Wei is the ability of chain fruits. Although it is known that Li Wei has not eaten shock fruit, it is almost impossible. The probability is less than 1 in 10,000. But Blackbeard still had a trace of illusion in his heart. He imagined that Li Wei hadn't eaten shock fruit yet. If Blackbeard knew Li Wei carefully, he knew the battle between Li Wei and Bundy Waldo. He will know that Li Wei once showed the ability of shock fruit. It's a pity that in that battle, only the Straw Hat Boy and the Empress were onlookers. And these two people don't have much contact with the outside world, so they didn't say this at all. So in Pirate World, there are not many people who know that Li Wei has shock fruit ability, there is at most one Bucky. It is also for this reason that until now, Blackbeard did not know that Li Wei has the power of shock fruit. I can really see with my own eyes when Li Wei uses shock fruit's ability. The jealousy in Blackbeard's heart completely broke out. Katarina, stop me that chain BD, I will kill him 1,000 times. Blackbeard let out an angry roar and ordered Katrina Deppen. If he fails to keep Li Wei today, he will be unwilling. So even if he pays a heavy price, he still has to keep Li Wei. As for why Blackbeard only ordered Katrina Deppen. Because the direction of Li Wei's breakthrough is exactly where Catalina Deppen is. Catalina Deppen is one of 4 prisoners brought out by Blackbeard from the 6th floor of Propulsion City, Infinite Hell. She is also the captain of the number 6 ship of the Blackbeard pirate group. The ability of the animal system, fantasy beast species, dog fruit, 9-tailed fox form, is known as the most dangerous female pirate in the sea, and she has great strength. In this direction that Li Wei broke through, there is only Katrina Deppen, and there are some possibilities that can stop Li Wei's footsteps. And this is what Blackbeard wants. As long as Catalina Deppen can intercept Li Wei for a short period of time and let others arrive, he will not let Li Wei go. Even if it is a will fight, he will kill Li Wei and take Li Wei. Such a plan, Blackbeard has only used it against exhausted Whitebeard. All his subordinates shot together, abruptly exhausting Whitebeard's last trace of strength. This is what Blackbeard has done in the top war. And now, Blackbeard applies this plan to Li Wei. It can be seen that Li Wei at the moment is the second Whitebeard in Blackbeard's heart. I see, Captain Titch, I will try to hold him for 3 minutes. Catalina Deppen's scalp was numb, but she walked out helplessly. To be honest, if it weren't for Blackbeard's order, she wouldn't be willing to come out. Having seen the power that Li Wei used just now, she didn't dare to give it a big deal, and felt that she could defeat Li Wei. In Katarina Deppen's heart, she can only hold Li Wei for a while at most. As for the rest of the matter, she doesn't care about it. In fact, she guessed one thing wrong, and she might not be able to hold it for a while. Chapter 46 Take another fruit of the 9-tailed fox. Previous chapter list next chapter. Lord of Chains, Captain Titch said, let you stay. Catalina Deppen said, her figure changed slightly, and several foxtails grew from behind her. A fierce and violent aura radiated from Katrina Deppen, holding a big slasher in her hand. Armament Haki covered the chopping knife, and Catalina directly swung the chopping knife and slashed directly at Li Wei. Although she didn't want to fight against Li Wei, Blackbeard gave the order and she can only execute it. If you want me to stay, you don't have such strength yet. Li Wei snorted coldly, clenched his palms into a fist, wrapped his fists around the armament Haki, the ability covered with shock fruit, slammed a punch at Catalina Deppen. Armed, hardened, and shaken. Boom! Li Wei's fist collided with Katrina Deppen's big knife. With a click, a crack appeared on the body of Dejan Deo. The cracks expanded instantly, and the big slasher shattered instantly. Li Wei's shock directly shattered Katrina Depeng's weapon. Losing a weapon means going hand in hand with Li Wei. This is not a good thing. You know, the most powerful thing about Whitebeard back then was his pair of shock punches. Li Wei, who got shock fruit, is almost like that. Katarina Depeng's face changed drastically, and she wanted to step back again and again, but Li Wei did not give Katarina Depeng this opportunity at all. Momo double speed. In an instant, Li Wei approached, and came to Katrina Depeng in an instant. Before Katarina Depeng could react, Li Wei punched Katarina Depeng's abdomen. Inside vibe. Boom. Catalina Depeng instantly felt that her internal organs were shattered in an instant. A mouthful of blood spurted out instantly. Catalina Depeng's body blasted backwards directly and hit the ground severely. 2 punches. Katarina Depeng is defeated. In the first punch, Li Wei smashed Katrina Depeng's weapon. In the second punch, Li Wei shattered the internal organs of Catalina Depeng and cut off the vitality of Catalina Depeng. After 2 punches, Catalina Depeng fell directly to the ground and couldn't afford it. And the interval between these 2 punches is less than 3 seconds. Blackbeard wants Catalina Depeng to intercept Li Wei's way. But Katarina Depeng couldn't even block Li Wei for 3 seconds, so how to block Li Wei for 3 minutes? Damn trash. I can't even stop it for 10 seconds. Blackbeard, who had just recovered completely, was suddenly frustrated when he saw this scene. Catalina Depeng was a trash. He was wasted to bring her out of the city, and as a result, he couldn't do even small things. However, at the moments Li Wei didn't care about Blackbeard at all. With a big wave of his hand, the illusory anchor appeared instantly and pierced into the body of Catalina Depeng. A purple light group was instantly hooked out by the illusory anchor and turned into a devil fruit. Catalina Depeng is an ability in the form of animals, monster species, canine fruit, and nine-tailed fox, so this devil fruit should be the nine-tailed fox fruit of the monster species. The fruit of the nine-tailed fox has finally arrived, this time it really should be gone. A smile appeared in Li Wei's eyes. To be honest, just now he chose to break through from the direction of Catalina Depeng, not just casually. Really speaking, this should be regarded as Li Wei's plan. That's right, what Li Wei planned was the fruit of the nine-tailed fox of Catalina Depeng. Li Wei has not forgotten that Sky also needs to solve the shock anti-injury problem. A powerful Eudemon's fruit should be of great help to Sky. And among all the pirates present, only Katrina Depeng's nine-tailed fox fruit, like the phoenix fruit, belongs to the animal type Eudemons. Li Wei has obtained the phoenix fruit and can solve his own problems. If conditions permit, Li Wei doesn't mind helping Sky. It's definitely, Li Wei just give it a try. If there is no other way, he will not risk his life and help Sky to capture the fruit of the nine-tailed fox. Do your best, not do your best. This is Li Wei's idea. If the danger is too great, he will choose to give up. As a result, I did not expect that things went smoothly unexpectedly. Li Wei didn't seduce Katarina Depeng to take action, but Blackbeard, who was so jealous, directly ordered Katarina Depeng. Let her attack Li Wei and intercept Li Wei. So Li Wei took advantage of this opportunity to directly kill Catalina Depeng and successfully captured the fruit of the nine-tailed fox. In this way, the phoenix fruit and the nine-tailed fox fruit have all fallen into Li Wei's hands. Li Wei's goal of participating in this battle was completely achieved. Thinking of this, Li Wei rushed straight into the distance. This time, he is really ready to leave this battlefield. And this time, no one came out and intercepted Li Wei's way. Because the example of Catalina Depeng is still right in front of us, no one is dazzled. Li Wei left Silent Island smoothly and completely disappeared into the distance. Chapter 47 The Power of the Phoenix Fruit. Previous chapter list next chapter. Pirate World. Silent Island. With the departure of Li Wei, the battlefield fell into silence. Everyone's eyes widened, speechless, silently digesting the current situation. The Lord of Chains not only succeeded in capturing the fruit of the phoenix, but also pitted Blackbeard and killed Catalina de Pen. In the end, the Lord of Chains left calmly. Not only did they make wedding gowns for others, they also handed the wedding gowns to the enemy's hands. This result is hard for everyone to accept. Especially the Blackbeard. At the moment's face is extremely gloomy, pitch black as ink, bloodshot eyes, brewing an amazing killing intent. Captain Titch, what should I do now? A member of the Blackbeard pirate group, tremblingly, asked Blackbeard Titch cautiously. Kill all the remnants of Whitebeard. Blackbeard Titch yelled. At the moment, he was so angry that he was almost reaching the limit. Now Titch needs an object to vent his anger. This object is Whitebeard's remnant party. No, run away. Blackbeard is crazy, run away from here. Losing the backbone of Marco, the remnants of Whitebeard flew away and fell into defeat. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for them to defeat the Blackbeard pirates. What's more, they didn't even have the idea of resisting, they fled around, just thinking of fleeing here. Under such circumstances, their result is only one, and that is to be destroyed by the Blackbeard pirates. It can be said that the Whitebeard pirates is about to disappear completely on the stage of history. At this time, a large pirate ship slowly approached Silent Island. On the mast, there are 3 scratches on one left eye, and 2 black skull flags with crossed swords are hanging on the back. This is the 4 red-haired Shanks who came slowly. Perhaps with the appearance of Shanks, Whitebeard's remnant party may be able to retain the next line of life. However, Li Wei is not clear about these things. Because at the moment, Li Wei is far away from Silent Island. On a certain sea area, on an unnamed desert island. Li Wei, who drove Mark V, landed directly on the desert island. After leaving Silent Island, Li Wei did not immediately leave the pirate world. Back to countdown, 4: Checking the countdown, he found that he had more than 1.5 days left, less than 2 days. In the previous decisive battle, Li Wei could stay in pirate world for 3 days. Now that more than a day has passed, Li Wei still has more than a day and a half. In a day and a half, Li Wei can do a lot of things. So Li Wei did not leave the pirate world immediately. Landing on a deserted island and finding a place with no one at will, Li Wei directly summoned the anchor of the world. On the anchor of the world at the moment, 2 devil fruits are hooked. A blue devil fruit is the phoenix fruit that Li Wei prepared for himself. Another purple devil fruit is a 9-tailed fox fruit prepared by Li Wei for Sky. Take the phoenix fruit directly, Li Wei bites it and eat the phoenix fruit directly. In an instant, the phoenix fruit turned into a warm current and directly entered Li Wei's body. Li Wei closed his eyes slightly, quietly feeling the ability of the phoenix fruit. At a certain moment, Li Wei opened his eyes. A little blue flame appeared at Li Wei's fingertips. The flame spread, covering Li Wei's body. Li Wei's body began to change. A body composed of flames, pale blue fire wings. A miraculous blue flame bird appeared on the desert island, exuding miraculous brilliance. Li Wei has successfully transformed into a phoenix. At this moment, Li Wei felt his injuries and all recovered. In the previous battle, Li Wei broke out with all his strength, frantically using shock fruit and Momo fruit's ability. Especially the trick that triggered the earthquake and tsunami has overdrawn Li Wei's power. This is why Li Wei rushed to leave the battlefield. If you continue to stay on the battlefield, you might get hurt. At that time, if Blackbeard finds out the flaw, it will be troublesome. Even just now, when he landed on a desert island, Li Wei's arms still trembled. This was a sequelae after the outbreak. But now, after eating the phoenix fruit, the inflammation of regeneration covers Li Wei's body, and all the injuries on Li Wei's body are burnt clean. Li Wei felt like he was reborn, all his injuries and hidden injuries disappeared. Sure enough, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This ability is worth it. There was a flash of joy in Li Wei's eyes. After getting the fruit of the phoenix, he doesn't need to estimate so much in the future, he can fight with all his strength. This is the best ability for Li Wei. For the next half day, Li Wei was on the desert island, familiar with the ability of the phoenix fruit. After half a day, Li Wei left the deserted island. Li Wei also did not use the steel battle suit Mark V, directly turned into a phoenix burning with blue flames, and flew to the sea. For the rest of the time, Li Wei flew freely on the ocean. When encountering an enemy, Li Wei directly rushed down to fight the enemy and seized the enemy's ability by the way. Li Wei's purpose of coming to Pirate World this time has been completely accomplished, so Li Wei will be very leisurely and casual for the rest of the time. Because there is no gain, it is not particularly important to Li Wei now. For Li Wei, the remaining time is more like a leisure vacation and time to practice ability. Time passed slowly, and when the countdown was over, Li Wei disappeared. Leave the world of pirates directly and return to the world of Marvel. Chapter 48 Sky in the form of a nine-tailed fox. Previous chapter list next chapter. Marvel World. Villa. At the location of the bedroom, a dazzling light appeared, and there was a ripple in the space. A Huxia man with black hair and black eyes slowly walked out of the void. This is Li Wei returning to the Marvel world. After getting the phoenix fruit, Li Wei stayed in the pirate world for one more day to practice his ability. It was not until time was completely exhausted that Li Wei returned to the Marvel world. Li Wei, is that you? Welcome home. Sky happily came to Li Wei's room. After seeing Li Wei, he happily rushed to Li Wei and gave Li Wei a big hug. During this time, she became more and more familiar with the ability of shockwave, and she could even feel the fluctuation of shock. So as soon as Li Wei returned to the Marvel world, Sky felt the fluctuations in Li Wei's bedroom and hurried over. I'm back, Sky, has anything happened in the past few days since I left? After hugging Sky for a while, Li Wei let go of the softness in his arms, looked at Sky and said, to be honest, the flow of time in the Marvel world and other worlds seems to be somewhat different. Li Wei has been in Pirate World for more than 9 days, but in the Marvel world, it seems that only 4 or 5 days have passed. The time flow rate between the two is almost, about. For this question, Li Wei also asked the anchor spirit to find out the specific situation. However, according to the news returned by the anchor spirit, it seems that this is related to their respective world rules. In other words, in different worlds, the flow rate of time may be different. Maybe he will invade a world in the future and stay in that world for a long time, but after returning to the Marvel world, only a few hours have passed. It's definitely, for Li Wei, there are still some benefits. At least he doesn't need to worry about spending too much time in other worlds, thereby delaying things in the Marvel world. Even more, according to the description of the anchor spirit. Wait for the level of the world anchor to rise to a certain level. Maybe, the anchor of the world can also interfere with the rules of other worlds, thereby affecting and controlling the flow of time in other worlds. If that was the case, it would really be against the sky. But these are things for the future. Li Wei still needs to practice with peace of mind now. The past few days have been very quiet, nothing major has happened. By the way, Mr. Tony has contacted twice, and it seems that something is looking for you. Sky seemed to think of something, and quickly said to Li Wei. In the past few days, Stark has contacted the side twice, and it seems that there is something to discuss with Li Wei. Tony came to me? I see. Li Wei nodded slightly, but didn't care too much. When things on his side are settled, he will go there. Sky, you practice ability these days, how is your body burden? Li Wei asked about Sky. As super ability gets stronger, can Sky's body still be able to afford it? My bones seem to have some problems. But Friday has already helped me buy some bone-enhancing drugs, and there will be no problems. Sky was slightly bitter. Before, she wanted to get stronger so that she could help Li Wei. As a result, she did not expect that her super ability burden would be so great that it would even hurt her body. If you continue to exercise, it is likely to leave serious internal injuries to her body. However, Sky quickly retorted, saying that the smart housekeeper had helped her on Friday by buying some bone-enhancing drugs, so that Li Wei was relieved. Because Sky doesn't want to give up his ability. Only when she becomes stronger can she keep up with Li Wei. I can't do anything, I can only hide behind Li Wei. This is not what Sky wants to see. Don't worry, I have found a solution. Li Wei said with a smile, and directly took out the fruit of the nine-tailed fox. This fruit is a bit special. It allows you to gain the power of a nine-tailed fox and become a nine-tailed fox. It can strengthen your physique and reduce the burden on you by the shock wave. Li Wei quickly said about the ability of the nine-tailed fox fruit. The more he talked, the brighter Sky's eyes became, and his heart was very excited. I am willing to eat this fruit. Without even the slightest hesitation, or even doubting the origin of this mysterious fruit, Sky nodded repeatedly. Because she absolutely believed in Li Wei, as long as Li Wei said, she would not doubt it. Li Wei nodded slightly and handed the nine-tailed fox fruit to Sky directly. Sky took a bite and ate the fruit of the nine-tailed fox. In a moment, Sky's body changed. Several long fox tails grew from behind Sky, and a pair of cute furry fox ears grew out, and the eyes turned into golden eyes. There seemed to be ripples in the eyes, and the body became even more fiery. Burst. It can be said that the original Sky belonged to a typical Oriental woman with a hint of heroism. But after transforming into a nine-tailed fox, Sky's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes, becoming more beautiful, charming, charming, charming. Unlike Katarina Depin, Katarina's nine-tailed fox is violent and fierce, while Sky is beautiful, charming, charming, and charming, as if it has become a charm, and life. Sudaji. With a frown and a smile, they exude amazing charm. Li Wei was a little surprised, admiring Sky's changes. There is no doubt that this change makes Li Wei very satisfied. At the moment, Sky, both in appearance and temperament, is very much like a character from a previous game, that is, Ali of LL. Li Wei, do you like it? Sky looked at Li Wei expectantly, and she found that Li Wei seemed to like her very much. Very good look. Li Wei nodded slightly, admiring Sky's appearance. Then do you want to do something special? Sky approached Li Wei, wrapped his arms around Li Wei, and looked at Li Wei obsessively, with a faint mist in his eyes. Not only did Sky's temperament change, but it seemed that even his personality changed slightly and became bolder. Regarding this, Li Wei did not refuse, but directly picked up Sky and walked inside. Sky seemed to know what would happen next, but he did not refuse in the slightest. A blush appeared on his cheeks, and he buried his head in Li Wei's arms and let Li Wei hold it, because she had given her heart to Li Wei a long time ago. The door was closed, concealing all the beautiful scenery. But one thing is certain, after today, the relationship between the two will go even further. Chapter 49 A Windfall, Top 2 Color Domineering. Previous chapter list next chapter. Villa. In the master bedroom, Li Wei leaned on the white pillows and rested on the couch. At the position next to Li Wei, Sky, who was overworked, had already fallen asleep. Although Sky's physique has greatly increased after eating the fruit of the nine-tailed fox, there is still a big gap compared with Li Wei. After all, Li Wei has the shocking power of shock fruit, the speed-blessed Momo fruit, and the restorative phoenix fruit, which completely crushes Sky in strength. So Sky was defeated and surrendered early, at the moment he was sleeping, recuperating. Because of the ability of the phoenix fruit, Li Wei quickly recovered his physical strength and was full of energy, so at the moment, he didn't have the mind to rest at all. Taking advantage of this time, Li Wei let the spirit enter his mind, visualizing the anchor of the world and sorting out his own situation. Host, Li Wei Stark. Ability, Shock Fruit, Momo Fruit, Phoenix Fruit, Top Armament Haki, Top Observation Haki. World Anchor Level, Gold. Origin of the World. Recorded Coordinates, One Piece World. At the moment, Li Wei already owns 3 Devil Fruits, and these 3 Devil Fruits have their own specialties. Shock Fruit belongs to the ability of the offensive category, which can burst out a powerful offensive power. Momo Fruit belongs to the auxiliary category of ability, which can provide speed and other increases. The Phoenix Fruit belongs to the healing category of ability, which can heal various injuries and give Li Wei a strong physique. It can be said that Li Wei's 3 Devil Fruit ability correspond to various aspects of ability and make up for Li Wei's shortcomings. The current Li Wei is basically an all-around fighter, and he won't have any obvious shortcomings. This is why Li Wei chose these 3 abilities. He is not looting ability indiscriminately, but taking it in a planned way, otherwise he would not abandon Bucky's Fragmented Fruit before choosing Bondi Waldo's Momo Fruit. Although there are still some minor flaws, at present, these 3 abilities are the most suitable abilities for Li Wei. Li Wei is very satisfied with this match. As for the Top Armament Haki and the Top Observation Haki, these 2 are regarded as unexpected gains. After getting the Phoenix Fruit, Li Wei did not immediately return to the Marvel world, but used the remaining time to adventure on the sea. Because of the characteristics of the Lord of Chains and in the New World in the second half of the Great Route, many pirates who understand the 2-color domineering have chosen to take action against Li Wei. Their results are inevitable, all of them are in Li Wei's hands. Because of this, Li Wei used the illusory anchor to capture some observation haki and armament haki's light group from these attacked pirates. As the accumulation becomes more, the more the quantity, the qualitative change will happen. These 2-color domineering light groups integrate with each other. Metamorphosis has become the Top Observation Haki, and the Top Armament Haki. For this reason, Li Wei at the moment has these 2 abilities. Top-notch Observation Haki. Top Armament Haki. Observation Haki is a sensing type ability, which can sense the position and number of enemies outside the field of vision, as well as the actions that the opponent will take in the next moment. The Top Observation Haki can also predict some future clips. Not to mention Armament Haki, originally owned by Li Wei, can evolve into attack power and invisible armor, and can also be wrapped around weapons to strengthen attack power. The Top Armament Haki is called Ryu Sakura, and it can also break into the human body and cause damage. It can be said that these 2 abilities are very practical forces and can bring some help to Li Wei. So accidentally got top 2-color domineering, and Li Wei was also very happy. 3 different types of Devil Fruit, as well as the top 2-color domineering, this is all Li Wei's current power. But this kind of power is enough to give Li Wei a foothold in this dangerous Marvel world, and even dominate one side. But as far as Li Wei is concerned, he has no idea of dominating. He just wants to improve his strength, so that he has a certain right to speak in the future Marvel world, so that he will not be slaughtered. This is Li Wei's idea and the goal Li Wei strives for. It took a long time for Li Wei to organize his current strength. Leave the couch and put on clothes. Li Wei came to Yashi and took a cold shower to refresh himself. Then I came to the training room to practice the ability I just got. After a short while, Sky woke up leisurely. As soon as he woke up, Sky wanted to land and prepare food for Li Wei, but was stopped by Li Wei. You take a good rest. If you have anything, just tell it to Friday, and she will do it well. Li Wei asked her to continue to rest. After all, she was a bit overworked before. After everything was arranged, Li Wei came to the garage, drove a sports car, and left the villa directly to the city center. Sky said before that Stark had come to him several times, and it seemed that something was looking for him. Now that his business is over, Li Wei is going to Stark's residence to see what Stark is looking for. Chapter 50 Stark poisoned by palladium. Previous chapter list next chapter. The sports car roared past the street. After spending a little time, Li Wei came to Stark's residence. Opening the door straight in, Li Wei came to the lobby. "Hey, my dear cousin, it's been a long time since I saw each other, would you like a drink?" Seeing Li Wei's arrival, Stark seemed very happy, holding a glass of vegetable juice in his hand, and seemed to want to invite Li Wei to have a glass. "No, I don't like to drink vegetable juice. When did you like this kind of thing?" Li Wei quickly blocked Stark's cup, he didn't want to drink this strange thing. "Okay, Tony, you are looking for me in such a hurry, what's the matter?" Li Wei started straight to the point and asked Stark directly, wanting to know why Stark was so anxious to find him. You know, before Li Wei left, he talked to Stark. As a result, Stark also ran to find him during this period of time, presumably there must be something important. "Nothing, just want to give you a gift, Natalie, help me bring that thing," Stark said casually, pressing a button and speaking into the microphone. Soon, a beautiful woman in professional clothes walked into the hall with a document. But when the woman in professional clothes saw Li Wei, her expression was a little stiff. Li Wei's gaze also fell on this woman in professional clothes, slightly surprised. "What's wrong, do you know each other?" Stark was a little puzzled. He glanced at the woman and Li Wei. How did they feel that they had the same story? "It's a half acquaintance." Li Wei smiled lightly. The moment the woman walked in, he recognized the identity of the other party. This woman is S.H.I.E.L.D's high-level agent Natasha Romanoff. She also has a better name. Black Widow. Li Wei was a little surprised. He didn't expect Black Widow to come to Stark. Is Black Widow the person Nick Fury said before, sent to protect Stark? After all, because of the previous Hydra matter, Nick Fury said that he would send someone to protect Stark. Li Wei was a little puzzled, but did not entangle on this matter. He directly accepted the file in Black Widow's hand, opened the file and looked at it. Stark Industrial Share Transfer Agreement. "Tony, what the hell are you doing?" Li Wei frowned slightly and looked directly at Stark. "Transfer of shares in Stark Industries. What the hell is Stark doing?" Li Wei said before, he doesn't have much interest in Stark Industry. In other words, he does not have much demand for wealth, as long as he guarantees his life needs, he will not worry about this matter. On the other hand, in fact, Howard, Stark's father, left him some shares, and Li Wei is also one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. So Li Wei didn't understand why Stark had to transfer shares to him again. And according to the share recorded in the agreement, this is almost half of Tony Stark's own shares. What is Stark doing, giving out all his shares? Aren't you already an adult? I think in a few years, you may get married, have your own family, and have a career, which may protect your family life. Stark waved his arms wildly, pulling at some messy reasons. Li Wei rolled his eyes. If he believed in Stark's reasons, then it would really be a ghost. Stark must have had difficulties and didn't say anything. He gave out all his shares, just as if he was about to pass away, explaining his last words. "Wait, vegetable juice. Black Widow. Last words." A gleam of light flashed in Li Wei's eyes, as if thinking of something. Apart from anything else, Li Wei directly reached out and grabbed Stark's collar and pulled it away. There are traces of dark blue on Stark's neck, as if his blood vessels are dark blue. This is poisoned. Palladium arc reactor poisoning, that is, palladium element poisoning. Because of the previous kidnapping, there were bullet fragments in Stark's body, so he needs to mount the arc reactor on his chest all the time. Adsorbent bullet fragments, so as not to hurt his heart. But the core of the arc reactor is palladium. Excessive use of palladium may pollute the human body and cause metal poisoning. According to the normal situation, this process is very slow, but Stark often uses steel battlesuit. You know, the steel battlesuit consumes energy very much, so the Stark process needs to replace the palladium element. After several times, palladium invaded Stark's body and poisoned Stark. You found it, but it's not a big deal. I've been very content in my whole life. There is no regret. You can sign the document. By the way, I also reserved some shares for Little Pepper, and I will help me take care of her more. Stark was slightly embarrassed when Li Wei found out about the poisoning. But Stark pretends to be chic. It seems that life and death is just a small matter. You take care of the Little Pepper. Isn't it just palladium poisoning? It's not that there is no solution. Seeing Stark pretending to be chic, Li Wei rolled his eyes and couldn't help but complain. This guy, he still pretends this time. Sometimes he really wants to beat Stark.